This girl is no ordinary one. She came to the psychology clinic for treatment, but ended up hypnotizing the doctor instead. Yi Jingwen only stared at the girl, watching the rapidly spinning pencil in her hand for a few seconds. She began to feel dizzy. It was as if their roles had been reversed. She was supposed to be the psychologist, yet a young girl had taken the dominant position. She glanced at the patient's file she knew by heart. Smiling, she began to speak. Lu Mian, can we talk like friends? Your family is very worried. They hope to understand more through me. Can you tell me what happened during the 2 years you were kidnapped? Lu Mian had a mournful expression. I've forgotten my rebelliousness and wickedness. Yi Jingwen frowned slightly. Do you remember the mysterious person who rescued you? The girl calmly took a sip of tea. I don't remember. Yi Jingwen patiently continued her one-sided probing. How do you view your parents and sister? The girl replied nonchalantly, they're fine. Yi Jingwen felt a deep sense of frustration. This was already the 4th therapy session, and every time she got the same answers. This was definitely the second most difficult person she had ever encountered. As for the first one, everyone would soon find out. At this moment, the clock struck 10, chiming twice. Lu Mian, as if completing a task, put the pencil down on the table with a clatter. The therapy time is over. I should go. After saying this, she stood up and walked towards the door. Yi Jingwen hurriedly took a couple of steps to follow, blurting out, I don't mean any harm. I just want to help you. Lu Mian turned her head, coughed lightly, and said, Dr. Yi, don't you get tired of pretending to care about your patients? Yi Jingwen almost choked. This girl's words were too cutting. It turned out that Lu Mian and her twin sister Lu Xinwan had been involved in a world-shocking kidnapping case. The sky-high ransom demanded by the kidnappers forced many families to face cruel choices. The mother scraped together money, begging the kidnappers to release her children. But the greedy kidnapper said 5 million could only save one, asking which one she wanted to rescue. Lu Xinwan cried out in fear, begging her mother to save him. Meanwhile, Lu Mian, with her neck being squeezed, calmly comforted him. Don't be afraid, they'll be fine. Seeing the woman trembling, the kidnappers laughed arrogantly. Then let your mother raise more money. We'll see how she chooses. The mother hesitated for a few seconds, shaking. Suddenly, she made up her mind and shouted, Save my daughter! Lu Mian's eyes widened in disbelief. But when she saw her mother comforting her sister and turning to leave, she finally understood that she had been abandoned by her family. She wiped away her tears. Since she was abandoned, there was nothing left to worry about. In the end, 5 children were abandoned by their families. A mysterious person, like a descending god, took down all the kidnappers and rescued them all. No one knew his identity, only that his codename was 13. As for Lu Mian, she only returned to the Lu family 2 years after the kidnapping. No one knew where she had been or what she had experienced during those 2 years. Instead of comforting her with familial love, her parents and family looked at her as if she were a monster and sent her for psychological treatment. The genius psychologist encountered a tough case for the second time in her life. After 4 therapy sessions with a seemingly innocent girl, she was almost hypnotized by her instead. Before leaving after dealing with the handsome psychologist, Lu Mian deliberately smiled meaningfully at the camera on the wall. Sure enough, in the adjacent office, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined was intently and patiently staring at the surveillance footage on the computer. The two of them locked eyes through the surveillance camera. Yi Jingwen sighed and tossed the files onto the coffee table. 7th brother, you saw it, right? We couldn't get anything out of her. If you want to find the mysterious person through her appearance, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. But don't worry, even if we can't get information from Lu Mian, we can still find the other 4 victims. They were all rescued by the mysterious person. We should be able to get something out of them. Xiao Qima pushed up his glasses and said calmly, It's useless. This mysterious person with the codename 13 has already erased all the information of the other 4 victims. Their new identities can't be traced at all. Yi Jingwen was stunned. Is he that powerful? What about Lu Mian? Xiao Qima said, Number 13 probably didn't have time to erase her information before my people discovered her. Hearing this, Yi Jingwen's eyes darkened a bit. How do you think Lu Mian will face her parents who abandoned her, and her sister who was kidnapped with her when she returns home? Xiao Qima stood up and walked towards the window. That's none of your concern. He gently parted the blinds and looked down. By the way, I should remind you not to watch her spin the pencil next time. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Yi Jingwen's back. Could it be that I, a psychologist, was hypnotized by a patient? She asked if he noticed anything else. Xiao Qima thought seriously for a moment. She's quite pleasing to look at. Yi Jingwen's head was full of question marks. It seemed he had watched the surveillance for so long just to come to that conclusion. However, what surprised Xiao Qima was that at that moment, Lu Mian was leisurely eating ice cream and also looking up at him, as if she had anticipated that someone would be peeking at her from the window. Xiao Qima was taken aback. This girl is quite interesting indeed. How biased can a mother be? When faced with two kidnapped daughters and only able to save one, the mother, without looking back, chose the seemingly obedient and sensible younger sister, cruelly abandoning the seemingly rebellious older sister. Lu Xinwan returned home from school. Fu Man immediately approached with a smile, taking her school bag. "My precious daughter, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. I've made your favorite dishes." Lu Xinwan proudly took out a certificate. "Mom, look, I won first prize in the painting competition last semester. The teacher even plans to have this set of works made into character designs for a game company." Fu Man asked excitedly, "Really? Is it that game company that has won several international awards?" "Nuanyuan is so impressive. Not only are you good at studying, but you've also won first prize in painting. Our family's future depends on you now." Fu Man examined the certificate from all angles, feeling immensely proud. Their branch of the family couldn't compare to the second branch. The second branch lived in the main building and controlled the Lu family's economic lifeline. They lived in the side building. At the time, they had even borrowed a large sum to ransom Xinwan back. But now that their younger daughter was so outstanding, perhaps one day they could compete with the second branch. Lu Xinwan said confidently, "I definitely won't let you down. By the way, where's my sister? Has she come back?" The thought of Lu Mian gave Fu Man a headache. "Not yet. If only your sister were half as sensible as you. The psychologist just called and said he couldn't treat her. Your sister must have gone crazy at their place again." Lu Xinwan seemed to remember something. "Then it's better not to let my sister see this certificate. I'm afraid it might upset her. Remember when she ruined my paintings when we were little? She hasn't drawn since then." Fu Man stroked her head comfortingly. Lu Mian has always been difficult to get along with. Even at such a young age, she knew how to lie and make excuses, saying she didn't do it. We can't count on her in the end. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the doorway. "I'm sorry, did I, the one you can't count on, interrupt your mother-daughter bonding?" Lu Mian was seen leaning casually against the bookshelf. Lu Xinwan straightened up, then smiled, and ran over to hold her hand. "Sister, you're back." Lu Mian glanced at her and coldly withdrew her hand. The drama queen Lu Xinwan immediately put on a hurt expression. "Sister, do you really dislike me that much?" Fu Man immediately stepped forward to protect her and scolded Lu Mian. "How can you treat your sister like this?" Lu Xinwan's tears started to fall. "Mom, don't scold sister. I know she's never liked me, especially after what happened. But I'm innocent too. It was something none of us could control. Sister, you won't blame me, will you? And please don't resent Mom. She's been feeling very guilty. I accompanied her for 2 months to help her recover. Now she has to work at Uncle's company to repay the debt. The work is exhausting and the salary is so low." Lu Mian couldn't bear to watch her act anymore. She walked towards her step by step. She thoughtfully wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, then carelessly lifted her chin and coldly uttered a few words. "It's a shame you're not an actress." Then she turned to her mother. "As for the debt, it's what she owes for you. What does it have to do with me? You two can continue your mother-daughter bonding." With that, she turned and walked upstairs. Lu Xinwan was stunned by her words. Suddenly remembering something, she decided to turn the tables. This seemingly obedient and sensible girl was actually a white lotus. From childhood, to make her mother care for and love her more, she had secretly slandered her sister countless times, creating the impression among family and friends that her sister was an uneducated delinquent. To show off in front of her mother, Lu Xinwan deliberately said to Lu Mian, "Su Ju invited me to dinner at his house on Saturday. He said Grandpa Su is back. You're not upset, are you? I remember you slipped him a love letter when you were 16. Sister, you don't like him, do you?" Lu Mian looked confused. "What love letter?" "That was an invitation from old Su. I didn't want to go, so I returned it to him." Fu Man's anger flared up again. "Is there any truth in what you say? If you're jealous of your sister, just say it. How could Mr. Su possibly give you an invitation? If outsiders heard this, they'd laugh their heads off. How did I give birth to such a liar?" claiming you memorized all the textbooks and don't need to take exams, and even brazenly saying you've saved people. When you were younger, people thought you were just talking nonsense. But you're an adult now. How can you still behave like this? Lu Xinwan added fuel to the fire. Mom, don't be angry. Maybe sister just wants to go to the Su family's house too. Fu Man turned away in disappointment. Go where? She's not good at anything, music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. She'd just embarrass herself if she went. Lu Mian decided to ignore them and walked straight upstairs. When I was little, I wanted to prove myself to them, but they treated me like a lunatic. How ridiculous. She slammed the door shut, blocking out the scolding from outside. She took out her phone and looked at it. Xin Feline, who had always been by her side, had sent a few messages. He was praising her for making a small fortune in the stock market these past 2 days. Lu Mian only replied boring and hung up on him. Suddenly, her phone dinged. She received an email. It was an invitation from the Su family. Lu Mian hesitated for a few seconds. Should she go or not? She changed her clothes and was about to leave when Fu Man caught up from behind, asking irritably where she was going. Lu Mian didn't even turn her head. Central Street. Fu Man glanced disapprovingly at her slightly short old jeans. I'm taking Xinwan to the mall there to buy a dress. We might as well buy you a couple of things too. The mother and daughter browsed brand name stores in the mall. Lu Mian, not wanting to get involved, followed slowly behind. At a jewelry counter on the first floor, she immediately spotted a blue diamond hair clip priced at $300,000. Just as she was about to ask the salesgirl to take it out, Fu Man suddenly rushed forward, grabbed her wrist, and dragged her away. We're here to buy clothes today. Let's not look at other expensive things. Lu Xinwan lowered her eyes. If sister likes it, I won't buy a dress. You can buy more things for sister instead. Fu Man immediately put on a show of mother-daughter affection. That won't do. You're going to the Su family tomorrow. We have to buy for you first, even if we don't buy for your sister. Lu Mian scoffed nonchalantly. I'm not buying, just looking around. She turned and walked back to the counter. You go ahead and shop. Don't buy anything for me. After they walked away, Lu Mian took out a black card from her bag. Wrap this hair clip for me. I'm not giving it as a gift. Please package it nicely. The salesgirl was delighted. Those 2 customers from earlier clearly didn't have the confidence to enter their store. But this beautiful young lady was generous and confident. What a sweet and cool big sister. At the prestigious Su family, a banquet was held for old Master Su, who had returned from recuperating abroad. Those who couldn't meet the main figure tried to curry favor with the Su family, and the topic fell on 19-year-old Su Ju. It was said that he had made $11 million from $200,000 in the stock market a few days ago, comparable to the legendary Mr. Yi Xiao in the industry. Only the powerful second branch of the Lu family could attend such a banquet. Lu Xinwan, dressed sweetly and exquisitely, shyly asked her uncle and aunt, "Is this okay? I won't embarrass our Lu family, will I?" Lu Xingtong nodded with satisfaction. You've won such a big award for your painting. That's already enough to bring honor to the Lu family. Besides you, who among the Su, Yi, and Bai families can compare? If Xinwan could marry into the Su family, our Lu family would definitely advance further. After arriving at the Su family, Lu Xingtong hurriedly introduced her to the Su family patriarch, Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled at the girl. I didn't expect Nuanyuan to grow up to be so graceful. Once the old master nods his approval, we could become in-laws. Lu Xingtong laughed along. To receive old Master Su's approval would be the best. This is my only niece. You must treat her well. Lu Xinwan blushed. Uncle, I'm still young. Su Shin spoke to smooth things over. Su Ju has gone to the back garden to find his grandfather. You should go there too. Lu Xinwan made a silent determination. She was definitely set on entering the Su family. At this moment, Lu Mian, wearing flip-flops, was strolling in the Su family's back garden. Su Ju quickly noticed this unfamiliar girl. He called out sternly, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Lu Mian stopped and asked back, "And who are you?" Su Ju was taken aback, but quickly introduced himself. "I'm Su Ju. I'm the young master of the Su family." Lu Mian made an O sound. "So you're old Su's grandson. It's been years. I almost forgot about you." She then ignored him and continued walking. Suju, seeing that she dared to ignore him, chased after her shouting, "Stop! That's my grandfather's building over there. You can't go there." Lu Mian reached back and grabbed his wrist. With a swift move, she pinned him to the ground. Lu Xinwan, who had just arrived at the back garden, saw this scene and immediately burst into tears. "Someone's being attacked. Sister, let go of Suju quickly." Inwardly, she was secretly delighted. Now Uncle would surely kick her out of the Lu family. Her shout brought a crowd of people rushing over. Lu Xingtong was the first to run to the scene, rescuing Suju. "Lu Mian, what are you doing? Apologize to Suju right now," Lu Xinwan said cautiously. "Is there some misunderstanding? Sister, please explain to everyone quickly," Lu Xingtong said angrily. "What misunderstanding could there be? Does she have an invitation? Should she be here? Should she be using violence? No one invited her, yet she shamelessly comes to cause trouble. That's enough." The onlookers gave Lu Mian strange looks. So this was the Lu family girl who had been kidnapped for 2 years and only recently returned. Looking at her odd behavior, she must have psychological issues. Lu Xinwan quietly advised, "Why don't you go back first?" But seeing Lu Mian's embarrassed look, she felt quite pleased inside. Her uncle and aunt also scolded her with dissatisfaction. "Aren't you going to leave? Aren't you ashamed enough?" Just then, a strong voice came from the direction of the small building. "She's a guest I invited. Who dares to make her leave?" Everyone turned to look. It was the Su family's old master, Su Qinghe. Who could have imagined that this rebellious girl who almost hurt the Su family's young master was actually an honored guest specially invited by old Master Su? This really was a slap in the face for her disdainful uncle and aunt and her green tea sister. Old Su walked straight to Lu Mian and announced to all the onlookers, "I personally invited Han Qiming's girl to come. Who dares to gossip? Mian, come with me." His son hurriedly said, "Don't leave. Everyone's waiting for you." Old Su refused decisively. "I have other matters. You all eat." Suju, seeing his grandfather not caring about him at all, and even helping that nasty girl, felt very unhappy. Lu Xinwan gently pulled at him. "Don't be angry with my sister. She's just a bit willful, not intentional." Hearing this, Suju became furious. It was all that woman's fault. Now grandfather definitely wouldn't let her off. Lu Xinwan also had a face full of unwillingness. She had been looking forward to meeting old Su, but now she didn't even have a chance to say a word to Grandfather Su. Instead, the carefree Lu Mian became the honored guest. At this moment, there was an unfinished game of Go on the stone table in the pavilion. Old Su poured Lu Mian a cup of tea. Not only was he not angry that his grandson had been bullied, he even apologized, saying Suju had a hot temper and he would discipline him tonight. Lu Mian chuckled. "Your eldest grandson is quite amusing." Old Su mumbled self-reproachfully. "I only found out about the kidnapping case later. If I had known earlier." Lu Mian, holding a white go piece, smiled. "I know you did your best. There's no if. Let's just consider it as accumulating life experience." Old Su took out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to her. "Inside are the materials about the kidnapping case I've collected over these 2 years. I know you came today for this, Mian." Lu Mian lowered her voice, then stood up and placed a round token on the table. "I came today to return this to you as well." Old Su's gaze focused. "Keep this. It can save your life if you encounter Jin's people in the future." Lu Mian held the USB drive. "This is enough." At this moment, Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen, smelling the scent of blood, arrived at the back alley of the Su family. Blood. They only saw messy footprints and bloodstains left after an intense fight. After receiving internal information, they rushed here to save the situation. They didn't expect someone to act even faster than them. Yi Jingwen asked in confusion. "These people were after old Master Su, right? But who's the kind-hearted person who did this?" Xiao Qima carefully examined the scene. Based on the fight traces on the ground, he deduced this kind-hearted person is about 170 centimeters tall, weighs around 42 kilograms, moves very fast, often attacks with the right leg, and wears flip-flops. Female. Ye Vingvan Savalovit. Which woman is so fierce? As he was marveling, he saw a slender figure walking out of the Su family's back door. Lu Mian. What a coincidence. The girl said calmly. Not a coincidence, we're all invited guests. Yi Jingwen laughed dryly. Oh right, this is my friend, Mo. Lu Mian made an O sound. So it's you. Yi Jingwen looked around in surprise. Have you met before? Lu Mian smiled mischievously. Dr. Yi, isn't he the person behind the monitor yesterday? How come he didn't tell you some things? Xiao Qima suddenly became interested. How did you guess? How impressive was this carefree girl? Upon first seeing the man with gold-rimmed glasses, she guessed he was the person behind the monitor in the psychologist's office. Xiao Qima immediately became interested and asked how she guessed. Lu Mian looked directly at him and slowly spoke. First, the doctor turned to the monitor 3 times yesterday, indicating someone was behind the camera. Second, this is our first meeting, but your eyes don't look unfamiliar, meaning you've seen me before. Third, Dr. Yi defers to you in everything, indicating your high status. Plus, the Su family mentioned an important Mr. Xiao would attend this banquet. So Mr. Xiao Qima, nice to meet you. Fourth and most crucial, what I just said was all a bluff, but your expressions gave you away, proving I guessed correctly. Yi Jingwen was stunned listening to this. If not for their different positions, he would have cheered for this boss on the spot. This was too impressive. Xiao Qima took out a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it. Do you want to wipe your hands? Lu Mian didn't stand on ceremony. She took it and carefully wiped each finger. Xiao Qima said with certainty, then let me guess too. The fight that happened here earlier was your doing, right? Lu Mian nodded, very frankly admitting it. She then pointed at the fence. I wanted to climb the wall, but they were in the way. Yi Jingwen's baby face twitched, immediately picturing the scene. 2 hours ago, a rebellious girl wanted to jump over the wall into the Su family, but she found a row of assassins squatting at the base of the wall, blocking her way. So she casually, with her legs, took down that group of people. She pointed casually behind her. I tied them up in the back alley. You can go get them if you need to. Yi Jingwen now admired her so much he could hardly contain himself. Do you know you inadvertently saved this banquet? He suddenly felt like an unnecessary side dish in front of these 2 big shots. Lu Mian waved the handkerchief between 2 fingers. I guess you have plenty of these handkerchiefs. You probably don't mind losing this one, right? Xiao Qima watched as she casually stuffed the handkerchief into her pocket and turned to leave. He asked, aren't you attending the banquet? Lu Mian said nonchalantly, it's very boring. You guys go have fun. At this moment, the guests in the Su family's banquet hall were still unaware that they had just escaped a disaster. They were gossiping in small groups. That person in the backyard just now, is she really the Lu family's young miss who was kidnapped for 2 years and just returned? Old Mr. Su is so kind. He's clearly just covering for her. With her sister's behavior, the younger one is probably similar. We should avoid them in the future to prevent bad luck. But they didn't know that all these words had reached Xiao Qima's ears. He retracted his long legs that were about to step into the banquet hall. Some people noticed him. Is this the heir of the Xiao family from the capital? Xiao Qima glanced at those trying to curry favor with him. I didn't expect the upbringing of noble families to be only this much. The Xiao family's cooperation with you ends here. We will pay the breach of contract penalty. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the courtyard exit. The onlookers were at a loss, completely unaware of how they had offended this young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao actually cared about a girl he had just met once. After hearing the guests' discussions about Lu Mian, he didn't even enter the banquet hall and declared he would terminate business cooperation with them. Yi Jingwen hurriedly followed him. Aren't you going in to ask old Su about the kidnapping? Xiao Qima waved his hand. It's very boring. You guys go play. Oh, and explained to old Su about the assassins in the back alley. Yi Jingwen scratched his head in confusion. Did this lord leave because the banquet was truly boring, or because he didn't want to stay after hearing people badmouth Lu Mian? Meanwhile, Lu Xingtong was furious about Lu Mian's appearance. He didn't want to acknowledge this niece at all. It was too embarrassing. Lu Xinwan sent a message and then wisely advised. Maybe Grandpa Su felt sorry for sister, and that's why he's protecting her. At this moment, a sound of a cane heavily hitting the floor came from behind. Su Ju was seen supporting old Su as they walked over. Lu Xingtong hurriedly went forward to apologize to old Su. This time Lu Mian has caused you trouble. I'll scold her when I get back. Lu Xinwan also pretended to be aggrieved and said, Grandpa Su, don't be angry. I apologize on behalf of my sister. But old Su laughed heartily. Please help me convey my thanks to Mian Mian when you return. If it wasn't for her, the Su family would have been in big trouble today. The 3 Lu family members were stunned. Old Su ignored their surprised looks. His son, Su Sheng, came forward to support his father and asked in confusion, Dad, you've always been kind to people. How could you attract assassins? I think you're just favoring Lu Mian and deliberately causing trouble. Old Su's eyes, weathered by years of experience, held a sharp glint. Do you think I've become senile? and would do such a stupid thing? His son hurriedly shook his head in fear. Old Su didn't feel like explaining to him. He turned to his grandson, Su-ju. Mian is going to attend your school. Take good care of her. But before he could speak, his father intervened helplessly. You're not trying to match Su-ju with Lu Mian, are you? That girl isn't worthy of our Jewer. Her sister Lu Xinwan is not bad, though. Old Su glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. It's our family that's not worthy of Lu Mian. Su-ju snorted but didn't take it to heart. After leaving the Su family estate, Lu Mian was leisurely. Walking back when Xiao Qima caught up in his car. He rolled down the window. Miss Lu, do you need a ride? Lu Mian casually raised her eyes. No need. Xiao Qima chuckled. This little girl was quite proud. So he drove a few meters forward, made a sharp turn, and blocked her path. He casually opened the passenger door. Sorry. Lu Mian didn't buy this childish hand-slip trick for even a second. But since he was so insistent, she saw no need to be fussy. She directly got into the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, she smiled mischievously. Is it safe to ride in your car? Xiao Qima seemed to be in a good mood. Don't worry, I drive very steadily. Lu Mian took out her phone and started playing with it lazily. Then I'll rely on driver Xiao. Xiao Qima glanced at her and casually asked. The assassins in the back alley weren't that incompetent. How did you deal with them? Lu Mian's eyes showed a hint of caution. I just learned some self-defense skills. Is there a problem? Xiao Qimo nodded, showing understanding. When he was kidnapped, he was only 17 years old. He survived for 2 years under those vicious bandits. How difficult the process was, others could hardly imagine. After half a minute of silence, he spoke softly again. Can you tell me what you've been through? It was rare for young Master Xiao to voluntarily drive a girl home, but he found that the little girl had fallen asleep. She seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Was the music not good, or was talking to him too boring? Xiao Qima felt both amused and annoyed. His hand unconsciously adjusted the music and air conditioning. Soon, the black luxury car arrived at the Lu family's gate. He leaned over, wondering whether to wake her up or carry her back. Just as he raised his hand, before he could touch the girl's shoulder, his wrist was suddenly gripped by a force. The girl opened her eyes, startled. Don't touch me. Xiao Qima chuckled inwardly. What a little liar. He wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he leaned closer to her, looking at the girl's fluttering eyelashes. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, gently, it hurts. Lu Mian froze for a moment, then automatically blocked the man's charm attack. She let go of his hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. A small red mole appeared on her ear cartilage. Xiao Qima froze on the spot. The teaser had been teased. That red mole gave him a strong desire to conquer. He heard the girl's victorious tone. Your self-control is too weak. After saying that, she unbuckled her seatbelt and casually got out of the car under the man's gaze. Goodbye. Xiao Qima smiled and drove away. They would meet again anyway. Lu Mian took out her key and just opened the door. She was pulled in by a rather savage force. She was about to throw a punch, but stopped when she realized it was her mother. Fu Man's volcanic temper immediately erupted. Where did you go today? Did you go to the Su family to cause trouble? You just can't stand seeing your sister doing well, can you? Lu Mian sneered. The news travels fast, huh? Fu Man took out her phone to show her the messages. Who are you mocking? Manhwa did tell me, but look at how your sister described it. Is there a need to be so sarcastic towards her? Lu Mian glanced at her dear sister's message, still as green tea as ever. When it came to tattling, she admitted she could never match Lu Xinwan since childhood. She pushed away the phone screen in front of her, intending to go upstairs. Fu Man scolded her in a tone of disappointment. Look at yourself. Now look at Xin. Which of your actions can compare to hers? Isn't it right for me to favor her? What do you have to complain about? I don't expect you to be filial. I just hope you won't drag your sister down. She's the most promising in the family. You just focus on your studies and be more sensible. Okay. Lu Mian directly ignored her nagging, took out her phone, and sent a message. I understand you now. It's better not to come back, right? Are you coming to school on Monday? Miss you. Fu Man, seeing that she was ignoring her, got angrier. I'm still talking to you. How can you start playing with your phone? Lu Mian gave her a cold look. In your eyes, I naturally can't compare to Lu Xinwan in any way. Don't think things will be different just because I'm back. The fact is you never looked forward to my return. So, please don't bother with your fake concern for me in the future. Just pretend I never came back. Phoenix. The big shot's way of relieving stress was simple and brutal, to earn another small target. The pencil spun so quickly. Her mind went through a series of storm simulations. She quickly selected a stock, bought it, and everything was settled. Then Lu Mian sent a message to her little follower, Ling, buy this stock today. Ling immediately executed the order and sent a message in their chat group. Once this news came out, the group immediately exploded. All kinds of praises came flooding in. After seeing the message, Suju also immediately bought 500,000 worth. After buying, he put his hands behind his head with an inexplicable smile on his face. He wanted to see if this so-called genius could be right every time. A few days later, school started. A close friend came up to greet him, seeing that he was still studying the stock market. Suju watched the stock soaring, unable to stop smiling. He could already make a lot if he sold now. But the genius said to wait a bit longer. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Suddenly, there was a light footstep behind him. Lu Xinwan walked over with a smile. How's Grandpa, Su, recently? The close friend grinned and quickly stood up. Su, you're really successful in both career and love. This seat is for you two lovebirds. I won't disturb you. Lu Xinwan's little face turned red. They always talk nonsense. Next time they say that, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Suju indeed looked indifferent. They're just talking nonsense. Don't mind them. Lu Xinwan was secretly delighted. Was he acknowledging it? Suddenly, the classmates started chattering. Is this the new transfer student? She's like a beautiful girl straight out of a manga. Such a super beautiful, cool, and awesome big sister. Lu Xinwan turned her head and saw Lu Mian walking in coolly with a book under her arm. She frowned involuntarily. How annoying. She still came. Is she going to greet me? I don't want people to know I have such an unworthy sister, and I don't want her to outshine me. So she smiled and spoke first. Classmate, do you need something? Lu Mian glanced coldly at her dramatic face. She pointed to Suju, sitting nearby. I'm looking for him, not you. Lu Xinwan felt a bit awkward for a moment. Lu Mian dutifully relayed the message. Your grandfather couldn't reach you. He said he'll take you to a company's opening banquet tonight. He'll pick you up at the usual place. Suju didn't even look up, lazily saying, got it. Lu Mian ignored his young master attitude and walked straight to the back row seats. Lu Xinwan said with a fawning face, Grandpa Su is so good to you. I wonder when I'll have the chance to see him again. Suju still maintained that lifeless attitude. We'll see about that later. Lu Mian took out a book titled Divine Businesswoman from her bag and started reading. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded above her head. Lu Mian, you're back. It was Sui Yuan with his boyish short hair. Lu Mian was also happy to see him. The two started chatting excitedly. Lu Xinwan secretly glanced back. She didn't expect Sui Yuan to be so close to Lu Mian. A hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Well, don't blame me then. Who told you to be my sister's good friend? Two big shots who didn't yield to each other unexpectedly became neighbors. Lu Mian had planned to go to the apartment complex across from the school to check on the renovation of her new place. Unexpectedly, she ran into two familiar faces. Yi Jingwen jokingly greeted her. Hello, little Mian Mian. What brings you here? You're not stalking us, are you? Xiao Qima, standing beside him, remained silent. Lu Mian gave him a sidelong glance. You wish. Yi Jingwen felt extremely awkward. Am I disliked? Xiao Qima kindly reminded him. Don't casually call girls by nicknames in the future. She's not happy. Yi Jingwen slowly looked at their backs. How do you know if she's happy or not? Isn't this just Lu Mian's usual temperament? Surprisingly, the three of them arrived at the same building. Yi Jingwen leaned in and whispered to Xiao Qima, you don't think she's really stalking us, do you? Just then, with a ding, the elevator door opened. A light voice drifted over. Is there anything worth stalking about you? Yi Jingwen protested. Why just me? Shouldn't it be us? How am I not worth it? Xiao Qima let out a faint chuckle. The three entered the elevator one after another. The two big shots simultaneously reached out to press the 8th floor button. They looked at each other, both stunned. Lu Mian reacted first, withdrawing her hand. "You go ahead." Then no one spoke, silently waiting for the elevator to arrive. Yi Jingwen looked left and right, feeling out of place. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Xiao Qima stepped out first. He slightly turned his head towards Lu Mian. "Want to come over for a bit?" Surprisingly, Mr. M.O. would actively invite a girl to his place. Yi Jingwen quickly put on a welcoming smile. "Yeah, Mian, come in for a bit. We're all acquaintances." Under their gaze, Lu Mian did indeed step out. But just as the two were about to follow, they saw her turn in the opposite direction. Yi Jingwen quickly called out, "Little Mian, it's this way." Before he finished speaking, they heard a click as the security door on the other side opened. Lu Mian looked at them with an expression that said, "Don't flatter yourself." "Oh, so we're neighbors." Xiao Qima stared at her steadily. This girl was quite interesting. Yi Jingwen was choked by her irritating tone. "Seventh brother, didn't you say the adjacent suite belongs to the Lu family? The housing prices here aren't cheap. If they had this money, they wouldn't have given up on Lu Mian during the kidnapping case." Entering the room, he lazily sprawled on the sofa. "Now that we're living so close, we can see Mian often. It'll be more convenient for me to provide her with psychological counseling." Xiao Qima glared at him unhappily. "Are you that free? Any leads on the mysterious person?" Yi Jingwen was on the verge of tears. How did I offend the boss again? So while he was taking a shower, Yi Jingwen immediately prepared a table full of delicious and tempting dishes. Xiao Qima had just finished a shower when he heard the doorbell. He didn't want to answer it. Suddenly, he thought that the person coming to find him at this time might be her. He quickly walked over and opened the door. Sure enough, he saw that rebellious short-haired girl. She leaned against the door with a seductive face, staring at him intently. "What do you need from me?" What happens when a freshly released, handsome, and lazy gentleman meets a steel-hearted straight girl? Xiao Qima thought his appearance would at least make the girl blush and her heart race. Unexpectedly, Lu Mian looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Mr. Xiao, can I borrow a pair of chopsticks?" Young Master Xiao doubted if he had heard correctly. Only when he noticed the girl's expression remained unchanged did he calmly adjust his robe. This girl probably had no interest in him. He estimated his male charm value in front of her was just that of a neighbor. He turned around calmly and walked into the room. "Wait a moment. Come in and have a seat." Lu Mian stood at the door without moving. She briefly scanned the interior decoration of his house. It was all in cold black, white, and gray tones, looking rather unsettling. Soon, Xiao Qima came out with a pair of wooden chopsticks. Lu Mian sincerely thanked him and was about to take them. But the man held onto the chopsticks tightly. He stared at her and suddenly asked, "Do you know where the mysterious person is?" Lu Mian's eyes were clear, seeming a bit confused. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Qima stepped forward, leaning close to her ear, and whispered, "The mysterious person who rescued you. Codename 13. Lu Mian raised a finger and gently pushed him away. "You're looking for the mysterious person. What does that have to do with me?" She turned and went into her own apartment. Xiao Qima cursed inelegantly under his breath. Ungrateful little one. But his face showed no emotion. Could she really not know the whereabouts of the mysterious person? Would the mysterious person contact her again? At this moment, Yi Jingwen rushed out from the dining room. "Seventh brother, we only have 2 pairs of chopsticks. You gave 1 pair to Lu Mian. How are we going to eat?" Xiao Qima glanced at him. He calmly returned to his seat. He automatically picked up the only pair of chopsticks and started eating. Yi Jingwen had 10,000 alpacas running through his mind. Damn, what a scumbag. The fish bones Xiao Qima picked out were neatly arranged together. It was a perfect display of OCD and perfectionism. Yi Jingwen, with his baby face, looked across the table. "By the way, seventh brother, how should we approach Lu Mian?" Xiao Qima slowly asked him back. "Have you ever thought about why she asked to borrow a pair of chopsticks from me?" Yi Jingwen immediately became gossipy. "I hadn't thought of that. Chopsticks symbolize 1 life, 1 world, 1 pair. Could you be hinting at something?" A smile touched Xiao Qima's eyes. "That's an interesting interpretation. It makes me want to investigate her thoroughly. Who would have thought that a sweet and likable girl could have such darkness inside?" Lu Xinruan and Lu Mian had a good relationship. Using the excuse that a teacher needed to see her, she mercilessly pushed her into the abyss. She handed her over to some thugs. The classmates only noticed Sui Yuan was missing when they were arranging seats. Lu Mian, who had just walked into the classroom, felt something was amiss. office. He quickly found a table and pressed a few buttons. The phone, which was originally in tablet form, instantly transformed into a mini computer. He rapidly typed on the projected keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. Lu Xinhuan pretended to casually walk by him, a bit curious about what he was doing. How could he operate such a complex device? 3 minutes later, the surveillance located Yongxing Bar. Sui Yuan was seen helplessly kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a few thugs. Lu Mian didn't have time to think. She pulled out her phone and rushed out. Meanwhile, Yi Jingwen, who was drinking tea, suddenly brightened up. He quickly woke up Xiao Qima, who was napping on the sofa, pointing at the computer excitedly. He said he just discovered a signal from the mysterious person 13. Although weak, it definitely flashed. Xiao Qima narrowed his eyes and asked where. Yi Jingwen's expression was strange as he said, "Right in your residential area." Xiao Qima thoughtfully picked up his coat. He stood up and elegantly adjusted his glasses. "Let's go." At this moment, Lu Mian was speeding towards Yongxing Bar on a cool black motorcycle. She found Sui Yuan in the dark alley behind the bar. As she took off her helmet, she narrowed her eyes. A few delinquent thugs in the alley were about to do something nefarious when they turned and saw Lu Mian. They suddenly perked up. "Damn, this chick's face. Today we can go for the lowly style too." Lu Mian casually tossed her helmet, which landed steadily on the motorcycle's rearview mirror. She walked step by step towards Sui Yuan. Sui Yuan, already scared stiff, collapsed on the ground looking at the girl as if a deity had descended. Lu Mian crouched down to wipe away the tears on her face, comforting her not to be afraid. Yi Jingwen drove Xiao Qima towards their residence. They happened to spot Lu Mian confronting the thugs in the alley. Surprised, he said, "Isn't that little Mian? What's she doing there?" Xiao Qima, sitting in the back seat, said with an absolute tone, "Get out of the car." Yi Jingwen straightened up. "Weren't we supposed to go find the mysterious person? Why are we looking for Lu Mian now?" Xiao Qima's voice carried a hint of irritation. "Do I need to invite you to get out?" Yi Jingwen had no choice but to quickly turn off the engine. In the time it took them to get out of the car, Lu Mian had taken out an earpiece from her pocket, put it on Sui Yuan, and helped her stand up. The thugs opposite hadn't realized the danger yet. Instead, they became more arrogant. "A little girl? You want to fight us? Brothers, let's give her a chance. Come on." Before they could finish speaking, Lu Mian had already moved. A kick to the head, a kick to the groin, a kick to the stomach. All were one-hit kills. The thugs' screams of agony echoed through the air. Lu Mian cursed under her breath. Useless. Then she took off her jacket and put it on Sui Yuan. She let her out, but as soon as they left the dark alley, they found Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen watching them at the entrance. The expert, to rescue her friend, had just taken down 3 kidnappers with a single kick. She casually greeted Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen as if nothing had happened. Yi Jingwen's legs were trembling uncontrollably. "Big sis, were you the one who just massacred those newbies like a max-level player? Don't act like it's none of your business." "Okay." Xiao Qima spoke softly. "Your friend is injured. I have some medicine for external wounds. Let's go treat her." Lu Mian nodded and helped Sui Yuan into his car. Xiao Qima's eyes followed Lu Mian the entire time. Yi Jingwen, oblivious to the danger, leaned in and said, "This young man couldn't be Lu Mian's boyfriend, could he?" Xiao Qima shot him a cold glare. Frightened, he quickly ducked into the driver's seat. Lu Mian casually tossed the helmet to Xiao Qima. "I need to stay with her. The bike is yours for now. Help me ride it back." Yi Jingwen stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. In my lifetime, to see Mr. M.O. being ordered around, it's truly worth it. Xiao Qima held the helmet, the corners of his mouth slightly curving up. This little girl was becoming more and more interesting. The group returned to the apartment and settled Sui Yuan. Yi Jingwen suddenly said mysteriously, "You brought her here, so you should bandage this little brother." Xiao Qima sneered, turned, and walked away. "You do it. It's not like you don't know how. You might as well give her some psychological counseling too." Yi Jingwen looked exasperated. "I haven't been a surgeon for many years, okay?" But he still comforted Sui Yuan, diligently helping her bandage the wounds on her hands, asking if she was hurt anywhere else. Sui Yuan shook her head. Yi Jingwen poured her a glass of water, told her to rest well, then excitedly ran to Xiao Qima's side. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brother 7, she's a girl." Xiao Qima's eyes instantly lit up. "Take good care of that female student. I'll go check on Lu Mian. At this moment, Lu Mian was making a phone call in the hallway. Learning that the school's surveillance footage was missing, she felt this matter might not be simple. When Xiao Qima came out, she had just hung up. Their eyes met. Lu Mian said a low thank you, sounding somewhat irritated. Xiao Qima looked her up and down, seeing her hands patting her pockets as if searching for something. He smiled gently and offered an unopened pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Lu Mian looked up at him surprised. Xiao Qima inexplicably explained, I haven't smoked in a long time. Just in case. Lu Mian paused for a moment, but only took the lighter. I promised someone I'd quit. Then she lazily leaned against the wall, staring absently at the small flame of the lighter. She even ecstatically sniffed the scent of the lighter fluid. Xiao Qima's Adam's apple moved slightly. He kindly reminded her, lighter fluid contains butane. It's not good for your health. Lu Mian smiled faintly. It's not good, but it numbs the nerves. Makes people calm. Xiao Qima heard some complexity in her tone and asked, do you know that girl? It was the first time he wanted to understand a girl so much. He even missed the chance to look for the mysterious person because of her. She carelessly closed the lighter cap. Tossing it back to him, she said, I'm going in to check on Sui Yuan. Xiao Qima fiddled with the slightly warm lighter. A glimmer flashed in his deep eyes behind the golden glasses. Witnessing the girl's swift and decisive actions firsthand, for the first time, the young Master Xiao felt the urge to understand a girl. He even missed the chance to look for the mysterious number 13 because of her. After settling Sui Yuan, who had suffered some external injuries, Lu Mian hooked a chair with her foot and sat down. Don't worry, those guys have been taken by the police. Can you tell me what exactly happened at school? Sui Yuan lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. I just wanted to go for a walk. I didn't expect them to intercept me and take me to a bar. She thought to herself, if she told Mian Mian that his sister was behind this, would it put him in a difficult position? She decided to keep it from him for now. Lu Mian saw through her hesitation and knew she wasn't telling the whole truth. But he didn't expose her. He just said, don't be nervous. Next time, I'll take you to a bar. Sui Yuan mumbled softly. I'm actually older than you. You're the youngest among us. Lu Mian reached out and ruffled her short hair, smiling. I'm not small. I'm big. In the future, make sure to tell me if anything happens. The apartment next door is ready. Your fingerprints are set up. Go rest there when you're done. I need to go home for a bit. Seeing he was about to leave, Sui Yuan worriedly grabbed his hand. Don't fight anymore in the future. You'll get hurt. Lu Mian knew she was concerned about him, so he casually waved it off. They will, I won't. Seeing her frail, yet caring appearance, like a curly-haired cutie, he couldn't resist reaching out and ruffling her forehead hard. Before leaving, he winked at her, his heart cool and unrestrained with a touch of charm. Sui Yuan was stunned, her pale face visibly reddening. Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen, standing nearby, felt something was off about this scene. After Lu Mian left, Yi Jingwen eagerly approached Sui Yuan with a gossipy look. Sister, what's going on between you and Lu Mian? Sui Yuan smiled shyly. We're life and death friends. As Lu Mian waited for the elevator, Xiao Qima happened to come out of his apartment. He asked if she was leaving. Lu Mian nodded, saying she had to go back. Xiao Qima knew where she was going and pointed to his wrist, gesturing for her to check the time. Lu Mian lazily glanced up. That's an expensive watch, isn't it? Nice wrist too. Long used to her sarcastic remarks, Xiao Qima had grown accustomed to it. He shook his head helplessly. It's 10 p.m. Let me drive you. Lu Mian looked at him puzzled, not quite understanding his intention. Xiao Qima lifted the garbage bag in his hand. I need to take out the trash anyway. It's on the way. Lu Mian tilted her head and glanced at it, suddenly smiling. Mr. Xiao takes out his own trash? She suddenly leaned forward and lightly lifted the bag. Oh, how come it's empty? The eloquent young Master Xiao was caught off guard, momentarily embarrassed. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the elevator. Yi Jingwen, watching from behind, almost burst out laughing. I told you the trash excuse wouldn't work. Brother, she just wouldn't listen. Almost lost face there, didn't you? In the car, Lu Mian stared out at the night scenery, lost in thought. Xiao Qima tried to make conversation, asking if everything was okay at school. Lu Mian lazily replied that the kids were quite adorable. Xiao Qima said, your friend is called Sui Yuan, right? Yi Jingwen says her condition is unstable. She's quite fragile. Seems like Kunping School needs to improve in some areas. Lu Mian chuckled softly. I think so too. Sui Yuan's kidnapping can't be that simple. I must investigate it thoroughly. They chatted casually and soon arrived at the Lu family's house. Lu Mian got out but didn't close the door, leaning her arm on it and looking inside. Xiao Qima turned to look at her, wondering if the little girl had finally come around. However, before he could think further, he heard a sincere question. Mr. Xiao, how much for the ride? Xiao Qima waved his hand helplessly. Just go home. Go home, he thought to himself, realizing he had been overthinking things. After watching Lu Mian enter the house, he picked up his phone and called Yi Jingwen. I think Kunping School needs a dedicated disciplinary teacher. How about me? Yi Jingwen was so shocked he almost threw his phone. What are you talking about? The White Lotus sister was incompetent at everything except causing trouble. Back home, she pretended to be anxious and asked her mother if her sister had returned. Mother Lu looked confused. No, she hasn't. What has she done now? Lu Xinwan hesitantly said, Sister didn't ask for leave this afternoon. She went outside the school to look for a missing classmate. I'm so worried she might be in danger. Mother Lu immediately raised her voice. What does it have to do with her? What can she do as a student? Lu Xinwan shook her head. I don't know, but Sister probably meant well. Mother Lu's fiery temper flared up. I think she's doing it on purpose. She doesn't study properly, but is so eager about this kind of thing. She then glanced at Father Lu. Tonight, you need to be on my side. We must teach Lu Mian a lesson. It's bad enough that she doesn't study well herself, but she can't be allowed to affect New Anyuan. The teacher said the third year of high school is crucial. Parents must provide the best learning environment for their children. Everything must give way to the college entrance exam. Father Lu, scrolling on his phone, casually grunted in agreement. Lu Xinwan raised the corner of her lips triumphantly, hoping this time they could get rid of that jinx for good. When Lu Mian came back leisurely, Mother Lu took the initiative. I have something to say to you. Lu Mian coldly glanced at her, asking what she wanted to say. Mother Lu, intimidated by her gaze, immediately lost her momentum. Tell me, what do you want? You got into Kunping Middle School. It was your second uncle who went through great trouble and pulled strings at the Education Bureau to get you this opportunity. But why do you always skip classes and make people worry? Lu Mian threw her bag on the ground and asked. And then, Mother Lu continued through gritted teeth. If you're not going to study properly, I might as well not waste this money. We could use all the money to nurture New Anyuan instead. Wouldn't that be more valuable? Why don't you just drop out? Lu Xinwan pretended to be concerned and stepped forward to hold her mother's hand. Sister is only 19. What can she do if she doesn't go to school? How will Sister survive? Lu Mian chuckled softly. She casually put her arms around their shoulders. Stop acting. You both look tired. Then she picked up her bag again, headed upstairs, laughing as she walked. Your acting is good, but the script is terrible. No need to say more. I'm leaving this house. She then quickly packed a few of her usual things and walked towards the door. Mother Lu felt a pang in her heart and asked where she was going. Lu Mian turned her head and said calmly, just pretend I never came back. Then she closed the door resolutely and coldly. Mother Lu panicked and wanted to chase after her. Lu Xinwan quickly held her mother back. Don't be sad. Maybe Sister will come back in a few days. Mother Lu looked exasperated. This ungrateful child. She's going to be the death of me. Looking in the direction where Lu Mian disappeared, Lu Xinwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I hope you never come back. Our Lu family will no longer have a stain. Lu Mian suddenly froze when she reached the main gate. She looked up to see Xiao Qima leaning against his car, smiling as if waiting for her. The White Lotus sister, in order to drive away her sister, had been putting on various slanderous acts in front of their mother. After Lu Mian's relationship with her mother was completely ruined by her interference. As she approached, she asked why he hadn't left yet. Xiao Qimon naturally took her backpack and said, because I guess you might come out. He then opened the passenger door for her. Get in, I'll take you home. Lu Mian froze, holding onto the car door without moving. She repeated the word home in her mind. Where's her home now? Xiao Qima saw her hesitation. In the night breeze, he felt a strange pang of sympathy. He recalled what Yi Chiwen had said. The more carefree a person appears on the outside, the more hurt they are inside. After all, she was just a 19-year-old girl. Many of her peers were still their parents' little treasures, but she was blooming alone with resilient vitality. He also understood why the other 4 victims of the kidnapping case years ago had all ended up in a state of death. It was because they had been abandoned by their loved ones before. Even if they came back, they wouldn't receive love again. It was better to erase their personal information, change their identities, and start anew. Thinking of this, he called out to the girl, "Let's go." Lu Mian got into the car without saying anything. The car returned the way it came. In the quiet atmosphere, Xiao Qima casually said, "The mysterious person, number 13, is actually not bad." Lu Mian glanced at him indifferently, gesturing for him to continue. Seeing no unusual reaction on her face, Xiao Qima continued, "The mysterious person saved you and gave new identities to the other 4 people. In fact, he understands human nature better than anyone. Honestly, he's one of the people I admire. It's clear that he has a kind heart." Lu Mian's eyes showed a complex expression, knowing he definitely had something to say. Sure enough, young Master Xiao hesitantly spoke. "Do you want to live with a new identity? You don't need the mysterious person's help. I can give you a new identity too." Lu Mian saw that he wasn't joking. She laughed carefreely. "What new identity?" "Mrs. Xiao." Xiao Qima glanced at her and said teasingly, "Well, that's not impossible." Lu Mian smiled even more brightly, waving her hands, "But I don't like long-distance relationships. A student and a working adult, that's too distant." Xiao Qima was also amused and said, "I can change that." When Lu Mian looked at him in confusion, the man had already stopped talking and focused on driving. But she vaguely felt that he might be up to something. "Does your school have such a beauty queen?" "Always following the school heartthrob, but he doesn't seem to care about her. I heard the disciplinary teacher has been replaced. Is it because Sui Yuan was kidnapped before?" "They say Sui Yuan was found by Lu Mian. I wonder what happened between them." People were confused and came to ask, "Su Ju, young Master Su, what's going on?" Su Ju shook his head, his gaze finally turning towards Sui Yuan's direction. What relationship did he have with Lu Mian? And why did Lu Xinwan treat Sui Yuan that way? Thinking of this, Su Ju walked straight out of the classroom. Lu Xinwan had been quietly observing him. Seeing him rush out, she quickly put down her pen and followed. The class immediately started teasing. "The goddess is following her husband again. They're really in love, aren't they?" Lu Xinwan stood in front of Su Ju, asking gently and gracefully, "Su Ju, where are you going? Class is about to start." Su Ju turned to look at her, his voice flat, and asked a strange question. "Lu Xinwan, do you understand your sister?" Hearing him focus on another girl, especially her sister, the little happiness she felt earlier when Lu Mian was sent away vanished completely. "Su Ju, what's wrong?" Lu Mian has always been strange since childhood. She's not close to us either. Few people understand her. Lu Xinwan then shook her head helplessly. "Moreover, she's cut ties with us now." Su Ju frowned. "Why are you targeting Sui Yuan?" Lu Xinwan froze upon hearing this unexpected question. Lu Xinwan felt extremely wronged, her eyes immediately turning red. "Su Ju, I don't know about these things. How can you say that about me?" Su Ju remained silent, lacking warmth and showing more indifference. "Don't think I don't know anything." Leaving these 3 words, he walked towards the teaching building. On the other side, a skinny boy and a chubby one, with a manga-like beautiful girl between them, were walking towards the school library. "Sister, that's the art building, that's the administration building, and that's the back mountain." Fat Hao pointed out various places as they walked. Lu Mian pointed towards the back mountain and asked, "What's over there by the back mountain?" Mentioning this, Shou Hao lowered his voice cautiously. "Sister, there's a forbidden area on the back mountain. We absolutely can't go there." Lu Mian became interested, her clear eyes saying, "I want to go." Shou Hao helplessly continued to explain, "There's a pavilion on the back mountain. That pavilion is particularly eerie. After entering, people involuntarily start shaking, their hearts race, and they have difficulty breathing. It's like an invisible hand is choking you. The school doesn't allow students to go near it. They've even set up high-voltage electric fences. They say there's something unclean buried under the pavilion. Things. So it seems every school has some supernatural rumors. Kunping School is no exception." Lu Mian's eyes brightened even more. "You guys go back. I'm going to the back mountain." "Sister, you can't go. If you're going, we should accompany you." Lu Mian had no such intention. She walked far away, waving her hand at them. Lu Mian arrived at the back mountain. Without much effort, she found the legendary eerie pavilion. She slowly approached it. Closing her eyes, she carefully sniffed the air around. The kidnapper's last disappearance point was right here. The specific location wasn't small, and their purpose for coming here was unknown. If she wanted to investigate the truth about the kidnapping, she would need to carefully inspect the entire school. No potentially problematic detail could be overlooked. However, before she could sense anything, she heard composed footsteps from behind, along with an elegant and gentle male voice. The person said, "Lu Mian, I'm here. Want to go in?" It's none of your business. Mr. Xiao, why are you at our school? Lu Mian was slightly confused. She asked. Xiao Qima smiled elegantly. Slowly rolling up his shirt sleeves, he introduced himself. I'm your new disciplinary teacher. Teacher Qima. Lu Mian didn't understand his intention and stopped walking, but she still obediently said, Hello, Teacher Qi. I'm not a teacher. Hello, Director Qi. Xiao Qima smiled with satisfaction. From now on, I'll be in charge of your discipline. You'd better behave. A few minutes earlier, Principal Zhang had escorted Xiao Qima down from the office, showing extremely respectful attitude. Mr. Xiao, have you really decided? Principal Zhang, please call me Director Qi. Principal Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Xiao, would you reconsider? Such an important figure coming to our school as a mere disciplinary director. No te achem, no lectures, no salário. Just asking to be a disciplinary director. Are all the big shots you invite this free? Principal Zhang? Principal, don't you want to resolve the issue with the pavilion on the back mountain? Xiao Qima calmly retracted his hand and pushed up his glasses. Principal Zhang immediately yielded. Director Qi, when would it be convenient for you to start work? Xiao Qima was about to say in a couple of days, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a certain girl not far away. The girl was tall and slender, beautiful and delicate. Even standing in a crowd, she was the first one he noticed. Her deep, dark eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were tinged with an indescribable emotion. In a low, sexy voice, he calmly said, I can start work now. Principal Zhang looked puzzled. Have you ever seen a student earn 15 million with just a flick of their fingers? And this is the second time he's earned 15 million. On this side, Lu Mian was increasingly unable to understand his words. She glanced at him, and the man's inexplicable complex expression made her straighten up. Perplexed, Lu Mian shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Director Qi, I'm going back to class. Good girl. Xiao Qima praised her approvingly, then leaned in slightly. The girl humbly asked for advice. I'm not very familiar with Wuqing. Could you recommend a restaurant for lunch? Go to Xdu is more useful than me. Still maintaining her deadpan style. I suppose you also don't want similar incidents like Sui Yuan's to happen again in the future. As the newly appointed disciplinary director, may I have the honor of asking you to welcome me? At the mention of Sui Yuan's name, Lu Mian's expression softened. It's just a meal. Meet me at the school gate after classes. After saying this, she kicked at small pebbles on the ground and walked away leisurely. Xiao Qima glanced at her thin figure, then at the pavilion surrounded by high-voltage electric fences. His gaze grew more profound. This place is indeed unusual. Last time you earned 11 million, this time 15 million. Su, you're truly a genius. The future god of the financial world. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking the entire class. Everyone became noisy. A circle of people quickly surrounded Suju, their eyes shining. Suju was internally surprised and excited, but his face remained as calm as usual. It's nothing special. Su, how about I organize a celebration for you at lunch? Xie Huiyang said generously. Suju, having made money, was inwardly delighted and waved his hand, saying, I should treat everyone to a meal. Those who have time, let's have lunch together. Su had spoken. We're having a meal together. Who's going? Come and sign up with me quickly. Xie Huiyang, who usually had a good relationship with Suju, voluntarily took on this task. Suju ignored this, looking at the large sum deposited on his phone, somewhat dazed. With these two stock trading records, his grandfather should view him differently now, right? Lu Xinhuan never imagined that her idol would come to her desk under the watchful eyes of the entire class. Lu Xinhuan's heart began to race, suppressing the anticipation in her heart. Come over at noon, Suju said flatly. Before Lu Xinhuan could be happy for even a second, he added, bring Lu Mian along. Lu Xinhuan's beautiful, bright face instantly froze. Her hand under the desk clenched tightly. She seemed to nod very reluctantly. All right, I'll try. Others couldn't understand their conversation, but they were curious. Who was Lu Mian? It seemed as if Lu Xinhuan was only invited as an afterthought. Lu Xinhuan casually agreed, but in her heart, she harbored another grudge against Lu Mian. He had already driven Lu Mian away, so why was she still haunting him like this? She was even more arrogantly rampaging in his world. If that's the case, fine, let Lu Mian go. This time, he wanted to make Lu Mian thoroughly understand just how big the gap between them was. Lu Xinhuan then sent a message to Fu Man. Mom, Suju made another 15 million from stock trading. He's treating me to lunch, so I won't be coming home. However, Suju seems to have an issue with sister. Could you ask sister to come too? Let her take this opportunity to properly apologize to Suju. Fu Man quickly replied, "Don't worry, Nuanyuan. Mom will call your sister right away. We can't let your sister ruin Suju's impression of you." After school, Lu Mian also got into the car. Yi Jingwen was driving, with Lu Mian and Xiao Qima sitting in the back. After exchanging greetings and giving the address, the car fell into dead silence. Xiao Qima put down his finance magazine and tried to make small talk. "Did you book a private room?" Lu Mian nodded. "Yes, I did. Was it easy to book?" "It was." Yi Jingwen, driving in the front, inwardly marveled at the awkward conversation. When the cool Uncle Mo met his niece Lu Mian, the change in tone made him want to laugh out loud. The car arrived at the entrance of MMG. Xiao Qimo received the call and went in first, while Yi Jingwen went to park the car. Lu Mian, carrying her backpack, sauntered towards the restaurant. Before she could set foot on the steps, a familiar voice called out from behind. Suju approached from behind, squinting his eyes as he called out to her. He was quite surprised that Lu Mian had come. Lu Xinwan also thought Lu Mian had come for the appointment, secretly feeling smug. A moment later, she stood beside Suju with a few of her girlfriends, completely assuming the role of the hostess. "Sister, you're here?" Around the green tea girl, there were always a few little followers. They asked who this Lu Mian was. Lu Xinwan didn't explain in detail, only vaguely saying that Lu Mian had offended Suju and was here to apologize. Everyone seemed to understand, and their attitude towards Lu Mian cooled. Suju's previously rejected mood improved a lot. He thought that after all, she was a girl, probably shocked by his stock trading abilities. This was a good thing. He also regained the dignity of being the young master of the Su family. Suju made a gesture of invitation. "Let's go in together. I've booked a private room." Lu Mian was quite bewildered. So this is what they mean by enemies meet on a narrow road. Looking at the crowd of students staring at her, and the various ill-intentioned gazes, she felt a headache coming on. Impatiently rubbing her temples, she sneered. "Who do you think you are?" 6 words floated in the sky, leaving all the students dumbfounded. Lu Xinwan stepped forward, graceful and poised. "Lu Mian, Suju is kindly inviting you to dinner. Since you're here, you should put aside your attitude." Zeng Na, clinging to his arm flatteringly, chimed in. "Our young master Su made over 10 million today. He's calling you here to give you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Stop acting so high and mighty. If you were truly above it all, you wouldn't come to a place like this." Yeah, not just anyone can come to a place like this. Lu Mian thought of Fu Man's phone call. She understood now. She curled her lips slightly, suddenly smiling mischievously. "Hold on, I'm here to treat someone to dinner. I'm in private room number 1. What about you?" Private room number 1 was the most prestigious room here, always reserved for special VIP guests. Lu Xinwan looked toward Suju. "Suju, we booked," believing that with the Su family's wealth, they would surely outdo Lu Mian this time. But Suju's face was extremely uncomfortable. He hesitated for a long while before finally speaking through gritted teeth. "We're in a regular private room." Lu Xinwan's face was also filled with disbelief. She had intended to embarrass Lu Mian, but instead, she ended up losing face herself. How could Lu Mian have the qualifications to go to such a high-end private room? And who was the important guest inviting her? Lu Mian, there's really no need to tell such lies. It's pointless. She shook her head. However, just as everyone was organizing their words for the next wave of attack, a handsome young man with a gentle demeanor walked up to Lu Mian's side. "Little Mian Mian, what are you standing around for? Come in quickly. 7th brother is waiting for us." Yi Jingwen approached from behind, calling Lu Mian affectionately. Seeing that this group seemed to be giving Lu Mian a hard time, he chivalrously shielded her behind him. In a slightly cold tone, he said, "Young Master Su, do you have business with our little Mian Mian?" Under his somewhat cold gaze, Suju finally regained his senses. He spoke with difficulty, extremely respectfully, "Mr. Yi." He had the self-awareness to voluntarily step aside, because no matter how wealthy or powerful the Su family was, they couldn't compare to the Jing family. Lu Xinwan suppressed her dissatisfaction and stepped forward to quietly ask Suju, "Who is that?" "Ye Vingven. Doctor Ye? Doctor Ye." Lu Xinwan's eyes flickered slightly, remembering something. He was clearly an elegant and refined man, but extremely shocked. Yet his behavior at this moment was like a big bad wolf bullying a little rabbit. After Lu Mian walked away, the surrounding classmates became interested. They were now willing to listen to some gossip. So he's Lu Mian's psychologist? I heard Lu Mian has been in therapy for a long time, but hasn't recovered. Wonder what illness it is. In private room number 1, Xiao Qima was already seated. Seeing Lu Mian and Yi Jingwen walk in one after another, Xiao Qima was the first to notice her abnormality. What's wrong? The man was as elegant as ever. Yi Jingwen secretly glanced at Lu Mian, who was focused on playing her game, and walked to Xiao Qima's side, whispering a few words. Lu Mian wasn't interested in their whispers and didn't even lift an eyelid. But soon, Xiao Qima's voice, elegant yet with a hint of coldness, rang out. "Wake up, boss." "Got it." Yi Jingwen responded cheerfully and ran out to execute the order. Lu Mian simply sprawled on the sofa, resting her eyes. Xiao Qima noticed her mood change and sat up slightly straighter, smiling strategically. "How come you're not playing on your phone in front of the head teacher now?" Lu Mian chuckled lightly, not opening her eyes. "We're off campus now." As soon as Qi Zhuren finished speaking, he felt a shadow over his head. He lazily opened his eyes. Xiao Qima was leaning over the sofa, his body slightly tilted. He was perfectly enclosing Lu Mian on the sofa. He looked down at this unruly girl from above, with a hint of aggression. Lu Mian's heart skipped a beat. This guy was a bit handsome. If I caught you at school, I'd have to search you and confiscate your phone. He was clearly an elegant and refined man, but extremely shocked. Yet his behavior at this moment was like a big bad wolf bullying a little rabbit. Perhaps instinctively feeling that this man wouldn't harm her, she kept allowing him to get closer. Outside the private room, 2 sets of footsteps were heard. Xiao Qima and Lu Mian stood up at the same time. Due to the difference in their rising speed, Lu Mian's forehead accidentally brushed against Xiao Qima's chin. That momentary touch, though cold, ignited a certain spark. It made the 2 bigwigs squint at each other, neither able to read the other's thoughts. At that moment, the door opened. Yi Jingwen was bringing the owner of MMG over. In an instant, he saw these 2 standing still in place, their postures as stiff as if they were being punished. It was very puzzling. "Mr. Qi, what can I do for you?" Xiao Qima smiled gently. "Manager you. Cancel the private room booked by the Su family today. I'll cover the loss tenfold." A group of over 10 people stood awkwardly at the entrance of MMG, staring at each other in confusion and bewilderment. "Suju, what's going on?" Lu Xinwan worried. The meal was a small matter, but being kicked out felt extremely embarrassing and humiliating. The classmates who had hoped to tag along and enjoy MMG's food looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Could it be Lu Mian? Lu Xinwan intentionally guided. Suju's gaze moved from the MMG sign to Lu Xinwan. "Why do you always target her? First, you falsely accuse Lu Mian of having a mental illness, and now you're trying to make me hate her. Some people aren't as simple as you think. You'd better be careful." At this moment, he was too lazy to warn her further. He just thought that this time, they had probably really offended someone. The earlier satisfaction from stock trading had now completely vanished. In the afternoon, Xiao Qima drove Lu Mian back to school and only left with Yi Jingwen after seeing her enter the classroom. Yi Jingwen kept following him. "Seventh brother, why did you call me over today?" Xiao Qima pointed towards the office building, his tone indifferent. "I've arranged a new task for you. Be a good head teacher in my place." This serious tone almost made Yi Jingwen faint. "Seventh brother, don't go too far. You're the one who wanted to be the head teacher. Why are you dragging me into this? Can't I handle my own clinic?" Xiao Qima looked back at him, his expression calm and voice steady. Someone who's been controlled by a patient has no right to continue being a psychologist. Damn, it was just once. Mian is too smart, not that I'm incompetent. They had a separate office. The environment was quite peaceful, clearly carefully arranged by the school. Yi Jingwen, bored, opened the campus forum and browsed casually. A highly popular post caught his attention on the front page. "Be wary of people with mental illnesses around you." Damn, Yi Jingwen finally cursed it out loud. Patients are already suffering, and now they're being publicly criticized. This is a double injury to patients. Just as he was angrily preparing to reply to the post, he suddenly found that the page wouldn't open. "Oh, seventh brother, you deleted the post?" The boss remained silent, which was as good as confirmation. Yi Jingwen leaned over the desk towards Xiao Qima, his face full of curiosity. "Seventh brother, you seem different towards Lu Mian. Is it just because she's the only clue to finding the mysterious person? You're standing up for her, sending her home, and now quietly deleting posts. This isn't like your style. His words were sharp. Xiao Qima had already stood up, his long fingers casually draping his suit jacket over his shoulders. I'm the head teacher. These are all part of my duties, he said as he walked out of the office. Yi Jingwen was speechless. You made me leave my psychology clinic and tricked me into coming to Kunping School. This isn't what you said before. In the campus forum, posts about Lu Mian were like ripples on a lake. After causing slight disturbances on the surface, they quickly returned to calm. Before more people could see it, Xiao Qima swiftly and decisively deleted the post. However, while you can control the internet, you can't control people's mouths. Rumors about Lu Mian having a mental illness quickly spread throughout the grade. Several parents even jointly called the school, demanding that the administration must expel this potentially dangerous student. Otherwise, they claimed their children's safety couldn't be guaranteed. They insisted on her withdrawal. However, Lu Mian, at the center of the incident, seemed unaffected. Nianji, don't take these things to heart. The stuff on the forum is all nonsense. Who could tolerate such verbal abuse? Mianji, they're just jealous of your beauty. This comment made Lu Mian chuckle softly. He stopped twirling the pen in his hand and gently rubbed it against his cheek. He nodded seriously. They should be jealous. Across from him, Shouhao's cheeks turned bright red. Beautiful, beautiful, too beautiful. But that post has been deleted now. Not many people saw it. He struggled to find his voice. Who deleted it to help me? Could it be him? Lu Mian was puzzled. He got up and walked to the bathroom, secretly texting Lin to inquire. But Lin replied that he knew nothing about this. If it wasn't his people, who could it be? In the bathroom, groups of girls huddled together. When they saw Lu Mian, they all moved far away in clusters, as if he were a plague that could infect them at any moment. One girl who seemed to have long disliked Lu Mian bravely stepped forward. Lu Mian, stop scaring them. If you're sick, you shouldn't be out frightening people. Lu Mian put away his phone. Already irritated, he turned to see a girl gesticulating at him with sharp words. Lu Mian took 2 steps towards the girl. She trembled a bit, but still held her ground, neck stiff. Her friends behind her tugged at her clothes, warning her to be careful. Are you having an episode? Don't do anything rash. The school won't let you off. Lu Mian looked at these weak, yet verbally aggressive schoolgirls and suddenly curved his lips in a cold, vicious smile. He leaned slightly towards them. The girls were terrified and started screaming uncontrollably. Lu Mian was quite innocent. If he had really acted, these people wouldn't even be able to make a sound. Stop screaming, he said irritably, rubbing his temples. His clear, cold eyes looked at the girls. He slowly spoke. Do you know why God gave people a pair of ears, a pair of eyes, but only one mouth when creating humans? The girls were confused. To see more, hear more, and talk less. Lu Mian slowed his speech, eyes narrowed darkly. Absolutely powerful people can do whatever they want. The girls were shocked by his aura and fled the bathroom. As Lu Mian walked out, he saw a distinguished man standing at the corner. He was leaning lightly against the stair railing, his expression aloof and distant, arms crossed. He calmly looked towards Lu Mian, as if he had anticipated his exit. His eyes showed no surprise. Head teacher, Lu Mian paused as he walked over, calmly and innocently explaining, I didn't touch them. Xiao Qima paused, then lightly said, it's all right, brushing off the topic. It wasn't clear if he meant this incident was all right, or if hitting someone would have been all right. Why not tell others the truth? Xiao Qima asked quietly. She was a victim of the 726 incident, an innocent person who was abandoned. She finally came back, only to face malicious speculation from others. Lu Mian waved at Xiao Qima. Teacher Qi, it's time for class. You wouldn't want to delay students' lessons, right? Xiao Qima nodded reluctantly, then quickly added. The post was published by someone with the ID phone number 6666. The owner's name is Lu Xinwan. Lu Mian's steps faltered. He turned back with understanding in his eyes. He knew. Xiao Qima watched Lu Mian return to the classroom, then went back to his office. Yi Jingwen was waiting for him with a gossipy look. How was it? Did you go comfort student Lu Mian again? He thought with a smile. Now Qi Ji is probably only Lu Mian's personal guidance counselor. At this moment, Lu Xinwan's voice came over the broadcast. Xiao Qima's expression remained neutral. Go carry out a task. Another task? When Yi Jingwen heard the content, his baby face fell. He had no choice but to hurry to the school broadcast room. In the broadcast room, the junior girl was startled when Yi Jingwen knocked. So handsome. Yi Jingwen whispered a few words to her, and she left happily. Lu Xinwan looked at Yi Jingwen in confusion. Do you need something? Yi Jingwen leaned on the table with both hands, his baby face smiling. Miss Lu, I heard you spread the news about my doctor-patient relationship with Lu Mian. Yi Jingwen was smiling as he spoke, but his expression was quite scary. Lu Xinwan had never seen such a stance before. She knew he was a famous psychologist and was momentarily stunned. When she reacted, her eyes immediately turned red. Dr. Yi, you misunderstood me. She seemed to be extremely wronged. Ye Vingven Skofut. This girl might be young, but her acting was quite good. It's a shame you're not in the entertainment industry. Miss Lu, I have a friend who's an actor. Want me to introduce you to the business? Yi Jingwen rolled his eyes ungracefully and sat on the desk. Tell me, why do you want to hurt Lu Mian like this? What are you talking about? Lu Xinwan looked at Yi Jingwen pitifully, but Yi Jingwen's face remained cold. As Lu Xinwan and Lu Mian are twin sisters, do you think I don't know that you've never mentioned your relationship with Lu Mian to others? How much do you despise her? Yes, Lu Mian and I are indeed twin sisters. As if it was hard to say, Lu Xinwan gritted her teeth to speak. Dr. Yi, since you know everything, you should understand that Lu Mian is indeed not normal. She has indeed received psychological treatment from you. If you're blaming me for revealing this information, you're really blaming the wrong person. I didn't lie. Even I, as a psychologist, haven't diagnosed her, yet you're so capable that you directly labeled her as having a mental illness. Look at her. Does she seem normal to you? Lu Xinwan spoke more and more righteously. Then as a professional psychologist, let me tell you that Lu Mian is very normal, Yi Jingwen said firmly. On the contrary, you're her twin sister, yet you're slandering her behind her back. You posted about her on the campus forum for everyone to discuss. I think you're the one with a twisted mind. Lu Xinwan, after being rebuked, bit her lip and thought hard. Doktor Ye, not slandering her. She's the one full of flaws. My dad and mom don't like her. Everyone in the family despises her. Do you still think she's normal? Ye Vingven Sinidet. Then let me ask you, does your Lu family still have any familial affection? Others might not know the inside story of the 726 kidnapping case 2 years ago, but you, Lu Xinwan, your Lu family, how could you not know? Lu Xinwan suddenly froze, staring blankly at Yi Jingwen. His cold, icy eyes made her heart tremble violently. The inside story of the kidnapping case was a taboo that their Lu family swore never to speak of. Meanwhile, Kunping School was in an uproar. Their entire conversation had been broadcast completely, shocking all the students. It was as if they had stumbled upon some big secret. My God, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to script this. In an instant, Lu Xinwan's image as the sweet goddess crumbled to pieces. In class 25 of the first year of high school, Pang Hao and Shou Hao excitedly pointed at the classroom's broadcast speaker. They rushed to Lu Mian in shock. Mianji, you're actually twins with the school beauty? But you two look completely different. Lu Mian casually twirled his pen. Fraternal twins. Why did she frame you? She looked so pure. Yeah, Mianji, what's this 726 kidnapping case? Is it that nationwide incident from 2 years ago? What's the inside story? Everyone was discussing, and their attitudes towards Lu Mian had somewhat changed. Quiet, quiet. Let's hear what Lu Xinwan says next. The classroom fell silent as a mouse, everyone listening intently for gossip. While everyone was discussing their affairs, Lu Mian, the person involved, seemed like an outsider. He just felt it was noisy around him. He was thinking, what the hell is going on now? Deleting posts, finding paths, Xinwan's probing. Probably all that man's work. His lips twitched slightly. His cold gaze looked out the window, somewhat absent-minded. Being cared for like this seemed not bad. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Lu Xinwan seemed to grow more resentful and agitated as she spoke. Dr. Yi seems to know quite a bit. He spoke leisurely. Yes, the 726 kidnapping case. It indeed wasn't that simple. At that time, the kidnappers took both me and Lu Mian. They asked our parents to raise money to ransom us. 5 million for one person, 10 million for both. Without money, you can't save people. Lu Xinwan finished with a sinister tone, seemingly with a hint of pride. My family only raised 5 million. Parents could only choose one child between the two. Lu Mian was never likable since childhood. No one could control him. So why should he deserve mom and dad's choice? The child our parents love is me. The first one they wanted to save was, of course, me. I heard your second uncle's family is quite wealthy. This was what Yi Jingwen couldn't understand. If they borrowed money, it shouldn't have been that difficult. Dr. Yi, you're too naive. My second uncle's family is rich, but that's their money. Mom and Dad had already borrowed nearly 5 million from them. How could they ask for 10 million more? Even if we saved Lu Mian, could he earn 5 million in his lifetime to repay the debt? What about my dad, my mom, and me? How would we live? Yi Jingwen had to admit this reasoning because they worried Lu Mian couldn't repay and feared the debt would burden their whole family. They gave up. A child. That's a life. He couldn't imagine how desperate Lu Mian must have felt when he heard his birth parents say they would save his sister. They could have borrowed money if they just put aside their so-called face. They had the ability, but chose not to save. This nature is completely different from being unable to. Lu Mian's emotions are so stable now. He's already very kind, okay? Have you ever thought that he actually wanted to live too? Yi Jingwen's voice was a bit hoarse. Who doesn't want to live? What did I do wrong? Lu Xinwan smiled helplessly. Look, isn't he living well now? Yi Jingwen opened his mouth. He was completely speechless. The whole family, except for Lu Mian, was truly bizarre. He didn't want to say anything more to Lu Xinwan. He left the broadcast room in disgust. Lu Xinwan steadied herself, as if she had fought a difficult battle. In the end, she smiled victoriously. She let out a long sigh, planning to continue the broadcast. However, the junior girl walked in from outside, looking at Lu Xinwan with a strange expression. Lu Xinwan asked somewhat irritably, "What is it?" "Stop stammering. Senior Lu, is something wrong?" The junior girl spoke with difficulty. "Everything you just said was broadcast." Lu Xinwan was shocked. "What did you say?" Usually, it's the younger sister bullying the older sister. Today, the younger sister's little scheme was heard by everyone. Goddess Lu's heart is really big. She set up her own sister, and she can act like nothing happened. Exactly. If we hadn't heard her say these things ourselves, who would believe it? She kept saying Lu Mian had mental issues and wanted to kick him out of school. She even said she didn't know Lu Mian at all. Where's her face? If I were Lu Mian and I came back alive, the first thing I'd do is get revenge on Lu Xin. Lu Xinwan listened to these voices, tears streaming down her face. She had never been so humiliated, never lost face like this before. Looking at these classmates who usually flattered and praised her, she felt a mix of grief and anger, hating it immensely. She defended herself weakly. "How can you say this about me? I was kidnapped too. Am I not innocent? It was him who didn't want to acknowledge our relationship. It was never me who cut ties with the family." The class erupted in uproar, not believing her at all. Suju was also in the classroom listening to these discussions. Feeling a bit annoyed, he stood up from his seat and walked towards Lu Xinwan. "Suju, please help me speak up. It really has nothing to do with me. It's all Lu Mian's fault." However, Suju didn't even give her a glance. He walked past her. Only his cold voice lingered in the air. "I warned you. You didn't listen." Lu Xinwan bit her lip hard, shedding tears of humiliation and pain. Lu Xinwan is still playing the innocent victim. "I can't believe I used to think she was a goddess." At this time, school had just ended. There weren't many students left at the school gate. As he looked up, preparing to cross the road, on the other side, under the plane tree, stood an elegant and noble man. He had one hand in his pocket, his head slightly tilted. The sunset light shone on him, giving him a halo. It was like a pleasing painting. It made Lu Mian's right hand unconsciously raise up. Soon, the man across the street saw him. Across the road, the man reached out his right hand to him. His voice was clear and refreshing, seeping into the bones. "Mian, let's go home." This was the second time Lu Mian heard this word from Xiao Qima. It was also the second time he was dazed because of this word. He looked dazed, staring at the man across the street. It was as if he had returned to his kindergarten days. From Monday to Friday, his father would stand under an old locust tree at the school gate, waving to him and Lu Xinwan. "Mian, Mian, Wan Wan, let's go home for dinner." Just like Xiao Qima now, facing the sunset, bathed in golden light, Lu Mian unconsciously hugged himself and stepped forward. Suddenly, a figure fluttered in front of him. He stopped and looked at the newcomer. "Lu Mian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. This bouquet of roses is for you." The shy boy thrust a large bouquet of roses into Lu Mian's arms. His eyes were full of expectation and shyness. He wanted to say more but scratched his head, unable to say a word, and ran away. "Another one," Xiao Qima silently noted in his heart. He gazed at the girl walking towards him with the bouquet. He felt this wasn't the scenario he had imagined. He wanted to say something, but seeing her small face, too pale, the words that came out could only be concern. "Why are you here?" "To pick you up from school." The deputy director really cares about students, huh? He still had that carefree, playful demeanor. Actually, Xiao Qima wanted to care more about his health, but didn't want to be abrupt. Anyway, it's on my way. Xiao Qima's glasses froze. However, Xiao Qima's focus was on the flowers in his hand. Isn't it tiring to carry? Is there any use taking them home? Where do high school students get the money to buy such a large bouquet of roses? It must be their parents' hard-earned money. At such a young age, they already know how to give flowers to please girls. It's obvious he's a master of romance. As a guidance counselor, I'm not just for show. Achoo! Just as he was thinking this, the man suddenly sneezed. He took out a white handkerchief, rubbing his nose tip in confusion. Lu Mian frowned at him. Achoo! Achoo! 2 more sneezes. Even when sneezing, the man's natural perfect looks made this action appear elegant and composed, unhurried. Xiao Qima waved his hand. He politely covered his mouth and nose. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses showed a bit of apology. I think I'm allergic to pollen. Lu Mian shook slightly. He's acting quite convincingly. Without hesitation, she directly threw the roses into a nearby trash can. Is this okay now? It's fine. In my life, I've actually been cabineted by a girl. The 2 of them just walked into the elevator. Lu Mian adjusted her school bag and slowly walked in. Although Xiao Qima's face was pale, the light in his almond eyes was as bright as new. Xiao Qima felt a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I've been cabineted by a girl. Elegant and composed as Xiao Qima was, even he couldn't help but lose his composure at this moment. His heart skipped a beat. Her movement froze, allowing her to slowly approach. He counted her feather fan-like curled eyelashes, and her porcelain-like flawless skin kept magnifying. His feelings were extremely complex. He quickly saw the meaning in those clear eyes. He narrowed his eyes. What does she mean? In just a few seconds, Xiao Qima's emotions went through 1,000 turns. However, his self-control had always been strong. His face showed no change, and even his expression didn't reveal any abnormality. Only his tense male body reminded the girl that he was nervous. Lu Mian chuckled lightly, retracting her carefree mood. Instead, with a contemptuous tone, she seriously uttered like a little devil, each word clear. Excuse me, I need to press the elevator button. Xiao Qima's first reaction was to look back. When he saw the elevator buttons he was blocking behind him, the elegance on his face almost crumbled. Forcing a composed smile, he quickly reached out to press the elevator button. The elevator door opened with a ding, and he walked in first. Just when he thought he had avoided a major awkward situation, he heard a leisurely, playful voice floating from behind. Director Chi, I forgot to remind you. Those roses were all buds. There was no pollen. He was really foolish to think he could talk romance with a niece of Tan Bidong. Xiao Qima's elegant and refined face finally changed color. Little brat, he cursed silently. He reached out his long arm and directly pulled Lu Mian into the elevator. Perhaps it was unexpected or beyond expectations, but Lu Mian, who usually had top-notch reaction and combat skills, was caught off guard. Without warning, she was directly stuffed into his arms. The man who collided with Xiao Qima took the opportunity to turn around and corner her in the elevator. Lu Mian unexpectedly behaved docilely, only slightly bending her knees, still not standing properly. Xiao Qima sighed. Looking at her pale little face, he helplessly admitted defeat. I just wanted to say, what happened at school today was my doing. As the guidance counselor, I have to take responsibility for the students. Anonymously posting suggestive threads, passing notes during class. This is a warning to him, and also to clear your name. Lu Mian looked up, seeing his somewhat disbelieving expression. She probably didn't quite believe his first few sentences. As for the last sentence, she pursed her lips but didn't say anything in the end. The elevator reached the 8th floor in the blink of an eye. Lu Mian calmly pushed away Xiao Qima's arm and walked straight to her door without a sideways glance. Xiao Qima followed her out and turned his head to invite. Would you like to come to my place? No, my bed is more comfortable than your sofa. Lin had already arranged for his custom bed to be brought over. Lu Mian couldn't quite understand Xiao Qima's complex emotions, hesitating to speak, but she didn't have the energy to think much about it. She wanted to lie down. She urgently needed to lie down. She scanned her fingerprint and entered the room. Her body, which had been holding up, finally found a place to rest. She buried her head into the comfortable big bed. Pain all over her body. She raised her hand to look at the record on her electronic watch. She sighed. Sure enough, it was that time again. Lu Mian curled up on the bed, hugging the quilt. Soon, Lin's text message also arrived. Mian, brother, how's your body today? It's that time, right? Attached was a picture of a menstrual pain mushroom. Mian, today, Ling, relying on your monthly ordeal. I'll come find you. Nian, I have Jingjin Xiao family living next door. Don't show your faces. Ling seemed to pause for a long time on the other end. Finally, he sent a message. The elders at home say it won't hurt after having a child. Do you want to find someone to have one? Nian, get lost. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she finished sending this message. She casually threw the phone into the quilt. Her menstrual pain was killing her. This wasn't something she was born with, but an after effect from that kidnapping incident. Once a month, her body would inevitably suffer the torment of being torn apart, reassembled, torn apart again, and reassembled. She had regained her life, but she also had to pay the corresponding price. Perhaps for the rest of her life, she would have to endure this torture. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. It was Xiao Qima, and when Xiao Qima walked in, Lu Mian had already taken a deep breath and stood in front of him as if nothing was wrong. As if the person who had been in tearing pain just now wasn't her. Is there something? She crossed her arms, quietly leaning against the shoe cabinet. Xiao Qima self-mockingly said, I also have a day of being disliked by someone. He held up the MMG Health meal in his hand. My meal came to find my chopsticks. The man in front of her, described as a cultured rogue, was really very fitting. On the surface, he appeared to be a modest gentleman, but in reality, he was dark-hearted and shameless. She watched as the man placed the health meal on the table. He then took the liberty of going to the kitchen, taking out the pair of chopsticks he had borrowed, and placing them neatly on both sides of the seat. Lu Mian just watched his back without stopping him, but soon she heard his slow and heavy voice. With his back to her, he softly said, Lu Mian, if it hurts a lot, don't keep pretending. The girl's heart was inexplicably struck by something. The next second, the elegant man was already by her side, very gentlemanly, supporting her shoulder, leading her towards the bedroom. The paleness on her face had long proven that she wasn't feeling well. Under the pretext of delivering food, he just wanted to see how she was really doing. She was really unwell, yet still trying to put on a brave face, attempting to deceive him. What a little liar. Lu Mian, with complex emotions, was helped back to the comfortable big bed. Hugging the quilt, she said somewhat muffled, Don't think you understand me so well. Then how about some brown sugar water? Lu Mian paused for a moment. This man even knew about this. So her voice became even more muffled. Xiao Qima brought Lu Mian a cup of brown sugar water. He held it to her lips, letting her drink it down. From beginning to end, it was very gentlemanly care, neither too distant nor too close, just right. Perhaps because of this subtle care, she felt like it didn't hurt as much anymore. Was it an illusion? She felt a bit dazed. The vibration of the phone brought him back to his senses. Lu Mian dragged her body, trying to reach for the phone thrown on the bedside. But she found that the phone was first picked up by a man. She immediately narrowed her eyes, with a flicker of light and darkness in her eyes. Lu Jia, it should be your family calling. Lu Mian released the strength from her propped-up arm, the darkness in her eyes connecting. She said impatiently, hang up. Before she finished speaking, she was shocked to see Xiao Qima answer the call. Fu Man's near-roaring voice on the other end, even through the phone receiver, conveyed his earth-shattering emotions. Lu Mian, what did you do to your sister? Are you trying to ruin her? Did you deliberately make her unable to stay in school? I knew it. I knew you still hated us. I knew you wouldn't let us go. Fu Man's voice carried intense pain. He seemed to have suffered a major blow, and all the words penned up in his heart poured out at once. Lu Mian, the kidnapping case is over. It's been 2 years. Why do you still have to bring it up? Why do you still have to use others' sympathy to slander your sister? What does that incident have to do with her? She's so excellent, so kind. What did she do wrong? After the outburst, Fu Man noticed it was too quiet on this end. He shouted again, Lu Mian, say something. At this moment, Lu Mian not only didn't want to speak, but also wanted to smash the phone. How was Lu Xingwan doing? It was none of her business. Xiao Qima saw all the irritation on her face. He put the phone to his ear, his breath clear and cold. Hello, I'm Chi Mo, the director of studies at Kunping Middle School. Fu Man's uncertain voice came through. Excuse me, teacher, why is Lu Mian's phone with you? Fu Man felt quite embarrassed for a moment. After all, He could say those things in front of Lu Mian, but in front of a leading teacher, this attitude seemed inappropriate. If it further affected the teacher's view of Nuan Nuan, that would be even worse. He quickly corrected his attitude. "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't know it was you earlier. Did Lu Mian play with her phone during class, and you confiscated it?" Xiao Qima hummed expressionlessly. Meeting Lu Mian's puzzled gaze, he walked towards the living room with his hands in his pockets. "No, Lu Mian's performance is very good." "That's impossible," Fu Man said decisively. Xiao Qima didn't plan to dwell on this matter. Crossing his legs, he sat with one leg over the other. The dark impression under his eyes became more apparent. "Speaking of Lu Xinwan, I'd like to have a few words with you." After hearing this, Fu Man had lost all the energy he had at the beginning to question and accuse. He spoke very humbly. "Teacher, is there some misunderstanding here? How about this? Can I invite you for a meal when there's an opportunity?" Fu Man's attitude was very respectful, almost flattering the man. He glanced towards the bedroom direction, his voice particularly cold as he replied, "Certainly. Also, in the future, if there's any issue, come to me. Don't disturb my student." Then he hung up the phone. "The Lu family shouldn't bother you for a while now. I've taken care of everything for you. Rest well." If Lu Mian hadn't misheard, the tone in these words seemed to carry a hint of seeking credit and reward. She gently concealed the mischievous air of summer rain, her lips moving very sincerely. "Director Xiao, thank you." The man felt gratified. As he bent his knees preparing to sit down, he heard her calm and unruffled voice again. "Please leave. No need to see you out." Xiao Qima's movement paused in midair, but only for a moment. He brushed off non-existent wrinkles on his trousers and straightened up naturally. "Rest well." Xiao Qima lifted his foot and left Lu Mian's place. Passing by the dining room, he smiled helplessly at the two pairs of chopsticks on the table. Both pairs of his chopsticks were here. It was good that Lu Mian didn't take a day off. The next day, she came to school as usual, as if yesterday's events never happened. He behaved as he always did. His attitude towards classmates was still cold and distant, and he maintained that cynical demeanor with acquaintances. "Brother Nian, want to copy the test paper? It's due today." Pang Hao from the front row enthusiastically passed over, his fully filled test paper, quite confidently laying it in front of him. Lu Mian casually glanced over it, smirking mischievously. "No thanks, I don't want to copy a 12-point paper." Both of them were stunned and simultaneously asked the soul-searching question. "Brother Nian, how do you know this paper will get 12 points? Lu Mian nonchalantly twirled his pen. "Just a wild guess." At this moment, Lu Xianwan walked over and said to Lu Mian, "The monthly exam and physics competition are coming up soon. I hope you can still be this carefree then." Lu Mian turned back to look at Lu Xianwan, quite puzzled. What did his monthly exam have to do with her physics competition? But he couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Xianwan. He just said whatever and leisurely left with a few selected books. Lu Xianwan was furious inside. It took great self-control to maintain her outward composure. She silently made a resolution in her heart. This time, she must get first place in the competition. She wanted to use her academic performance to show everyone that she was much better than Lu Mian, that she was more worthy of being saved. Guazaheo, Yuan Hao, look at you too. Both got exactly 12 points. Do you think the teacher is stupid and can't see this is copied? If I catch you copying again, don't bother coming to my physics class. The two of them stared at the bright red 12 points on their papers, sinking into mysterious shock. So how did Brother Nian guess it? At this time, Lu Mian received a message from Sui Yuan on his phone. Mian, please participate in the physics competition. Just do it for me. I want to see what our Mian looks like in first place. Lu Mian stared at the text message, as if seeing Sui Yuan's bald head swaying, slyly smiling at him. He really couldn't do anything about it. Lu Mian, come to my office for a moment. Lu Mian rubbed his brow. Did Teacher Ding have nothing better to do than to keep an eye on him? He leisurely put his phone in his pocket, and with both hands in his pockets, he swaggered to the office. The monthly exam is tomorrow. How about I highlight some key points for you? Lu Mian's mood was quite complex. He casually tapped circles on the ground with his toe, calmly and lazily saying, Teacher Ding, I don't need it. His surge of enthusiasm got stuck in his throat. Several teachers walked into the office, forcing him to swallow it back. Teacher Ding, your computer is connected to the printer. Can you help us print the students' physics competition admission tickets? Lu Mian, with his attractive brows lowered, suddenly interrupted. His voice was flat. Teacher Ding, can I borrow your computer for a moment? Wait, let me print these admission tickets for these teachers first. Teacher, I have a question. It's quite urgent, Lu Mian persisted. What question? Ding Kai operated the computer while leaning over. It's this physics problem. Lu Mian quickly scribbled a string of text on paper and pushed it over. Ding Kai initially just glanced sideways, but when he saw this problem, his eyes lit up brightly. As a physics teacher, he was naturally interested in physics problems. You can use the computer. Let me look at this problem first. Ding Kai obligingly moved away from the computer. Lu Mian sat down, slightly adjusted the screen angle, and his fingers flew over the keyboard. All the physics teachers in the room gathered around Ding Kai. Those with pens took notes. Those calculating did calculations. For a moment, 5 or 6 teachers couldn't come up with an answer. This problem was quite interesting. At this moment, Lu Mian also finished. Teacher, I forgot to tell you. I signed up for the physics competition. Please help me print my admission ticket as well. Lu Xian looked at Lu Mian, surprised he dared to participate in the physics competition. Was he sure he wasn't just looking for punishment? This time, Lu Mian had actively come to compete. He shouldn't blame anyone if the results are embarrassing later. With this in mind, he lowered his head and began to rack his brains to solve the problems. While diagonally behind Lu Mian, Su Ju also noticed. His surprised colleague even looked at him twice. Since he appeared, his mind had been in chaos. He couldn't understand this girl at all. The more he knew, the more puzzled he felt. Like now, why did he suddenly appear in the competition exam room? Grandfather once said their Su family wasn't worthy of him. What did that mean? Thinking about these things, he wasn't in the mood for the exam anymore. The exam time passed quickly. A slender, tall figure had already walked to the podium. The invigilator asked uncertainly, looking down to confirm the time. There are still 2 hours before the exam ends. Lu Mian nodded, calmly spreading his paper on the podium. Without waiting for the invigilator's earnest plea to stay, he had already put one hand in his school uniform pocket, holding a pen in the other, and swaggered out. Finishing in just an hour, it was clear he was just going through the motions. However, soon after, someone else in the lecture hall left their seat and turned in their test paper early. The invigilator was quite puzzled, watching the 1.8-meter-tall boy leave. He picked up the 2 papers just turned in. One paper was only half done, while the other was completely filled. He shook his head helplessly. Lu Xian, after witnessing Lu Mian turn in his paper and watching Su Ju hastily leave the classroom, had nearly crumpled his draft paper in his hand. It was understandable that Lu Mian didn't know these questions and turned in early, but Su Ju's following departure gave him a sense of betrayal. When he tried to write, he couldn't solve any of the questions on the test paper. Su Ju chased after Lu Mian for several steps before stopping him. Why did you come to the competition? Lu Mian ignored him. His impatient expression had only one meaning: don't bother me. Su Ju felt quite awkward, but he still chased after him. I heard you moved out of your home. You're still in school and have no income. Do you need money? I have some here. You can use it for now. Lu Mian glanced sideways, squinting at him oddly. I don't need money. Thanks, Su Hui. Su Ju instinctively reached out to grab him. His hand had just extended when he met Lu Mian's ice-cold gaze. With a flying smirk that was both wicked and cracked, he said, "Let go. I'm in a hurry." Su Ju reluctantly followed behind, calling his name while chasing, until a tall, handsome man blocked the intersection. His gaze locked onto Su Ju. His extraordinary aura immediately suppressed Su Ju. "Hello, Director Chi," Su Ju called out softly. Towards this director of education, he would inexplicably feel a sense of awe. It was as if he knew the man wouldn't do anything to him, but his subconscious was telling him that this person absolutely couldn't be offended. However, his peripheral vision still followed Lu Mian's retreating figure, quite urgently. Some people are taking exams, others are in class. Is it appropriate for you to be making such a commotion? The standard, level-headed speech of an education director. Xiao Qima didn't feel any dissonance saying it. Su Ju lowered his head. "Director Qi, I know I was wrong. Go back to your own classroom." Su Ju didn't really want to. He had finally managed to speak to Lu Mian alone. How could he think I'd send him back? Su Ju reluctantly returned to his own classroom. Before leaving, he took one last deep look in the direction Lu Mian had gone. In a bar in the north of the city, Lu Mian had changed out of his school uniform. He appeared in the bar wearing black pants and a short-sleeved shirt. He calmly sat at the bar, only ordering a glass of ice water. When Xiao Qima came down from the second-floor private room, he spotted him at the bar immediately. Everything around was noisy and lively, but he was in a world of his own, blocking out everything else. It's too unsafe for a girl to come to a place like this, especially one so eye-catching. Moreover, didn't he come here for that? Drinking ice water makes no sense. He pinched the bridge of his nose with his long fingers. His temper was rising. He strode towards Lu Mian. Brother 7, they're waiting to play cards in the second-floor game room. Xiao Qima coldly replied. He walked a few steps and arrived at Lu Mian's side. He leaned against the counter, precious and cold, and reached out to take the stem glass from his hand. Doesn't your stomach hurt? Lu Mian looked up from his surprise and saw it was Xiao Qima. His expression was indescribable. How is this ungrateful little brat everywhere? Just a few days ago, he had put such precious, nourishing medicine in his warm water. And here he was drinking ice water in a bar. Doesn't your stomach hurt? His voice wasn't exactly gentle. Lu Mian paused. It's fine. What? I came to the bar to relieve boredom, he answered without changing his expression. Xiao Qima didn't sit down. He raised his chin slightly, gesturing towards the second floor. There's a VIP room upstairs. It's quieter than here. I'll take you up to relieve your boredom. Lu Mian thought, why does this guy like to meddle so much? Xiao Qima opened the door of the private room at the end of the corridor, very gentlemanly inviting Lu Mian to enter first. Yi Jingwen was shouting with a few people. Seeing Lu Mian walk in, he clicked his tongue and sidled up to Xiao Qima with a wink. Brother 7, didn't you go to solve a physiological problem? How come you brought back a chance encounter? Yi Jingwen put on a look of anticipation. His burning desire for gossip couldn't be more obvious. Xiao Qima ignored him, waving for a waiter to come over and ordering a cup of hot milk. Kids should drink kids' drinks. Lu Mian licked his lips helplessly. Soon a cup of hot milk was handed to him. He had no choice but to cup it in his hands. He didn't know how to play cards, so he sat behind Xiao Qima, swinging his legs casually and sipping the milk in small mouthfuls. A perfectly obedient schoolgirl. Xiao Qima was quite pleased with this. For a moment, he felt sitting like this was quite nice. It was just a simple card game for fun. One of the strangers, a bearded man, suddenly looked at Lu Mian. He suggested, why don't we let this little sister help us shuffle the cards? Lu Mian suddenly called out, straightened up. He explained very seriously, I don't know how to shuffle cards. The bearded man was even more satisfied. That's exactly what we want, someone who doesn't know how to shuffle. It adds a bit of fun, doesn't it? If we enjoy it, maybe. Xiao Qima's long fingers dealt a card, his fingertips pressing on the table. He said he doesn't know how. His voice was calm, low with a hint of authority. The other party wasn't ready to give up. He even started laughing. How about this? If you win this round, you can make a request of me. If we win, I'll make a request of you. How about it? Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen's eyes met in midair. They had been watching this bearded man for a while. They indeed needed to extract some information from him, but involving Lu Mian, this idea was quickly dismissed. The bearded man was still waiting for an answer. Lu Mian put the pink cute milk cup aside. He stood up with a faint smile tinged with a hint of mischief. All right. The bearded man nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Qima frowned. Then I'll just shuffle casually. He looked at the bearded man, his smile becoming more crooked. He opened a new deck of cards. Lu Mian took them, held them in his palm, and opened them one by one. His movements didn't look that skilled, yet it was a scene one couldn't take their eyes off. His fingers were slender and graceful, a clean, natural light pink. His nails were neither long nor short. They exuded a healthy, transparent beauty. The cards moved back and forth in his hands carelessly, making watching him shuffle feel like a pleasure. The light in the bearded man's eyes grew brighter, more restless. Little sister, you can't shuffle properly like that. He stroked his chin, smiling like an old fox. Put them on the table. I'll show you. Lu Mian tilted his head and glanced at him. In the depths of his clear, cold eyes, a flash of biting sarcasm appeared and vanished. Not listening to the bearded man, he flipped the cards in his hands a few times, then neatly placed them in the center of the table. Done shuffling. Let's continue. The cards shuffled by little sister will surely bring me good luck. Boss Huang, your luck is good today. You'll definitely win, the lackey across from the bearded man flattered. The bearded man drew first. His fingers moved excitedly. After drawing the first card, he clicked his tongue. Let me see what good card it is. He took it in hand. 4 of hearts. His expression was quite disdainful. When it was Xiao Qima's turn, his fingers pinched the biggest card in the deck, the Joker. He was quite surprised. It's the first time tonight I've gotten such a big card. He leaned back slightly and murmured, not bad shuffling. Lu Mian was sitting with his legs crossed, playing a game, nonchalant. Amid his busyness, he lazily responded, just shuffled randomly. The man stared at the unbeatable hand in his possession, silent. These cards are so good, I'm tempted to show them. Yi Jing went across from him, was the same. Relaxed posture, confident of victory, he could barely sit still in his chair. In contrast, the bearded man's group looked as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, just wanting to throw down their cards and leave. Lu Mian wasn't interested in their game rules. After a 2-minute game ended, he saw at a glance Xiao Qima put down all his cards, elegantly announcing, "We won." The bearded man and his companions looked ashen. "This is too brutal. A hand of trash cards. Little sister, come help us shuffle again," the bearded man said, unwilling to give up. Lu Mian lazily raised his eyes. "You fulfill your promise first." Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen also quietly watched her. For the sake of little sister, the bearded man waved his hand, quite straightforward. "Make your request. Anything within my ability." Yi Jingwen received a signal from Xiao Qima, winked at Lu Mian, then asked, "Boss Wang, we don't have any requests. We just want to ask, that big gold chain around your neck looks nice. Where did you buy it?" Such a simple question. A normal person would be relieved, but the bearded man's face became alert. The gold chain had always been hidden under his collar. Not many people could see it. Now that it was suddenly mentioned, he instead revealed his guilt. But this bearded man's eyes were evasive. Lu Mian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Is it so difficult? Don't tell me the gold chain isn't yours." Provoked by such a beautiful young lady, the bearded man immediately became unwilling. "Little sister, don't misunderstand. Brother is a legitimate businessman. I don't know where I bought this gold chain. I found it in the hallway of my hotel. No one claimed it, so I kept it," the bearded man added. "If someone comes to claim it, I'll return it. I have no intention of keeping it dishonestly." Lu Mian scoffed, uninterested. Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen exchanged a complex look. It seemed yesterday's jewelry robbery case involving Wu Cheng had no direct connection to this bearded boss Huang. The person might still be in the hotel. "Since there's nothing else, I'm going home," Lu Mian said and left. "Seventh brother, we found the suspect. However," he paused, "damn it, we don't know who beat us to it and tied up our guy, dumping him at the police station doorstep. Did you check the surveillance? Boss Huang's place is just a small hotel. Too many blind spots in the cameras. As for how he was dumped at the police station, street cameras only show a car with plates. No other information could be found." Yi Jingwen paused, hesitating. This way of doing things, it's a bit like him. Before he finished, Xiao Qima interrupted him. "Since we've found the suspect, we don't need to interfere anymore. Let's stop here. Today was the day to release the monthly test results. Before class started, first let me talk about the physics competition. 5 students from our class participated. One student's performance was surprisingly excellent." Lu Xinwan slightly gripped her textbook, anticipation in her eyes. Her desk mate leaned closer, whispering, "Xinwan, your moment of glory has arrived." "Don't say that. I don't know my score either," she said modestly. But her trembling voice had already betrayed her. "Of course it can only be me. It couldn't possibly be that useless Lu Mian, right?" Congratulations to Lu Mian for achieving a perfect score, ranking first in the school. The smile on Lu Xinwan's face froze. Something shattered in her eyes. "This is impossible. Lu Mian finished in an hour. How could it be possible? Teacher, are you sure Lu Mian didn't cheat? Cheating is impossible." Lu Mian was the first to turn in the paper, and the only one to complete all questions. It's good enough that others didn't copy from him. Who could he copy from? What if he got the answers in advance? That's even more impossible. The last question was controversial. The competition group was divided into 2 camps with 2 answers. They thought no one could answer it, but Lu Mian's paper enlightened them. In other words, Lu Mian's paper became the standard answer. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Lu Xinwan understood this principle since childhood, but she wasn't foolish enough to complain directly. She just reddened her eyes, forced a smile, and shook her head resignedly. "Mom, I'm fine. I just might have disappointed you." Fu Man's heart sank. This child always reported good news, but not bad. She only said nice things to comfort others. She was so understanding it hurt. Fu Man sat Lu Xinwan on the sofa. After repeated questioning, she learned about the physics competition, but Xinwan said Lu Mian got a perfect score. After her shock, she found it unrealistic. However, Fu Man wasn't in the mood to deal with Lu Mian's affairs. She comforted Lu Xinwan. "Wan, you're putting too much pressure on yourself. This is just the preliminary round. There's still the semifinals and finals. Lu Mian might have just been lucky to get a perfect score. Such luck isn't long-lasting. You're different. You have a foundation. You have real ability. Mom believes in your capabilities. Mom. Lu Xinwan raised her head slightly, her voice trembling. Why don't you let sister come back? I'm worried about her being alone out there. How could Fu Man not be worried? No matter how much she scolded or lectured, that was still her flesh and blood. But remembering Lu Mian's cold and heartless demeanor, she shook her head. Forget it. When he comes back, he just makes me angry and affects your studies. Lu Xinwan seemed to sense something and contentedly nestled into Fu Man's embrace. Oh, Mom, can I learn stock trading from Su Ju? Stock trading. He's really good at it. He makes tens of millions each time. I want to pay off our family's debts as soon as possible. That way, you won't have to work so hard. Lu Xinwan said this, firmly believing in Su Ju's abilities. Fu Man didn't understand stock trading, but she had heard about its risks. The news had reported many cases of people jumping off buildings due to failed investments. She wasn't in a hurry to repay the debt. As long as Nuan worked hard, this money would be a small matter in the future. Nuan, your task now is to study. Leave the money-making to Mom. Mom, I just wanted to find an opportunity to interact more with Su Ju. These days, she had noticed Su Ju's indifference. Perhaps he used to care about his second aunt, but after witnessing Su Ju's abilities, she felt she needed to act quickly. At least she couldn't let Lu Mian take advantage. You don't need to give me much money. A few thousand is enough. We can start small, Lu Xinwan said enthusiastically. Fu Man, unable to disappoint her daughter, reluctantly transferred half of her recent paycheck to Lu Xinwan. She smiled sweetly and nodded. Late at night, Lu Mian returned to Jingcheng No. 1. He lazily sat down at the computer. Under the eager urging of a group of hungry forum members, Lu Mian carefully researched another potential stock and sent it to Lin. Lin would handle the rest on his behalf. However, unlike before, Lu Mian added one more sentence this time. Check the group members thoroughly. There might be a traitor. If not, stop this information release. No need to rush. Just investigate first. Lin was confused but diligently followed the instructions. One of the conditions for joining their group was being poor. Lu Mian would lead them in stock trading to make money, repeatedly reminding everyone to invest within their means. When their financial strength reached a certain level, they had to leave the group. If others infiltrated, Lu Mian would definitely not let them off. Lu Xinwan, Su Ju, and Lu Mian gathered in a small classroom. His arrival was like that of an outsider. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him. Others might not know, but those who participated in the physics competition all knew about Lu Mian, the genius who finished in an hour with a perfect score. After a moment of silence, Lu Xinwan seemed to realize something and quickly stood up. Mian, there's no seat left. You can have mine. Her attitude was sincere and gentle, like a good sister, making others nod in approval. Su Ju, sitting with Lu Xinwan, didn't hesitate. He pulled out the chair and moved aside. Lu Mian, you sisters can sit together. Lu Mian walked straight into the classroom, not responding to their enthusiasm. He walked to the back of the classroom without a sideways glance. Finally, he supported himself with one hand on the windowsill and lightly jumped up to sit on it. Everyone thought it was so cool. The pretentious Lu Xian could only awkwardly sit back down. Su Ju did the same. The surrounding classmates first sympathized with these two, but couldn't bring themselves to dislike Lu Mian. This meeting was mainly to discuss the list of students for the semifinals, as well as the time, place, and all other matters for the next round. Lu Mian didn't want to participate, but unexpectedly received a text message from Sui Yuan. Mian, you're in a meeting, right? Do you not want to participate in the semifinals? But I hope you can continue. If you can get recommended for admission, I'll grant you one request. Lu Mian thought, did Sui Yuan install a surveillance camera on him? How could he guess his thoughts so accurately? His gaze fell on the last line. I'll grant you one request. His eyes softened, and he smiled gently. Hey, little sister, wait for your seventh brother. After Yi Jingwen silently complained, his sharp eyes caught something. Pointing at the school's flower bed, his baby face eyes suddenly widened. But seventh brother, you better not look. He mustered up courage and stood in front of Xiao Qima. However, Xiao Qima was a bit taller than him and had already seen the scene at the flower bed. That cold and aloof girl was chatting with a girl with a buzz cut. They knew each other. That girl was called Sui Yuan. She had a life-and-death friendship with Lu Mian. He saw them talking. He saw Lu Mian occasionally patting the buzz-cut girl's head like a cat that had stolen some fish. Perhaps they were talking about something happy. He showed a rare, gentle smile, one that he had never seen before. Let's go, seventh brother. They're just friends chatting. Xiao Qimo remained expressionless and motionless. Xiao Qimo maintained his dutiful attitude. In between, he didn't forget to catch two young lovers secretly dating, calling them to the office with a dark face. Yi Jingwen first silently mourned for the scapegoat couple. Meanwhile, Sui Yuan looked in the direction where Xiao Qimo had disappeared. She softly said, Mian, Mian, how did she become the school's disciplinary teacher? I remember Xiao Qimo, your neighbor. Lu Mian wasn't interested. Who knows? I feel like she's always watching you, like a spectator without malice. Could it be that she likes you? Sui Yuan's voice gradually weakened. She also secretly observed Lu Mian's reaction. Seeing his normal expression, she carefully said, he's quite handsome. My classmates all look forward to his inspections. Lu Mian reached out and stroked her buzz cut again. The little bald head squinted, looking very happy. I think he just wants to find the mysterious person through me. So, little Baldy, don't be infatuated with love and don't overestimate a man's feelings. You talk as if you know everything. Sui Yuan held his hand tightly, stopping him from moving. So, what do you plan to do? Just let it be. If he can find the mysterious person, that's his ability. In the disciplinary teacher's office, Xiao Qimo sat expressionlessly on the sofa, legs crossed, his demeanor calm. The invisible pressure he released made the caught couple tremble with fear. Teacher, we were just discussing homework, nothing else. The girl mumbled incoherently, not daring to look up at her. The boy also waved his hands in explanation. Yes, teacher, we were just studying. Xiao Qimo remained silent. She glanced at them lightly, knowing exactly what they were thinking. Yi Jingwen wanted to come over and say a few words of persuasion. Before he could say a word, he heard Xiao Qimo change her posture, looking at the boy and asking slowly, How did you pursue the girl? How did you pursue the girl? This question confused all three people in the office. The boy and girl looked at Yi Jing with faces begging for translation. Yi Jingwen thought, this Mr. Imo couldn't be obsessing over asking students for tips on pursuing girls, right? Are you crazy, Director Chi? Don't scare the students. Xiao Qimo ignored him, resting her left arm on the back of the sofa, her right hand holding a phone with the notepad open. Her fingers with distinct knuckles were ready to take notes at any time. The office was quite quiet. The young couple was quite panicked, especially the boy. He was almost ready to kneel before Xiao Qimo. Teacher, we're really not dating. I didn't pursue her. Sending flowers, chocolates, love letters? The man's voice was slow and deliberate. No, it's really not like that. What's on your wrist? Xiao Qimo had keen observation skills and naturally wouldn't miss this detail. It wasn't a watch, not a bracelet, a black circle. Due to not fitting the wrist size, it had left a red mark. The boy panicked. He quickly hid his hand behind his back. It's nothing, just for warding off evil. Before Xiao Qimo could figure out what warding off evil meant, the girl took a closer look and suddenly exploded. Li Mingho, isn't this my hair tie? Whose is it? The boy named Li Mingho panicked even more. Xiang, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. You said you'd only wear the hair tie I gave you. This was proof of love. The girl named Xiang was overly emotional and pushed the boy hard. Let's break up, you jerk. The girl ran out of the office crying. Li Mingho's face was full of heartache. He said, Teacher, you win, and chased after her. Yi Jingwen had a splitting headache. This damn plot twist after twist was unexpected. Could it be that their seventh brother was using this method to clean up campus romances? The moment he turned his head, he saw the refined boss on the sofa, focused and seriously typing a line, proof of love. Hair tie. Yi Jingwen was speechless. I have something to say, but let me think it through first. The refined man was naturally calm. I have one honest thing to say. Seventh brother, Mian has short hair. She doesn't need hair ties with short hair. Xiao Qimo belatedly realized. He reopened his phone and deleted the words one by one. He elegantly stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes, and strode out. Looks like I need to ask someone else. Yi Jingwen chased after him, speaking in an extremely low voice. Seventh brother, put Mian's matter aside for now. Can you first manage your performance? You've been stolen from again. Suju suppressed her pain and asked, Lu Xing, why do your parents dislike sister Lu Mian so much? He lies a lot. Lu Xinwan spoke with disappointment. He's been different from us since childhood. I remember when he was 4, one day, he came home with a snuff bottle. My mom saw that the item was quite valuable and asked him where he got it. He said he won it from an old man while playing Go. Saying this, Lu Xinwan gave a light laugh with a hint of mockery. Isn't it ridiculous, Suju? A 4-year-old child. How could he possibly beat an old man and win such a valuable snuff bottle? We all thought he stole it. We took him back to return it, but we never found that old man again. Suju was stunned. In his knowledge, he had never encountered such a genius. Even the genius Go princess in their Su family only started showing talent at the age of 7. It's not just that. Lu Xinwan shook her head. He's vicious, doesn't like others touching his things, and he loves to take things apart. Our TV broke and needed to be sent for repair. He took it apart completely, saying he could fix it. The same with air conditioners, computers, and so on. There were too many such incidents. Over time, Mom and Dad lost patience with him. Suju pondered. Have you ever considered that he might be telling the truth? How could that be possible? He was just a child of a few years old. He sighed helplessly. Besides, our family's financial situation wasn't good. We couldn't afford his antics. As the conversation continued, Lu Xinwan's eyes shifted slightly, and she spoke with sadness. If only our family's financial situation was better. Maybe Mom and Dad wouldn't feel so guilty, and maybe they would have been patient enough to discover Sister's good points. Suju, never having experienced financial hardship, couldn't understand this feeling. Suju, can I learn stock trading from you? Lu Xinwan finally spoke up. I'll just invest a few thousand yuan. If I make money, it'll be for the family's living expenses. If I lose, I'll never invest again. It'll be a lesson learned. Suju turned his head, looking at her misty eyes, full of admiration. Thinking of his recent experiences, he inexplicably nodded. After all, he now had that expert group chat. He didn't have to worry about losing money. It could be considered doing a good deed. Suju, feeling unwell, returned to the Su family home to recover. He found the old man playing chess alone in the pavilion in the backyard. Limping over, he said, Grandpa, still playing chess? Su Qinghe didn't even look up. I have a Go tournament this week. I'm the organizer. If only Mian were here. Now I have no one to play with. Lu Mian, yes. Mentioning Lu Mian, the old man's aged face lit up with excitement, his eyebrows dancing. I saw him play once. He completely destroyed his opponent. Haha, he was only 4 years old then, about this tall. The old man gestured the height, beaming with pride. But Suju's face froze. Suju reacted intensely, ignoring his body's pain, and grabbed Su Qinghe's hand. Grandpa, did he also win a snuff bottle? The old man pulled his hand back, bewildered and disapproving. That I don't know. I had urgent business then. I left right after seeing him finish the game. I don't know what happened after. Suju felt it was surreal and didn't know what to say. He had only one thought in his mind. Lu Mian hadn't lied. The Lu family had misunderstood him. Grandpa, let Lu Mian participate in the Go tournament too. Lu Mian was browsing books in the bookstore, looking through them one by one, but couldn't find what she wanted. Her phone vibrated first. Mian, Grandpa is hosting a Go tournament this weekend. Do you want to participate? Not going. Su Qinghe held his phone, squinting his eyes in resignation. See, this girl is generally not interested in these things. It's useless to try. Lu Mian closed her phone and randomly picked up a novel. The phone rang again. This is Xiao Qima. How did you get my phone number? Let's not talk about that now. I have something today. I want to ask for your help, Lu Mian. I'd like to formally invite you as my date to attend an evening party. However, she wasn't interested in being Xiao Qima's date. But why couldn't it be a female CEO attending with 2 assistants? Lu Mian asked Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen. They were speechless. Anyway, Lu Mian agreed to attend together. Xiao Qima politely asked her to get out of the car, explaining, I'm inviting you on short notice. Sorry I punched Suju this morning. You didn't arrest me, so consider this a return gift. He chuckled and bowed. Yi Jingwen let out a wow. Although this outfit wasn't suitable for the evening party, honestly, it was too cool. It was the first time he'd seen a girl look so handsome in black. He glanced at his 7th brother's outfit, also a black suit. The 2 bosses were in couple outfits. Xiao Qima held a crystal wine glass without drinking, just gently swirling it, chatting casually. Actually, I don't usually like attending these events. Tonight, Lu Mian doesn't talk much either, just occasionally chiming in. Today is special. Yi Jingwen and I learned that the host is the CEO of Liang Company, who maliciously withholds wages. This chance to come to his house is rare, so we came to find some evidence. He didn't hide anything, even hoping to gauge her emotional reactions through these words. In the dim light, Lu Mian's cold, defined features softened considerably. Those piercing eyes held a clean, calm smile. If one day she could also open her heart to me. Forget it, don't think about it. The more I think, the more restless I become. Mr. Qi, thank you for gracing us with your presence. This toast is for both of you. Xiao Qima, always gentle and refined, smiled faintly and took a sip of red wine. When he wanted to drink on behalf of the girl, he found she had already swallowed a mouthful smoothly. She's still a student. Drinking isn't good. He took the wine glass from the girl's hand and put it back on the tray. Mr. Li, please attend to your other guests. If there's any lack of hospitality, please forgive us. After Li Yong left, the refined man frowned, watching Lu Mian with her hands in her pockets, idly tapping the floor with her toe. One refined and reasonable, one unruly and carefree. Why are you looking at me? She suddenly smiled, her eyes curving, radiating charm. A headmaster bringing a student to a party and drinking is quite interesting. She hit Xiao Qima's soft spot again. The man didn't dare say anything more, just gently advised her not to drink anymore. However, glancing at Lu Mian from the corner of his eye, he noticed her cheeks had an unusual flush. This girl, could it be? Xiao Qima's thought flashed by. He asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," the girl answered promptly, but she shook her head lightly. When she looked up again, her eyes were misty and unfocused. In contrast, her little face was still very serious, standing there motionless, still saying nothing's wrong. She's clearly drunk. Can't drink alcohol, but still had red wine. Really don't know what to say to her. Are you feeling unwell? The girl tilted her head. Heart rate increased, accompanied by brief dizziness. Reaction speed decreased by 20%. Body surface temperature decreased by 0.5 degrees. Initial judgment. She paused. Acute alcohol intoxication. Xiao Qima stepped forward, gentlemanly helping her sit down on the sofa. I've never seen Lu Mian like this before. Less fierce, more adorable. It made one want to comfort her. Lu Mian, are you all right? Lu Mian felt she was fine. She nodded, her emotions normal, not noisy or rowdy. Her posture sitting on the sofa was unprecedentedly upright, excessively well-behaved. Xiao Qima didn't know how to handle it. Just then, Yi Jingwen's call came through. His voice sounded quite depressed. "Seventh brother, we've been beaten to it again." He was almost crying. "I clearly set up surveillance in this villa, but that bastard still managed to crack open the safe first and take the evidence. Worse, I couldn't catch him." Xiao Qima raised his hand, somewhat playfully pinching the bridge of his nose. His gaze casually swept over Lu Mian. Elegant and refined, he ordered, "Withdraw." "No, I won't withdraw. I must catch that bastard tonight." I said withdraw. The man's tone was slightly heavy, making Yi Jingwen sense something unusual. When Xiao Qima helped Lu Mian into the car, Yi Jingwen finally understood why his seventh brother's tone was so heavy. How much did little Mian drink? Just a sip, and she's this drunk. This is too incredible. But medically, there's a type of constitution that can't touch alcohol at all. One touch, and they're drunk. Unsurprisingly, Lu Mian seems to have this constitution. Xiao Qima adjusted Lu Mian's posture, making her as comfortable as possible. He grabbed a blanket and draped it over her body. Mian was also obedient, as if she would docilely accept whatever was done to her now. Occasionally, she would flash them a harmless smile. Who could resist this? Her small face was already stunningly beautiful, and now with this docility, every expression was alluring. Yi Jingwen quickly turned away. Little Mian is quite obedient when drunk. If we had known this earlier, seventh brother, you should have invited her for drinks sooner. He kept muttering nonstop. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck him. She's so docile now. I wonder if we asked her some questions, will she answer? Lu Mian, please tell us where the mysterious number 13 who rescued you is. Number 13? Our country's Shenzhou spacecraft has only launched up to number 11. Number 13 is still in research. It's predicted to be officially launched in 3 to 5 years. I asked about the mysterious person number 13. Why are you talking about Shinjo's spacecraft 13? Xiao Qimo remained silent beside her, but the corner of his lips curved into a smile. Adorable little troublemaker. Little Mian, what happened during those 2 years you were kidnapped? Yi Jingwen persisted. But although Lu Mian was drunk, she wasn't stupid. She narrowed her eyes and looked up. Putting on a serious academic face, she said very principled, "Now it's my turn to ask you. What are the 2 dark clouds in the physics world?" Caught off guard, Yi Jingwen's face visibly stiffened. He took back all his previous words. Drunk Lu Mian was equally difficult to deal with. Yi Jingwen didn't say anything, but from the back seat came a cultured male voice. This was proposed by the famous physicist Lord Kelvin at the beginning of the last century. The first dark cloud mainly refers to the Michelson-Morley experiment results contradicting the ether drift theory. The second dark cloud mainly refers to the equipartition theorem in thermal radiation. In the theoretical explanations of gas, specific heat, and thermal radiation energy spectrum, results inconsistent with experiments were obtained. Yi Jingwen's hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Lu Mian seemed to have found a common topic. She sat up slightly, her cheeks still flushed. A strong and immense curiosity burned fiercely. Then let's talk about relativity and quantum mechanics. Xiao Qimo nodded politely. On the way back to Gene City number 1, it didn't take long. The 2 experts in the back had already moved from quantum mechanics to wormhole theory. Let's continue at my place. That tone wasn't of a high school student, but more like a knowledgeable professor. And they were his students. "Seventh brother, you go by yourself. I'm really tired." Xiao Qimo would like that, but Lu Mian simply wouldn't agree. Turning back, he stared at them seriously, emphasizing that no one could be left out. Yi Jingwen pleaded, "A drunk expert is forcing a physics lesson on me. How should I refuse?" Yi Jingwen followed upstairs with unsteady steps, looking at Lu Mian's expert gait in front, then at the refined and elegant Mo Yen beside him. His heart was filled with endless regret. Xiao Qimo grabbed his collar and threw him onto the sofa. Without looking sideways, he said, "Don't look around." While they were chatting, Lu Mian already had a brief history of time in her hands. She took out white paper and pens and distributed them. "Seventh brother, little Mian, this can't go on. Look at her excited state. We're definitely pulling an all-nighter tonight. Don't whisper to each other. You don't have to listen, but you have to beat me first." The voice was too cold and merciless. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mian fell asleep. Xiao Qimo hugged Lu Mian. The little troublemaker is finally tired out. "Good night." Su Ju's mind went blank. He was kicked out of the ancient group. As the 2 walked out of Lu Mian's house, Yi Jingwen noticed Xiao Qimo's slightly disappointed face. He was shocked that 7th brother seemed reluctant to leave. Before Xiao Qimo could say anything, he suddenly nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It's been a long time since you found someone you could talk to like this, right? The world of geniuses is lonely. Not many can understand them. 7th brother, although Lu Mian unexpectedly got drunk today and we had to help, we can't forget about the main issue. What about that guardian of Wuching? We need to catch him as soon as possible." His mumbling continued. Xiao Qimo didn't pay much attention. He unlocked the fingerprint lock and entered the room. His eyes grew deeper. "Do you remember Captain Guishui Tian, who was interviewed on TV? His voice was faint. "Remember their unit has several unsolved cases. What about it? He has a son named Guozeheo, who is Lu Mian's classmate, and Qianzhua." Yi Jingwen, who didn't understand the relevance of this question a second ago, now shuddered. "7th brother, you're not suspecting that the guardian of Wuching is Lu Mian, are you? He's competing with us for cases." "I didn't say that. The Lu Mian you mentioned arrived at school on time the next day." "Lu Mian, wait for me. Are you looking to die?" Su Ju's heart contracted. Some students saw them and ran away with gossipy smiles, whispering in the distance. "Why is young Master Su looking for Lu Mian again? I bet a pack of spicy strips that young Master Su must have taken a liking to Lu Mian. Then I bet 10 packs that young Master Su likes Lu Xing. I heard their 2 families are about to settle it. Lu Mian is also from the Lu family. It doesn't matter who young Master Su likes. But Lu Mian doesn't seem to care about him much. Lu Mian, I've already heard from my grandfather about you winning the snuff bottle and go when you were young. It's true you didn't lie." Afraid Lu Mian would leave, he spoke faster. "I don't mean anything else. My grandfather is hosting a Go competition. If you can participate, you can prove it to your parents in person. They won't misunderstand you anymore." "Lu Mian, this is an opportunity." Lu Mian was quite annoyed. She turned her head and smiled. "You think I care about that? Then what do you care about? They're your family. Suju paused, lowered his head, and thought for a moment. As if he had made some decision. The first prize in this Go competition will be a reward of 20 million yuan. 20 million? Lu Mian narrowed her eyes. I didn't know the Su family was so generous. This 20 million is sponsored by me. Is that not okay? He straightened his back. I told you before, I made over 20 million from stock trading. A few days ago, I invested another sum. The remaining 20 million, I'm using as prize money, sponsoring my grandfather's Go competition. That's not a problem, right? You invested another sum? This time, Lu Mian spoke a few more words to him. Suju finally regained his male dignity. There was a sense of pride in his tone. Yes, this time I should make another profit. I even helped Lu Xinwan invest. So 20 million is nothing to me, you know? Lu Mian narrowed her eyes, a hidden gleam flashing in them. She smiled and asked, "Which stock did you invest in?" Suju, without any guard, told her directly. Hearing him report that string of numerical code, Lu Mian clenched the tissue in her palm. She gave a thumbs up. Suju, you're really something. Suju's heart leapt. He suddenly felt light. Lu Mian was praising him. Before he could inquire further, the girl opposite had already brushed past him. Only her light, pleasant nasal sound remained in the air. I'll participate in the Go competition. When Suju returned to his classroom, he slowly regained his heartbeat. He touched his chest and smiled satisfactorily. No matter how aloof, which girl could resist such a large sum of money? Lu Xinwan was collecting test papers. Passing by him, she also sensed his good mood. She poked his shoulder and sweetly asked, "Suju, what's making you so happy?" Suju paused, suppressing his smile. "Nothing. My family is organizing a Go competition this weekend. You should bring your parents to watch." Go competition? Will Grandpa Su be there? He'll definitely be there. He's the organizer. Lu Xinwan lowered her eyes. Not knowing what she was thinking, she hugged a stack of test papers, flipping through them idly. Suju, can anyone participate in this Go competition? Not exactly. My grandfather is holding this exchange competition to select a group of Go experts. The applicants also need to go through a screening process before they can officially participate. To attract more experts to join, I've transferred the 20 million I earned to my grandfather as the champion's prize money. Lu Xinwan swallowed hard, hugging the test papers tightly. When she looked up, her eyes were tinged with admiration and desire. Then Suju didn't hear her continue. He went on, "I want to invite your sister to participate." She agreed. Lu Xinwan suddenly laughed, swallowing back the words that were about to come out. "Suju, you didn't specially go invite Lu Mian because of what I said yesterday, did you? If I had known, I wouldn't have told you. To avoid Mian causing trouble for Grandpa Su. We'll see about that when the time comes." Suju didn't want to say more. "Don't worry, I'll bring my family to the event." Lu Xinwan agreed with a smile. As she turned around with the test papers, she added sincerely, "My sister might even win the championship, you know, right?" Suju didn't hear these words, nor did he catch her tone of anticipating a good show. He was just staring at his phone screen, lost in thought. His mind went blank. He had been kicked out of the ancient friend group. He struggled for a full minute. Then what about my money? What does it mean when a woman unbuckles a man's belt? After school, Lu Mian walked out of the gate. Xiao Qima and Yi Jingwen were standing under a street lamp across the road. They seemed to be waiting for her. She walked over casually, swinging her school bag. Seeing Yi Jingwen's baby face looking pale, she greeted him in good spirits. "Dr. Yi, what's wrong with you?" "It's all because of you." His tone and eyes were full of resentment. "I don't understand." Lu Mian chuckled. Yi Jingwen, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumped in front of her. Although he was over 10 centimeters taller than Lu Mian, he seemed shorter in presence. He put his hands on his hips and criticized her. "Little Mian, you tortured me last night, and now you're pretending not to understand. I'm the one who really doesn't understand, okay? I'm completely drained. Not only drained, but also singled out for criticism. You're the worst student in the worst class I've ever taught." Lu Mian narrowed her eyes, her clear gaze looking him up and down with silent disdain. "What did I do? Last night, I drank, and then you guys drove me home. I even thanked you at the door, and then I went to rest, right? She wouldn't take the blame for this. Xiao Qima brushed aside Yi Jingwen, his tone slightly disapproving. Be careful with your words and context. Yi Jingwen, you really forget your friends when you have a wife. The refined man ignored him and walked forward, handing over an exquisite meal box. He said gently, I ordered some rice porridge from Ammon for you. You can eat it when you get home. If it were other girls, they might have already fallen into his gentleman's trap. But Lu Mian didn't want to see it. She smiled, her beautiful eyes tinged with gentleness. The boss there also included 2 hamburgers. Only then did Lu Mian reach out and take the bag. Under the gratified gaze of the 2 men opposite, she took out the hamburgers and handed them back to Xiao Qimo. The little troublemaker's thought process was indeed unique. Lu Mian, I have a business trip for the next 2 days. Do you have any instructions? Yi Jingwen stole a glance at Xiao Qimo, speechless at this husband leaving on a trip, asking wife for parting words behavior. It was ridiculous. Even Lu Mian might not respond to you. Lu Mian expressionlessly stuffed the 2 hamburgers in her pocket and nodded coolly. Xiao Qimo's refined and handsome features were indeed in a good mood. This little troublemaker finally showed some human warmth. Just as he tilted his head waiting for her instructions, he saw the girl 3 steps away from him. Her eyes were tinged with an ambiguous smile as she stepped forward. Xiao Qimo slowly narrowed his eyes. As he didn't know what Lu Mian meant, her gaze swept over him. She extended her slender, delicate index finger and hooked it onto his belt. She used a little force, and he inexplicably stepped forward. In close proximity, her finger and his abdominal muscles were separated only by the thin fabric of his shirt, creating a subtle, strange touch. This peculiar, unfamiliar experience suddenly accelerated Xiao Qimo's heart rate, accompanied by a momentary loss of voice. She was also intoxicated by this carefree face, drunk in his light, shallow smile. Beside them, Yi Jingwen let out a wow, his hands excitedly clenched into fists. His inner voice screamed, Ayaya, is this 2 iron trees blooming together? As he was imagining more restricted scenes in his mind, he heard the girl's soft laughter. Principal Xiao, your belt buckle is undone. Belt buckle undone. This was her instruction. His breath also sank. In the dead silence, he heard a soft click. The girl had simply adjusted and fastened the buckle for him. It wouldn't be good if others saw it during your business trip, she said jokingly as she stepped back 3 paces. The man pinched the bridge of his high nose, then promptly removed his gold-rimmed glasses. He took out a white handkerchief from his suit pocket and gently wiped the lenses, moving deliberately slow as if in a movie scene. Yi Jingwen's hair stood on end. While others might think Xiao Qimo was easing the awkwardness, he knew better. Brother Chi's myopia was negligible. He wore glasses only to conceal the sharpness in his eyes. With glasses on, he was a refined gentleman. Without them, he was a devil from hell. Surely Brother Chi wouldn't silence Lu Mian out of embarrassment? As he was lost in wild thoughts, Xiao Qimo had already cleaned his lenses and put them back on. Yi Jingwen breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he heard Xiao Qimo's dangerous tone, speaking slowly. Lu Mian, do you know what it means when a woman fastens a man's belt? Lu Mian frowned, tilting her head. She kindly reminded him, fastening a belt shouldn't lead to being blamed, right? I don't know and don't want to know. Take care of yourself these days. Call me if anything happens. I'll rush back to help you. No need. I don't need any help, Lu Mian said, somewhat impatiently. Director Chi, I'm heading home. The hamburgers are getting cold. Xiao Qimo watched her resolute departing figure. He put one hand in his pocket, his gaze deep. Little troublemaker, one day you'll understand what it means. This is the strongest case of playing dumb I've ever seen. Didn't Lu Mian agree to participate in the competition? It's already started. Why isn't he here yet? As Su Ju was speaking, he looked up and saw 2 familiar faces arriving at the Chess Institute's entrance. Lu Mian didn't come with you? The fat one and the thin one exchanged glances. Brother Nyin said the earlier matches were too tedious. He'll come for the finals. Su Ju was almost laughing with anger. He said imperiously, I secured a spot for him, and this is how he treats it? Who does he think he is? Coming whenever he pleases. Fat House spread his hands and asked, but isn't Brother Nyin a special invited player? Mr. Su allowed him to come during the match, right? Special invited player? Grandfather arranged it? Why wasn't I told? After Pan Hao and Shou Hao sat down, looking around, they saw Lu Xinwan and a middle-aged woman sitting in the back row. They whispered, "Is that Brother Mian's mom? It must be she's sitting with Lu Xinwan." Though they were whispering, the distance between seats wasn't great, and those in front could easily hear. Fu Man and Lu Xinwan uncomfortably turned around. How unlucky, running into people related to him everywhere. "Are you Mian Mian's classmates?" Fu Man asked. "Yes, Sandy." Just as Fu Man was about to say something, the fat and thin brothers in the back suddenly got excited. "Brother Nian is here." They pulled out their prepared support signs, raising them high above their heads, enthusiastically welcoming Lu Mian. Lu Mian's appearance brought a cool breeze to the lively chess institute. "Little girl, you've come to the wrong place. This is the competition area. The audience seats are over there." Lu Mian smiled gently. "I'm here to claim the 20 million. This statement was so arrogant. It made the players in the institute click their tongues and shake their heads in amusement. They had been playing for half a day and couldn't beat the 6th-dan master Lu Baiyu. This girl who looked only 17 or 18, casually talking about taking away 20 million. The Chess Institute hall burst into laughter. Fu Man cared about face and could barely keep her composure. Although the laughter around was mocking Lu Mian, it felt like they were mocking her too. She hurriedly pulled Lu Xinwan, her face flushed. "No, Anyuan, let's go." Fearing others would recognize her as Lu Mian's mother, Lu Xinwan followed contentedly. However, before the two could step out of the banquet hall, a chair unexpectedly slid in front of them, precisely blocking their path to the exit. The two were stunned, turning back to see Lu Mian casually standing with arms crossed, smiling at them. "Watch till the end before leaving." Fu Man was overwhelmed with embarrassment. The burning gazes around her made her imagine how humiliating this would be later. But it wasn't appropriate to argue with Lu Mian now, so she had to sit back down. Lu Mian gracefully turned, smiling at Su Qinghe in the main seat. Then he made a pleased gesture to his opponent Lu Baiyu. "Please, you're younger. You go first." "You start first," Lu Baiyu said, not wanting to make the situation awkward. "The one who goes first has an advantage." Lu Mian didn't agree. He had someone bring a lot drawing device. They decided by drawing lots. In the end, Lu Baiyu still made the first move. Lu Baiyu took the black pieces and went first. He placed his piece strategically. "Little one, should uncle give you a handicap? The chessboard is like a battlefield. No one gives handicaps." Lu Mian also made his move calmly. Their entire match was captured by cameras. Everyone could see clearly on the big screen. The contestants speculated maliciously. "I think this Lu Mian will lose in 5 minutes. I think 3 minutes. 1 minute should be enough." The opening of the game wasn't remarkable. It was standard, with both sides evenly matched. Neither gained an advantage in the back and forth. Those in the hall who initially didn't think much of it fell silent at some point. Lu Baiyu thought, "This girl has some skill, but she's far from beating me." However, just as he placed a black piece, Lu Mian's 26th move followed immediately after, landing with a resounding thud. The game took a dramatic turn. "Beautiful." Old Su on the main stage couldn't help but applaud and exclaim. Other players were too shocked to speak. This move was truly brilliant. It seemed aimless and unconventional, but it directly revitalized the white pieces in the upper left corner. Could he be a hidden master? Sorry, I take back everything I said earlier. White pieces usually don't have much advantage going second, but he turned the tables so quickly. "I'm impressed." Lu Baiyu also panicked a bit. He hurriedly placed a black piece to remedy, but found his rescue came too late. The upper left corner was completely Lu Mian's territory now. Lu Baiyu dropped the black piece in his hand, lowering his head in defeat. "You win." Lu Mian won. Lu Mian won against a 6th-dan professional player. Fat Hao and Thin Hao hugged excitedly, shouting with joy. Other contestants graciously gave thumbs up. "We have to admit it. His skill is undeniable." Those who understand can see the difference at a glance. Fu Man and Lu Xinwan, sitting in the audience, didn't know what expression to make. Mian Mian can play chess and even beat a professional player? Could that snuff bottle from years ago really have been won by his chess skills? How could they believe it? The scene was in an uproar. Old Su was clapping his hands and excitedly announcing the final champion when suddenly, before the old man could finish, a graceful figure stood up from the audience, interrupting the final announcement. In the Institute's hall, all eyes turned to the audience. Lu Xinwan stood elegantly. Others were quite surprised. Was someone about to cause trouble? Fu Man quickly tugged at her, temples throbbing. She felt something bad was about to happen. "Nuan Nuan, come back quickly." "Grimpasu." Sarito interrupt. I have a question I'd like to ask all the chess players here. Old Su furrowed his brow as he looked at her, then nodded slightly. I want to ask, is it possible for a 4-year-old child to beat an elderly master? Lu Xinhuan looked around, smiling. Others didn't quite understand what she meant, looking confused. Normally, it's not possible. Lu Baiyu pondered seriously, his tone calm and impartial. A 4-year-old's mind is usually not yet developed. Experience-wise, they're no match for an elder. Other players nodded. They were considered veterans in the Go world. They'd heard many legendary stories, but none this extraordinary. 4 years old is indeed unlikely, unless it's a genius. Grandpa Su, to be honest, the person I'm talking about is actually my sister Lu Mian's real experience. When she was 4, she played against an old gentleman and won an expensive antique snuff bottle. The room fell silent. It was too much information to process at once. Lu Xinhuan turned gracefully, smiling sweetly. A dark glint flashed in her eyes as she maintained an innocent, kind face. So, innocently, someone like my sister should be considered a genius, right? The contestants, including Lu Baiyu, were shocked. After digesting Lu Xinhuan's words, they looked at Lu Mian with intriguing expressions. That's impossible. This girl must have lied to her family. It's an antique. Could she have stolen it? Is that necessary? Brother Lu won 20 million in business. Family against family. Intrigued, the fat and thin brothers finally couldn't hold back. They tapped Fu Man's shoulder in the front row. Annie, can't you see Lu Xinhuan is jealous of her own sister? Aren't you going to do something about this? Annie, don't be too biased. Their words seemed to strike a chord with Fu Man. Her expression turned ugly as she scolded them in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. Nuan isn't jealous. She's just telling the truth. She knew clearly that whether that incident was true or false, no one here would believe Lu Mian. It was too outrageous. Bringing up old matters now would only bring shame to the Lu family. Lu Xinhuan knew Fu Man's thoughts, but she couldn't control herself. Watching Lu Mian return and gradually showcase her abilities, seeing her get better and closer to Su Jia, stealing the spotlight that should have been hers, she really couldn't sit still. She hoped everyone present could bear witness. Even if Lu Mian won the competition now, so what? She had still done such a disgraceful thing as a child. Let's see how she can hold her head up in the future. Let's see if Grandpa Su will still help Lu Mian. Lu Xinhuan concealed her inner excitement and looked sincerely at old Su. However, she didn't see the expected anger and confrontation. Grandpa Su's attitude, on the contrary, became more excited. What's going on? Su Qinghe's aged face lit up, his cloudy eyes filled with admiration and excitement. He said with vigor, now you know why Lu Mian is a special invited player, right? Everyone was confused. What did this have to do with anything? Su Qinghe nodded excitedly while explaining. Since Mian's own sister has spoken up, I won't keep it hidden from Mian anymore. She did indeed play chess with an old man when she was 4 years old. She was quite impressive. Lu Xinhuan suddenly froze, caught off guard. What was Grandpa Su saying? Because I was right there at the time. I thought then, this child is extraordinary. If properly nurtured, she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The word genius is well-deserved for Mian. The crowd was in an uproar. Fu Man was dumbfounded. Lu Xinhuan was completely stunned. How? How is this possible? Su Qing had continued enthusiastically. At just 4 years old, she forced her opponent into a corner. Alright, I even recorded a video back then. I've kept it all these years and finally have a chance to share it with you all. Su Ju, quickly connect to the computer and show everyone. Lu Mian's grip on her wife's hand paused. Her expression was a bit disdainful. They even recorded a video. Once the video came out, everyone fell silent. They stared at Lu Mian with intense gazes, all wearing expressions of awe. In the audience, Fu Man stared at the video screen, clutching her chest tightly. 2 clear tears rolled down. What have I done? Why didn't I believe Mian back then? Mom, believe me. I really want it. I can show you in the next Go game. Mom, I didn't steal anything. Mom, can you stand by my side just once? Mom, I was wrong. Fu Man clutched her chest, looking towards Lu Mian on the stage with tear-filled eyes. Lu Mian sensed it. She casually tossed the chess piece in her hand, pretending not to see and avoiding Fu Man's gaze. She found the current situation a bit annoying. She only came to take the money that didn't belong to Suju, resolve misunderstandings, and repair family relationships. Displaying talent and receiving praise from strangers meant nothing to her. She stretched her neck and walked up to old Su. She bluntly asked, Old Su, can I take the 20 million now? Have you ever seen a Go tournament where you can win 20 million in prize money from one game? As Lu Mian was signing, Suju let out a long sigh of relief beside her. Seeing you and your family clear up this misunderstanding, this money was well spent. With this money, I'm sure your family can live a good life. Lu Mian quickly signed her name. After twirling the pen in her hand, she put it down with a loud thud, quite forcefully. Suju was startled. Lu Mian smiled coldly and mockingly, silently pondering Suju's condescending tone. What did he mean by this patronizing attitude? Who said she would definitely use this money for her family? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm helping you, you know. This 20 million was sponsored by me. Suju stammered, taking a step back. Suju, do you deserve this money? Suju was shocked. What do you mean? But Lu Mian had no patience to explain. She tossed the pen into his arms, tucked the check away, and turned gracefully, pretending to be poor while making money in stock groups. How shameless. Lu Mian walked through layers of surprised and admiring gazes to the entrance of the Go Institute. She didn't forget to snap her fingers at the two in front. Casual yet cool. Let's go. I'll treat you to food. Fat Hao and Skinny Hao waved their support signs and ran after her. As they were discussing where to go, urgent footsteps and an annoying voice came from behind. Sis, congratulations. I always said you'd win the championship. She paused, smiling kindly and contentedly. Mom must be overjoyed now. She won't have to work so hard anymore. Fat Hao and Skinny Hao were astounded. They couldn't take it anymore and confronted Lu Xinwan directly. Lu Xinwan, do you have any shame left? When our cotton bro won 20 million, what did you do? Everyone knows you stood up to tattle and smear our cotton bro. Your little scheme failed, and now you're sucking up to get a share of our cotton bro's prize money? You're the most two-faced person I've ever seen. No exceptions. Fat Hao was so angry that the fat on his belly was trembling. Being scolded by the boys, Lu Xinwan, despite her thick skin, couldn't bear it. Her eyes were already red, tears welling up. What did I say to make you insult me like this? My family situation is really bad. Since my sister has earned money, isn't it right to help the family a little? It's her family too, her mother. I'm just speaking for my mom. Lu Xinwan, have you said enough? Lu Mian's expression was gloomy, her tone impatient as she interrupted Lu Xinwan. She turned back, looking at Lu Xinwan with a cold, mocking smile. You just want money from your sister, right? Fine, I'll grant your wish. She exhaled with a deep laugh. Lu Xinwan looked completely bewildered. Lu Mian was still smiling, but she took out her phone and made a call. She spoke firmly to the person on the other end. Vice Principal, I want to make a donation to the school. Lu Xinwan's eyes widened in shock. Principal Zhang on the other end chuckled, even with a hint of flattery. That's wonderful, Lu Mian. How much do you want to donate? 20 million. The principal was also startled. A 19-year-old student offering to donate 20 million was unprecedented. He tried to keep his tone from sounding too incredulous, laughing along. Lu Mian, are you sure? Of course, it's not a big amount. She spoke calmly, completely unbothered. But I have a few ideas to explain. Lu Mian's lips curved into an extremely wicked smile, her gaze subtly sweeping over Lu Xinwan. Of this 20 million, 10 million will be used to support poor students. The other 10 million will establish a scholarship to reward outstanding students. I'll discuss the specific details with you another day. Her tone was far from what a student should use with a principal. All right, it's up to you. But Principal Zhang had to go along with it, not finding anything wrong with her tone. Lu Xinwan's emotions were becoming increasingly unstable. Lu Mian glanced at her, the mischievous curve of her lips growing deeper. She said softly, how about we call it the Lu Mian Scholarship? Lu Xinwan almost screamed. Lu Mian, you're going too far. You're getting revenge on me. You're just getting revenge. Lu Mian grabbed Lu Xinwan's hand. I don't have time for that. So if you want to make money, study hard first. Then try to win the Lu Mian Scholarship, my dear sister. Lu Xinwan's body tensed up, feeling torn apart. Lu Mian, giving some money to your family is nothing. This is what you owe me. This is what you owe our family. Lu Mian said calmly. What I owed you was repaid 2 years ago. Repaid? How can you repay your parents for raising you? How can you make up for my weak health as a child? Lu Mian was still smiling, her cold eyes devoid of warmth. As she smiled, she suddenly became fierce. Her fingers slid from Lu Xinwan's cheek to her neck. With a quick squeeze, she instantly cut off all of Lu Xinwan's breath. Lu Xinwan was caught off guard, her mind going blank. The suffocation was unbearable. She couldn't breathe, feeling like her eyeballs were about to pop out. Help! She had no doubt that if Lu Mian applied just a bit more force, her neck would snap. You can continue, but I guarantee I will destroy everything you have now, bit by bit. Lu Xinwan frantically clawed at the air, struggling desperately. The air she could inhale was becoming increasingly thin. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Just as she felt she was about to die, from the corner of her eye, she saw a figure. Using her last bit of strength, she cried, "Mom, save me." When Fu Man saw Lu Xinwan being choked by Lu Mian not far away, she panicked. "Mian Mian, what are you trying to do? If you want to blame someone, blame me. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with your sister." Lu Mian scoffed, slowly shifting her gaze to Fu Man. "Mrs. Fu, how could you be at fault?" She spoke coldly, not rushing her words. Slowly and leisurely, Lu Mian continued. "If you want revenge, then take it. I admit I was biased. I neglected you. It's all my fault that you've become so violent now. Come choke me instead. I'll let you. Just release Nuanyuan." "Mrs. Fu, let's make a deal," Lu Mian said, narrowing her eyes. "You cut ties with Lu Xinwan. I'll send her abroad where you'll never see her again. The three of us will live together. How about that? I don't want your money. On the contrary, however much money or glory you want, I can give it to you." "Lu Mian," Fu Man shouted, suddenly clutching her chest. Her body slowly slid down, collapsing on the ground. She burst into tears. "You demon, how could you do this? You demon." "So it's not just about money," Lu Mian muttered to herself. She had known the answer all along. Since she was called a demon, she didn't mind twisting the knife further. "Emerese, Fu, you're so upset. But do you remember the kidnapping case on July 26th? Back then, I was also choked like this. The kidnappers asked which one of us you'd save. You said to save my sister." Lu Mian's face was streaked with tears. What kind of emotions was she feeling as she smiled while saying these words? Fu Man lay on the ground, grabbing Lu Mian's pant leg. "Mian Mian, Mom was wrong. Mom was really wrong. Please let go of Nuanyuan. She's already passed out." Lu Mian seemed oblivious, gently blowing on a leaf. "It seems you've made your choice." Fu Man didn't understand. She looked up at her, only to see Lu Mian slightly bending down. Casually, she said, "From now on, I have no relationship with you. Blood ties can't bind me. They only make me more disgusted." Lu Xinwan had already fainted from lack of oxygen. Fu Man quickly caught her younger daughter as she fell. Lu Mian laughed bitterly, unconsciously wiping her hands. She called for Fat Hao and Skinny Hao to leave. "Mianji, it's my treat today. Mianji, let's have a drink." To celebrate Mianji winning the championship and starting a new life. The two men tilted their heads back and gulped down their drinks in one go. Lu Mian followed suit, drinking heartily. In less than a few seconds, she saw the bottom of the bottle. Not long after, Lu Mian stood up with a serious expression. The two men exchanged glances. "Is Mianji drunk?" "Today, 1 bottle of beer per person. Each bottle is 330 milliliters. This beer is 5% alcohol. Therefore, we can calculate that each of us has consumed 1.65 units of alcohol today." "Okay, now it's my turn to ask you." Lu Mian extended her slender index finger, slightly lowering her head. She wandered randomly in the private room. Before the two brothers could react, she had already started speaking slowly. "Please listen to this math problem." Li Bai walks down the street, carrying a jug to buy wine. He adds a cup at the Jade Palace, and drinks one for each flower he sees. After 3 Jade Palaces and lotus flowers, the jug is empty. How much wine was in the jug originally? Fat Hao asked. "Weren't we here to drink?" Skinny Hao, Mianji, is he drunk or not? The two remained silent for a very long time, unsure if he was drunk or not. Their confused expressions displeased Lu Mian. He placed both hands on the table and said, "You can't even solve this? You're truly the worst batch I've ever taught, and you two are the worst among them." 2 hours later, Fat Hao and Skinny Hao, completely exhausted, put away their paper cranes. In Lu Mian's redemption-like dismissal, they stood up, rubbing their knees. The two supported each other, commiserating. Mianji's alcohol tolerance is really poor, huh? Mianji's drinking behavior isn't great either. It's our first time kneeling, and being forced to study. We've had it rough. Let's quickly get Myeonji back. You go contact a female classmate. Let Myeonji stay in the school dorm for now. Without further discussion, they supported Loo Myeon downstairs. When paying the bill, they happened to see Manager Yu. The two smiled politely. I'm Loo Myeon's good friend. You can leave him with me. I'll arrange a room for him to rest. Yu Ren's serious expression was so convincing that it was hard to doubt. But the two brothers weren't at ease. No, Myeonji is not in his right mind now. We don't know if what you're saying is true or false. Yu Ren chuckled again, his serious and thin face showing a hint of helplessness. It seems Loo Myeon is doing all right in class. At least he's not alone. As Yu Ren was trying to persuade the two boys, Fat and Skinny Hao first saw a familiar figure entering the restaurant. The two were overjoyed and eagerly waved. Director Chi, Xiao Qima, who had just returned from out of town today, said, "The little rascal is drinking again?" Loo Myeon sensed Xiao Qima's gaze. His half-open eyes slowly lifted, looking casual and lazy. "Oh, it's you. You're late. Class is over. Leave him to me. I know where he lives," Xiao Qima instructed sternly. Although he had heard about the competition from Yi Jingwen, he didn't expect Loo Myeon to be feeling so bad inside. However, just as Xiao Qima was about to support Loo Myeon, a slender, fair hand stopped him. "Mr. Chi, I'm afraid I can't let you go. Has Xiao Qima's love rival appeared? I'm Loo Myeon's friend. He's drunk now and needs rest," Yu Ren said with a faint smile. "Friend?" Xiao Qima repeated these two words. Loo Myeon and that restaurant owner are friends? What kind of friends? When did they become friends? What's their relationship like? One question after another appeared in his mind. Xiao Qima also understood that Loo Myeon's ability to book the #1 private room was probably due to this Manager Yu. Rationally, he understood, but emotionally, he couldn't accept it. He insisted, "No one can be sure if you're his friend or not, but I'm his guidance counselor. They can testify to that." Fat Hao and Skinny Hao nodded, honestly playing the role of background characters. They occasionally exchanged glances. They felt that both Director Chi and Manager Yu were acting strange. Yu Ren didn't argue. He made a gesture of invitation, being quite polite. "Well then, let Loo Myeon choose for himself." Fat and Skinny Hao felt like they were watching a cliché copyright romantic drama, with two men fighting over one woman. Yu Ren calmly looked at Loo Myeon, calling him gently and affectionately. Hearing Yu Ren call him, Loo Myeon raised his head and smiled lazily. "Handsome Yu," he said. Xiao Qima unconsciously pushed up his glasses. As his fingertips slid to his cheek, for the first time, he doubted his own appearance. Loo Myeon had never called him handsome. Could it be that the little rascal liked this type? Xiao Qima was a bit distracted, irritated. When he came back to his senses, unexpectedly, he noticed a hint of confidence hidden in Yu Ren's eyes. The irritation in his heart grew even stronger. Yet he had to suppress his fluctuating emotions, silently watching Loo Myeon, waiting for his next words. This was a subtle competition between mature men. Beside them, Fat Hao and Skinny Hao felt even more uncomfortable. They took a step back, retreating half a meter from this strange circle. Meanwhile, Loo Myeon, the person in question, remained oblivious. He stood with perfect posture, looking stern and serious. But his actions were stubborn. He reached out and patted Yu Ren's shoulder, leaning closer to him. Xiao Qima's heart sank. He actually chose Yu Ren without hesitation. Yu Ren breathed a slight sigh of relief. But Loo Myeon beside him fired another shot. "Handsome Yu, my driver's here. I'm going home." "Ah, driver?" The whole scene fell silent. It was the silence of a theater. Fat Hao and Skinny Hao secretly glanced at Director Chi, who was mistaken for a driver, and huddled together, trembling. Yu Ren's narrow, phoenix-like eyes became more complex. Since it was Loo Myeon's own choice, they had nothing more to say. Xiao Qima, now the driver, had no choice but to dutifully take him out. After all, he had won in a way. As he passed by Yu Ren, he couldn't help but give him a meaningful look. Xiao Qima led Loo Myeon out of the restaurant. "Chi-ji, little Myeon has been drinking again." Xiao Qima grunted in response. He opened the car door for Loo Myeon, letting him sit inside. He then sat in the back seat himself, completely in a boss-like manner. Waiting for the driver to start the car, Yi Jingwen's every brain cell was refusing. He stood outside, shaking his head frantically. "I won't drive. I won't drive even if you kill me." "He's finished his class," Xiao Qima said calmly. Their conversation was strange, but Yi Jingwen could understand. That's fine, He sat back in the driver's seat, as if he had just escaped a disaster. The car slowly started, heading towards Jinxing number 1. Chi-ji, why is little Mian here? The refined man's gaze remained unchanged. He methodically covered Lu Mian with a blanket, hiding his deep eyes, and didn't answer the question. Instead, he gave an order. Go investigate the owner of MMG. After a pause, he added, investigate thoroughly. Chi-ji, don't you think the name of the restaurant, MMG, is quite unique? Xiao Qima became interested. Explain in detail. Translated means Mian, right? Manager Yu and Lu Mian are friends, and he's given Lu Mian burgers many times. The name of his restaurant is MMG. It seems quite ambiguous no matter how you look at it. I guess they're definitely not just simple friends. After Yi Jingwen finished speaking, he felt the car suddenly become much colder. This is the most generous student I've ever seen. He actually donated 20 million to the school. The next day, Lu Mian went to Principal Zhang's office to finalize some details about the donation. The recipient of the Mantis Scholarship was Lu Mian. Lounging casually on the sofa, he asked, Principal Zhang, can I borrow the historical archives of Kunping Middle School? Oh, that? It's already been borrowed, Principal Zhang said, looking troubled. Who borrowed it? Student Lu? I can't tell you that. But if you're investigating the kidnapping case, I really don't have any clues to provide you. The kidnapper's last known location was indeed at Kunping Middle School, but all the surveillance footage from that time was destroyed. All right, I understand. Ding Kai, the homeroom teacher of class 25, called all the students back to the classroom. Let me introduce you all. This is classmate Su Luo. He passed the entrance exam for Kunping School with you. He's been away participating in a Go competition and has now returned. Everyone, please give him a warm welcome. Next to Ding Kai stood a young girl of about 16 or 17. Her delicate features were tinged with a faint air of elitism. The students below whispered among themselves, isn't this the Go princess from the Su family? They had seen her name on the rankings before and thought she had transferred out. Isn't she quite good? Why isn't she in class 1? Someone asked weakly. The other students looked embarrassed. It was quite awkward. Su Luo ignored the idle chatter and said a plain, hello, everyone from the podium. In Wu or Hua. Ding Kai smiled and helped her out of the awkward situation. Su Luo actually scored the highest in the entire grade when entering the school. Because she had to go out for competitions, she was arranged into our class. In the future, everyone should help each other. Su Luo, you can sit. Su Luo shook her head and assertively raised her hand. Teacher, can I sit there? She was pointing at Lu Mian's seat, of course. She added, I like window seats. Su Luo's attitude was quite forceful. Ding Kai looked troubled. Before he could say anything, Guizaheo and Yuan Hao from the back row couldn't sit still. That seat belongs to Lu Mian. So, what if you're good at studying? He donated 20 million. Does he have to give up his seat for you? Su Luo scoffed. The money Lu Mian donated, isn't it the 20 million taken from our Su family? She had seen Lu Mian when the Go matched that day, so she naturally knew about this. Yuan Hao, unconvinced, stood up abruptly to argue. Your Su family sponsored that money, but my Mianji won it fair and square playing Go. What do you mean, taken from your Su family? Coming here and trying to take Mianji's seat. You really think you're a little princess. As the three went back and forth, the others remained confused. Won 20 million playing Go and donated it to the school? Their worldviews were once again refreshed. The information was too much, they couldn't react for a moment. Class monitor by Feng Fei stood up to maintain order. Are you two done making a fuss? So what if Lu Mian is great at Go? Think about it. If Su Luo had played, would she have been able to take 20 million? It's because the Su family went easy on him. The fat and skinny brothers wanted to argue more, but from the corner of their eyes, they saw a slender, tall figure enter through the back door. Their eyes lit up as if they'd seen a savior. Mianji, you're finally here. This newcomer is trying to take your seat. She wants you to give it up. Lu Mian glanced at Su Luo. Then, beat me first. His voice was soft, his tone calm. Su Luo was also fired up with competitiveness. What do you want to compete in? Lu Mian said lazily. Whatever you like. Lu Mian continued. I'll arrange the competition content today. I'm determined to keep this seat. Lu Mian looked at Su Luo for a while. The monk behind his ear wanted to say something. He asked blankly, by the way, what's your name? He hadn't heard Su Luo say anything earlier. Look at Mianji's style. Look at Mianji's aura. Mianji, her name is Su Luo. I heard she's very good at Go. But prepare. Mianji, you're better. Lu Mian nodded. Oh, So she's old Sue's granddaughter. Old Sue's grandchildren are quite interesting. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being surrounded by descendants. Su Luo was only embarrassed for a moment, but didn't show much emotion. Lu Mian, then let's see who's better in the competition. Lu Mian smiled. Well, let's play along then. Su Luo was very efficient. She quickly arranged 3 competition events and prepared the props to invite Lu Mian to compete. The competition between these two became the hottest topic in the class today. Many people secretly placed bets with snacks. Su Luo will definitely win against Lu Mian. Although Lu Mian is good at physics, he's not well-rounded. Lu Mian may have won the Go competition, but he's no match for the Go princess. Some who disliked Lu Mian, openly or secretly, also sided with Su Luo with ill intentions. We should find a referee, right? So they can't deny losing afterwards. Yuan Hao, known for being straightforward, said with a pout, "If you've got the skills, don't try to take my Mianji's desk." Bai Fengfei glared at Lu Mian. "Aren't you going to control these two? They're too arrogant." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Mian's expression was calm. He smiled, narrowing his eyes, both fierce and proud. "Then let me remind you all, what's mine is mine. No one can take it away." Su Luo's eyes held a faint mockery. "All right, stop arguing. Since both sides are unsure, let's find the fairest person to be the referee. It can't be someone from our class. So who should we choose?" Everyone looked around. "Director Chi is coming. Let's do this. Go and invite Director Chi to be the referee." To avoid any suspicion of cheating. Hearing this, Lu Mian's eyes flickered slightly. He felt a bit of a headache. In front of Xiao Qima, should he win or not? "Do you want to choose someone else?" he suggested. Su Luo amusingly shrugged, becoming more contemptuous. "I think Director Chi is fine. They say he's impartial and fair. He's the best choice." Lu Mian reluctantly agreed. Bai Fengfei went to invite Xiao Qima. Surprisingly, the usually stern Director Chi agreed so readily. He quickly checked the props for any abnormalities and distributed them to Su Luo and Lu Mian. Su Luo held up their competition prop. "Lu Mian, this is a 4x4 number sliding puzzle. The goal is to use as few moves as possible in the shortest time to rearrange the number blocks on the board in order from left to right, top to bottom. Are the rules clear to you?" Lu Mian nodded. As the competition began, both girls lowered their heads. They started manipulating the props in their hands. Su Luo glanced at her opponent. Lu Mian's fingers were casually flipping the pieces, not like she was competing, but more like playing with a toy. Is she planning to give up? There's not even a hint of competitive tension. 15 seconds later, Su Luo chuckled as she put the last number in place, a victorious smile curling her lips. She raised her hand, but before she could say anything, Lu Mian's leisurely voice came first. "I've finished." Su Luo looked over in disbelief, her smile becoming a bit stiff. Lu Mian had actually finished a step ahead of her. "Director Chi, this isn't fair." Before she could finish, Bai Fengfei and others protested. Su Luo clearly finished first. She just didn't say it as quickly. Lu Mian might have been fast, but she was at least a second slower than Su Luo. "Director Chi, I was a bit slow to speak. I'm not sure how you'll judge this." Xiao Qima, with a businesslike manner, looked at his stopwatch and calmly stated, "Lu Mian won because, before you finished, she had already been waiting for you for 7 seconds." With these words, the entire room fell silent. Xiao Hao put his hands on his hips triumphantly. "Our Mianji finished in 20 seconds. Su Luo only finished at 27 seconds. Su Luo, our Mianji was actually being considerate, afraid of finishing too quickly and hurting your pride." Su Luo lost and indeed felt her pride wounded. Fortunately, she had participated in many competitions before. Her mentality was well-tempered. She didn't lose her composure. "I lost the first round. Let's proceed to the second round. Lu Mian, since this is a competition, just show your true ability. I don't need you to go easy on me. Giving your all is the basic respect for an opponent." Lu Mian looked at her with a complex expression, then reluctantly nodded. "All right, let's start the second round." This time, Lu Mian was quite serious in the competition. Perhaps because of Su Luo's reminder, he became a bit more earnest. He had one hand in his pocket, the other holding the Rubik's Cube. The cube spun in his hand, making crisp, continuous clicking sounds. Before others could even distinguish the colors, he had already moved on to the next step. He was so fast that they worried the cube might fly out of his hand. Pang Hao and Shou Hao watched in amazement, increasingly feeling that Mianji was an all-around expert. Across from him, Su Luo Luo was also quickly manipulating the cube. Sometimes she would pause slightly before continuing. As time ticked by, a thin layer of sweat appeared on her nose. Done. Lu Mian raised his hand, handing the perfectly solved cube to Director Chi. Su Luo had only completed 1/6 when Lu Mian finished. Was this Lu Mian's true ability? Xiao Qi Ma stopped the timer. The result needed no explanation and left no room for dispute. Lu Mian won with an absolute advantage. He clapped his hands, not at all interested in savoring the joy of victory. Nor did he care to observe the challenger's expression. He simply said, "I'm leaving," and departed with casual elegance. Pang Hao and Shou Hao thoughtfully added, "Let this be a warning to certain people. No one can take what belongs to our Mianji." Su Luo had nothing to say at this point. Bai Fengfei, seeing Su Luo's poor mood, quickly consoled her. Luo, don't be upset. These games don't mean much. Next time, let's challenge him in academics." Bai Fengfei was right. There would be opportunities to compete in the future. She and Lu Mian would eventually have a proper match. At this moment, Lu Mian received a text from Sui Yuan, inviting him to meet at the big tree between the teaching buildings. A timid Mian called out. Lu Mian looked up. He saw Sui Yuan running over with a notebook in hand, panting. He gently advised, "Slow down." While Sui Yuan bent over to catch his breath, Lu Mian's restless hand had already stroked his forehead several times. "I need to talk to you about something serious." "How serious?" Lu Mian's voice was soft. Mian, I heard everything from you, Run. About you and the Lu family. Never mind. No one understands your feelings better than we do. Don't be too sad. Sui Yuan knows. This topic was undoubtedly heavy for both of them. For Ling, for Yurun. Yes, they were all victims of the 726 kidnapping case. More precisely, they were lonely souls abandoned by their closest loved ones. Similar experiences, plus those days of life and death together, made them cherish each other more than anyone else, despite having no blood relation. He was consoling Lu Mian and also himself. Lu Mian slightly pouted, suddenly becoming serious and profound. "Are you sad?" Sui Yuan's biological father coldly handed over 5 million, not even looking at him once. He told the kidnappers, "The boy can inherit the family business. What use is a girl? Do what you want with her." Lu Mian knew he was recalling past events. He saw a glimmer in the corner of his eye. He reached out and embraced Sui Yuan. "My mistake. Don't think about it." Sui Yuan took a while to calm down before rising from his uncle's embrace. He pinched his slightly stuffy nose. "All right, let's get back to business. This is your study plan for this semester. I've arranged everything for you. Just follow it." Sui Yuan opened the notebook. He showed it to him very seriously. "I'm just here as a study companion. Why are you writing a plan for me? Can I refuse?" He finally lazily glanced at the October monthly exam. The goal was to score above 50 in math and English, above 60 in physics, chemistry, and biology, above 40 in politics, history, and geography. Sui Yuan puffed out his cheeks. "Of course not. The reason for arranging this for you is because I feel you don't have any goals. All you do is investigate the kidnapping case and make money. Your life is monotonous and boring. You should do things appropriate for your age." If possible, he actually wanted him to have a romantic relationship. Lu Mian looked at Sui Yuan's determined and puffy face. "Only you would compromise like this." He reluctantly reached out and took Sui Yuan's plan book. Meanwhile, in the classroom, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. Su Xiao, don't be angry. Forget it, Xie Huiyang. You should also say less. You're such close friends. Fighting will only hurt your relationship." Xie Huiyang angrily shook off the classmates trying to break up the fight. "Why don't you say anything to Su Ju? My family invested 300,000 with him, and we lost it all. Lost is lost. Today I just mentioned it briefly, and he lashed out at me. Who am I supposed to reason with?" Suju was also upset. "Why did you have to bring this up when I was in a bad mood? Isn't that clearly mocking me?" Su Luo, standing at the door, roughly understood the situation. She rushed over to quickly pull Suju away. "All right, brothers, stop fighting. What's going on with your stock trading? Tell me the truth. If you don't tell me the truth, I can't help you. Just tell me. I promise I won't tell grandfather." Suju hesitated for a moment. Luo, grandfather absolutely cannot know about this. Earlier, I joined a stock trading group. Only poor people could join this group, so I used the identity of our maid son. After joining, I followed their leader and indeed made a lot of money. But one time, after I told Lu Mian the stock code, I was suddenly kicked out of the group. After that, I didn't know when to sell, and I missed the best-selling period. I lost everything. Luo, don't you think there's something fishy about this? Su Luo's expression was grave. Absolutely fishy. Lu Mian must have been in that group too. You opened up to him completely, telling him the code without any suspicion, and he turned around and reported you. The group admin checked your information and naturally wouldn't let you stay in the group. They even arranged for Lu Mian to win your 20 million. Su Luo analyzed it thoroughly. Since Lu Mian played tricks on you, don't blame me for using underhanded methods too. He made you suffer a silent loss, so I'll make him get kicked out of that group too. Grandfather, do you know any friends who are good at programming? Su Luo asked as she ran. Grandfather Su, it's like this. I've been interested in computer programming lately, so I was hoping you could help me find a good teacher. Once we contact this programming master, I'll have him find Lu Mian's account. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Suju knew her intentions, but didn't stop her. He joined in persuading their grandfather. Luo wants to learn. Please help her. Our family has always emphasized talent cultivation. Who knows? Maybe Luo not only has a talent for being a wife, but might also be great at programming. The Su family indeed valued cultivating their children's talents. Su Luo had a talent for Go, so they found the best teachers for her and spared no expense in nurturing her. If only Mian had been willing to follow him back then, perhaps everything would be different now. He sighed silently. I do know someone who's very good at programming, Su Qing said, his tone softening a bit. I'll have to arrange it first. After all, I'm not sure if they'll agree. There might still be people who won't give face to grandfather. The siblings were both quite puzzled but still happily agreed. Maybe the person grandfather found was a top figure in the industry. A top programming master indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Thank you, grandfather. How are you two doing with your studies? Su Jiahui asked quite smugly. Shou Hao couldn't help but retort. The fourth from the bottom shouldn't be mocking us. Is there much difference? I was fourth from the bottom last time, but for this exam, I got help from Su Luo. It might not be the same this time. I heard you two got help from Lu Mian. You'd better switch to the light side quickly and find a reliable good student to guide you. As Su Jiahui was saying this, he had already come to Lu Mian's desk. Lu Mian wasn't there, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. Suddenly, he noticed a green notebook peeking out from Lu Mian's desk. He couldn't resist and pulled it out. Pang Hao quickly tried to stop him. That's Mianji's thing. You can't touch it. I just saw this notebook about to fall and wanted to pick it up for him. He said this, but he still opened the notebook without permission. When he saw the contents inside, he suddenly screamed. As if he had discovered someone's secret, he was excited to tell the whole world. Come quick, everyone look. Lu Mian has set goals for himself. He shouted while laughing loudly. A few classmates actually came over to join in the commotion. October monthly exam goal. Math and English above 50 points, physics, chemistry, and biology above 60 points. The guy who got 8 zeros last time is aiming for a comeback, huh? Did he write these goals with his eyes closed? Pang Hao and Shou Hao couldn't possibly allow this. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. But before they could raise their fists, they heard a cold, penetrating female voice from the doorway. Put that down. The voice was so cold and deep, it made Su Jiahui shiver. Nervously, he gripped the notebook, accidentally tearing it in half. A cold, fierce wind blew from behind. The girl's right arm grabbed Su Jiahui's slender hand, gripping his wrist with full force. With a crack, his wrist broke. Screams erupted all around. This isn't late. Lu Mian flung him away, expressionlessly raising his right foot. He kicked him directly in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters. With a crash and clatter, the falling body knocked over 5 or 6 desks. Everyone in the class was stunned. They all knew Lu Mian was aloof and cold, not talkative. But usually he just avoided contact with people, being rather cold. This frightening side of him, they were seeing for the first time. It was just a notebook, wasn't it? Was it necessary? Something that could have been resolved with a few words had turned into violent aesthetics. No one dared to help Su Jiahui up. They didn't even dare to breathe. Fortunately, at this moment, a savior arrived. To everyone's relief, Su Luo walked up to Lu Mian with a frown. Lu Mian, why did you hit someone? His tone wasn't good. Hitting Su Jiahui was like slapping his own face. Who didn't know that Su Jiahui was under his responsibility now? Lu Mian ignored him. Or rather, he had no time to pay attention to him. He just squatted down, picking up the pieces of paper from the ground one by one. It was Sui Yuan's notebook that Su Jiahui had torn. Su Luo, you must stand up for me. Everyone saw clearly that Lu Mian attacked first. This commotion also caught the attention of school leaders and teachers. Xiao Qima said, "I'll handle this," dismissing the others. Arriving at the door of class 25, he looked inside and understood. Sure enough, someone was causing trouble for Lu Mian again. Seeing the dean of students arrive, Su Jiahui felt more confident. He dragged his limp wrist and started complaining. "Dean Shi, Lu Mian hit me. He attacked first. He even broke my hand." Xiao Qima frowned slightly, ignoring Su Jiahui. He calmly asked what had happened. Su Luo stepped forward to Xiao Qima. He explained that Su Jiahui had touched Lu Mian's notebook without permission. He had read its contents aloud and accidentally torn the notebook. Lu Mian, in a moment of anger, had hit Su Jiahui. He spoke objectively. "Dean Shi, Lu Mian indeed shouldn't have fought. We'll counsel him properly. Please give us another chance." Xiao Qima didn't respond to him. Chances weren't the point. He couldn't stand hearing others speak ill of Lu Mian. "Lu Mian, come with me to the office." The dean had spoken. Everyone looked at Lu Mian again. At this moment, he had just finished picking up the pieces from the ground. He straightened up as if he hadn't heard anything and returned to his seat. He kicked the chair with his long leg and sat down calmly. He swept all the obstructing things off his desk, leaving an empty desktop. Everyone was shocked first that he didn't listen to the dean. They were shocked again at Lu Mian's ironclad courage. "You little brat, I just wanted to ask if you were hurt." Su Jiahui was unsatisfied and shouted, "Dean, you must discipline this Lu Mian properly. He's extremely arrogant in class. This isn't the first or second time he's threatened classmates. I just touched his notebook. Did he have to beat me like this? So you started it. Go clean the boys' bathroom. Lu Mian, come with me to the office." Lu Mian said irritably, "What for?" Xiao Qima handed him a hamburger. In the past, when you were upset, eating a hamburger would calm you down. He was surprised Xiao remembered. Now looking at him when he wasn't speaking, he was quite handsome. Xiao Qima and Lu Mian leaned against the balcony. He softly called Lu Mian's full name. "I can give you one chance to ask me anything." Xiao Qima's lips instantly curved into a beautiful smile, full of tenderness and indulgence. "Are you serious?" Lu Mian nodded. "Whatever you want to ask, I'll try to answer. But you only have one chance to ask." He knew Xiao was looking for number 13's whereabouts. This time, he decided to settle it. Xiao Qima chuckled, with a sense of clarity after long confusion. "I want to ask." Xiao Qima paused. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, but at this moment, he couldn't ask them. He was afraid that getting the answer would mean losing this girl. "Lu Mian, I want to save this chance." Lu Mian stopped eating his hamburger and looked up. His eyes regained their carefree look. He sighed helplessly. "As expected of you, you old fox. Saving the chance for the most crucial moment to maximize benefits. That's indeed the calculation of a cunning old fox." Xiao Qima didn't mind the praise or criticism in those words. He smiled gently. "I'll take that as your agreement." He raised his hamburger in a toast. After school, Lu Mian received a call from old Su. Mian, aren't you good with computers? Professional terms, programming, right? I'm an old man, I don't understand those things. I want to ask you to teach someone. You want me to teach someone programming? Mian, I know people in your field like to maintain mystery. Don't worry, I won't reveal any of your information. I won't even let you meet in person. Okay. Lu Mian hung up the phone helplessly. He turned and put this matter aside. "Help me get some chopsticks." Xiao Qima thought by chopsticks. So he doesn't want to come borrow chopsticks from me anymore. Dream on. Mian, be careful not to fall. The young girl looked up, but only saw her young father. Her mother was smiling gently at the baby girl. The tall father simply bent down and lifted the child onto his shoulders. It turned out to be the same name. However, when the little windmill in the baby girl's hand was about to hit Lu Mian's face, a strong, deep arm raised up to protect her, blocking it. "Sorry," the little girl said in a sweet voice. "Big sister is so pretty. Uncle is so handsome too." The young parents also smiled apologetically, saying sorry several times. Lu Mian shook her head. "It's okay." Xiao Qima beside her frowned, elegantly pushing up his glasses. "Little one, call me brother." The little girl compromised and sweetly called him uncle. "Brother." Lu Mian didn't know why he was so insistent, but found it amusing and chuckled lightly. By now, old Su's text message had already arrived. After returning home, he logged into his account and added the other person as a friend. The other person was probably waiting for him and quickly accepted. When he saw the message sent by the other person, Lu Mian's expression suddenly became confused. Hello, teacher. Su Luo. Su Luo wanted to learn programming from him. Lu Mian casually picked up a pen from the desk, leaned back, his lips curving into a mischievous, wicked smile. Su Luo, on the other side, suddenly asked him a question. Teacher, do you take commissions? The fee is high. Please consider carefully. Su Ju eagerly leaned over. When he saw the words, the fee is high, he felt sorry for the teacher. May I ask, how much does it cost to enter someone's chat account? Lu Mian suddenly had a strange feeling. That depends on who it is. A student, not someone important. 100,000 to 1 million, depending. Su Luo looked at this price and thought it was reasonable. For a programming master, it was a very friendly price. Su Ju also agreed. The two of them reached an agreement and directly sent Lu Mian's personal information over. Lu Mian on this side looked at that account and fell into a long silence. So after all this roundabout, they wanted him to hack into his own account. This operation was quite indescribable. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed. Old Su made it seem like he was bullying people. Lu Mian perfunctorily replied, not taking it. Teacher, please. For my grandfather's sake, please help me just this once. It's a high-level account. Can't get in. He's just an ordinary student. We're not doing anything harmful. We just want to report him in a group. He's full of filth himself, doing bad things behind people's backs. He tricked my brother. He's not a good person. Lu Mian's mouth twitched. So this is what it feels like to hear someone badmouth you firsthand. So he typed out a line of text. Let's video chat. I'll explain to you face to face. Video chat? Su Luo and Su Ju were surprised. They just suddenly felt a bit uneasy, unable to pinpoint what was wrong. After saying that, he clicked on the video invitation. The screen showed, waiting for the other party to accept. What came into view was a pair of long legs wearing Kunping school uniform pants. He was very surprised and straightened up. He stared intently at the screen. He watched as the other party leisurely sat down. A familiar, carefree face appeared in front of the camera. What's going on? Lu Mian said casually. Hello. I am the ordinary student you described as full of flaws and not a good person. Lu Mian regretfully informed them. You wanted to find a programmer to hack me, but it turns out I am that programmer myself. Their purpose was lightly stated by Lu Mian. The siblings' faces turned red and then pale, shocked to the extreme. Lu Mian, you're playing with us? Luo Luo gave her name from the start. You must have known. You find it amusing to toy with us, don't you? You're very pleased with yourself, aren't you? Su Ju tensed up, quickly hearing the leisurely, arrogant voice from the other side. You think I'm as idle as you? Tell me, what do you want to do? Su Luo tried to make herself sound as open as possible. Since you already know our purpose, I have nothing to deny. We just want to investigate your account in the Guyu group. We want to report you. You reported my brother before, causing him to be kicked out of the Guyu group. We're just returning the favor. You know the rules of the Guyu group better than we do. With your usual behavior and studies, do you think you're qualified? Lu Mian readily agreed, sending them the group number and name. He eagerly applied to join. Lu Mian ignored Su Ju's anxious expression, his lips curving into a cold smile. Before closing the video call, he said one last thing. If you wanted the group number, you could have just asked me directly. Going in such a roundabout way wastes time. I have things to do. I'll wait for your report. Good luck. The video connection was cut off. Everything returned to calm. Su Luo and Su Ju looked at each other in bewilderment. How come he didn't seem afraid at all? Instead, he looked like he was in a good mood. This is the warmest companion I've ever seen. They can laugh together, eat together, without any reservations. Sincere and open. Lu Mian got into the car, lazily leaning back in a comfortable position in the back seat. The driver in the front, a 23-year-old young man named Dong Yang, turned his head back respectfully. Boss, I'll take you there first. Someone will pick up Miss you separately. Lu Mian gave a sound of acknowledgement. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Mian's phone also rang. It was Xiao Qima calling. Director Qi, he said, his voice calm and composed. An elegant baritone came from the other side. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Lu Mian was silent for a few seconds. Xiao Qima smiled gently. Don't misunderstand. They sent some beef, foie gras, and other ingredients from abroad. They say it makes great burgers. Lu Mian pressed his lips together. He swallowed imperceptibly. Soon, his delicate and cold features became nonchalant. "Thank you for the invitation, Director Chi. I have something to do. Please enjoy yourself." Xiao Qima wanted to say something more, but the other end of the phone was already beeping. The call had been hung up. Where is this little rascal going? Xiao Qima stared at the now dark phone screen in shock, his eyes deepening with concern. Yi Jingwen came over panting, carrying a bunch of ingredients. He asked fawningly, "How is it?" "Little Mian must be eager, right? These are all top-quality ingredients that just arrived from abroad today. Kobe beef, foie gras, caviar, lobster. I'm about to drool." Xiao Qima's face darkened further. Bypassing the pile of ingredients, he said coldly, "He has something to do and can't come." That's unprecedented. What could be more important than a top-class luxury burger feast, especially when the great Xiao is cooking personally? Xiao Qima silently gripped his phone. He wanted to know too. Handsome Yu Lu Mian greeted while tossing his backpack onto the sofa. He put down his phone. Shedding all defenses and fatigue, he comfortably changed into slippers and wandered around the living room. Occasionally, he strolled to the dining area bar, casually picking up some of the ingredients prepared by Yu Run and secretly popping them into his mouth. Yu Run saw through, but didn't say anything. He just smiled. Mian, does it look good?" Sui Yuan walked to the bar, shy but with a hint of joy. Lu Mian patted Sui Yuan's head. "Of course it looks good. Happy birthday, little birthday girl." October 22nd. Today is Sui Yuan's birthday. The so-called birthday isn't actually her real birth date. It's the day Sui Yuan was rescued and given a new life. "Old Yu, thank you for your hard work. You've made so many delicious things for us. It's rare for us to gather together. It's not hard work." The three were talking. A cheerful laugh came from the doorway. "I'm back." The voice preceded the person. A slender woman wearing tight jeans and a black leather jacket walked in. This beautiful woman with a mature aura was called Yi Lin. She had been in constant communication with Lu Mian. Lin is responsible for Lu Mian's potential affairs. "Everyone's here," Yi Lin said as she walked to the bar. She first kissed Sui Yuan on the cheek, then clicked her tongue at Yu Run, and finally stood beside Lu Mian. She smiled mischievously, her slender figure leaning in, one arm draped over Lu Mian's shoulder, one hand hooked under the girl's chin. "Brother Nyan, it's been so long. I've really missed you." Lu Mian exhaled softly. "Do you want me to bite you?" Yi Lin smiled gently, moving even closer to Lu Mian. "Brother Nyan, be gentle." Lu Mian softened her features, not really minding those things. She naturally lowered her head slightly to respond. "Woman, don't play with fire." The mature woman finally couldn't hold it anymore. Holding her stomach, she laughed and let go of Lu Mian. "Mian, you've read a lot of romance novels, huh? You remember the classic lines so well. By the way, Mian, that Suju has entered the Guyu group again. What's going on?" Lu Mian replied, "Can I mess with him?" "As you wish." Yi Lin laughed with her hands on her hips. Love you. This time I must teach this Suju a good lesson." Yi Lin raised an eyebrow and smiled, then hugged Yu Ren. Lu Mian just watched them and smiled. They were like siblings in a family, joking without any reservations, sincere and open. Unexpectedly, what I had always wanted to get from my family, I got from this group of companions. Thinking back on past experiences, I still feel lucky to have met these companions. Yu Ren walked Lu Mian to the door. A cool night breeze blew by. He instinctively helped pull up the zipper on Lu Mian's school uniform, then took off his own suit jacket and draped it over Lu Mian's shoulders. "It's cool at night. Wear this on your way back." Lu Mian glanced at the jacket on her body. The jacket still carried Yu Ren's unique cool scent. She smiled. "Okay, you should rest early too." The handsome girl turned to leave. Yu Ren's body paused. He suddenly reached out to stop her. Meeting the girl's slightly confused eyes, he said seriously, Mian. "You and that Mr. Xiao? There's no problem, right?" "Xiao Qima?" Yu Ren looked up slightly at the pitch-black night sky. "You know he's investigating you. Last time you asked me to leak some information, so I gave him the news that you're the boss of MMG. Lu Mian blinked quickly. Yu Ren had released this information. Although helpless, she remained relatively calm. "But Mian, my intuition tells me that he's not just simply a member of the Xiao family. You need to be careful. Don't worry, I've got it under control." Yu Ren looked at her eyes, bright as torches under the dark night sky. He sighed slightly in his heart. He hoped he was overthinking it. Lu Mian returned to Jingqing number 1. He walked determinedly towards his front door. But as he approached the security door, he saw a square box in front of his door. He narrowed his eyes, his whole body assuming a defensive posture. His senses keenly scanned the surroundings, entering a combat-ready state. He stepped back and used his toe to kick open the box lid. He lowered his gaze slightly. When he saw what was in the box, all strength seemed to drain from his body instantly. Lu Mian froze in place. 6 neatly arranged burgers. He knew without guessing who had made them. Lu Mian stood still there, raising his hand to his heart. Wasn't it supposed to be dead? Why could he still feel it? Lu Mian suddenly dropped his hand dejectedly. His thin lips parted, slowly uttering 3 words with an expressionless face. "You win, old fox." He bit his lip and cursed under his breath. Inside the room, Yi Jingwen had been closely monitoring the situation outside. When he heard the sound of something being thrown in the hallway, he had already rushed to the security door and looked out through the peephole. "Brother Shi, little Mian is back. Hurry up and go out," he said in a hushed voice, squinting and waving towards the living room sofa. Xiao Qima sat with his legs crossed, quiet as a mountain. The glare on his glasses made it impossible to see the emotion in his eyes. "You should take action quickly." Xiao Qimo remained composed, even shaking his head. Sometimes men shouldn't be too proactive. These words were spoken by the love expert Xiao Qimo. "If he comes to knock, I'll go out. If not, it's not convenient for me to disturb him." Xiao Qimo's expression was calm. If it were the previous Xiao Qimo, who hadn't been moved by love, Yi Jingwen would absolutely believe him. But now this act of feigned reluctance, he must have learned it from some young couple. But the key is that the other party is Lu Mian, the little rich lady. Specific problems need specific analysis. Yi Jingwen was more anxious than the emperor's eunuch. He stood at the door, staring through the peephole, fidgeting anxiously. "Little Mian, it's all up to you now. Please come and knock." Just as Yi Jingwen was thinking this, through the peephole, he saw Lu Mian walking towards their door. Oh my, he got so excited he almost rushed out to open the door. "Brother 7, Lu Mian is coming." He tried hard to keep his voice down. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Mian bend down to put the meal box at the door. Then he turned and left. "He's gone. Brother 7, Lu Mian left again. Little Mian, don't let me down." Yi Jingwen's head was throbbing. Just as he was speaking, he felt a gust of wind beside him. Before he could react to what was happening, the security door was opened by a very beautiful hand. Xiao Qimo stood at the door, turning the handle. As for Lu Mian, he had turned halfway. He also suddenly froze there. Both big shots were super calm types. As long as they could keep their inner composure, awkwardness didn't belong to them. Yi Jingwen scratched his head. He couldn't do it. He felt awkward from head to toe. After 3 seconds of silence, Lu Mian adjusted his posture and stood calmly in front of Xiao Qimo. His gaze shifted slightly. With understanding, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a deep smile. "What a coincidence." Xiao Qimo smiled slightly, handing the food box to Lu Mian. "No need to be polite. Eat," Lu Mian said calmly. "Thank you, I appreciate it. I've already eaten." Where did he eat? Who did he eat with? Despite the many questions in his mind, Xiao Qimo remained motionless. His long fingers pushed up his glasses. He slowly opened the food box, unhurried. "I have eaten. The taste is not bad. I had no reaction after eating." Yi Jingwen, however, gulped. 2 pairs of eyes with super strong auras looked at him. He raised his hand vigorously. "I can testify that it's really delicious. It's made with top-quality ingredients imported from abroad." Brother 7 wasted a lot of materials to make it personally. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qimo stuffed a burger into Yi Jingwen's mouth. "You see, little Yi is promoting it so hard. Try it." The aroma of the burger lingered at the tip of his nose. Lu Mian sniffed carefully. It was the unique fragrance of premium ingredients. "Okay, there's nothing to hesitate about. Being greedy isn't shameful. Wasting food is." "Thank you." Lu Mian took the burger. Xiao Qimo felt a weight lift from his heart. "Why don't you come in and eat? I just brewed some black tea. Give me your coat. I'll hang it up." Yi Jingwen asked casually. "This should be a man's coat. Could it be your boyfriend's?" Lu Mian didn't think much of it. "It's old used coat." Xiao Qimo smiled thinly. "He's with you Rin tonight." Then the question arises, what were they doing together? Lu Mian had already comfortably sat on the sofa. "Dr. Yi, can I ask you a question?" "Of course." Yi Jingwen smiled dryly, relieved that he changed the topic. Lu Mian touched his chin, carefully organizing his words, then spoke very seriously. "Do you know how a girl can maintain a pure friendship with a man?" Lu Mian is Lu Mian. His next sentence always comes from an unexpected place. On the matter of dealing with dead people, Lu Mian had it under tight control. Yi Jingwen wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he so talkative? Why did he have to bring up the wrong topic? This question was clearly targeted. Oh, Brother 7, he was already mortified. He secretly glanced at Xiao, his brain filled with remorse. Brother 7, I'm sorry. Xiao Qima told himself not to panic. Lu Mian might not be talking about him. After all, he always had legitimate reasons. With his niece's emotional intelligence, she probably couldn't sense it yet. He sat down gracefully opposite her and probed. Is someone troubling you? Not trouble exactly. Lu Mian took a leisurely bite of the burger. I'm not interested in love. Xiao Qima, who had been barely holding it together, now felt truly heartbroken. He wasn't targeting him specifically. He just rejected all suitors in one go. You're still a student. This is the right thing to do. Xiao Qima forced a smile. Lu Mian nodded innocently. After a pause, his expression became very serious. So, Director Chi, you don't need to keep probing my social relationships. I won't date early, and I won't cause trouble for your work. Xiao Qima understood Lu Mian. After seeing Lu Mian off, Yi Jingwen silently wiped sweat for Xiao Qima. This Lu Mian was really hard to deal with. Having experienced kidnapping, being abandoned by family, and with hidden enemies eyeing her, Lu Mian is just resistant to her surroundings. If it were me, I would have. The key is that even as a psychologist, I can't handle Mian. There's no chance at all. Xiao Qima's smile remained on his lips. Because he had no chance, others had even less. Yu Run, who had always worried him, didn't even count as a rival now. Or rather, he currently had no rivals. That day, Lu Mian received a call from Fu Man. He was reading a Guifei anime comic. The narration had just reached a heart-wrenching scene. He impatiently hung up. The caller kept calling. Lu Mian took a deep breath, answering, Ms. Fu, are we close? Cold and distant. Not like mother and daughter, more like strangers. Mian. Fu Man choked up, crying out loud. Don't be angry. Listen to Mom. Your grandparents are back from vacation. We're having dinner tonight. Come home for a meal? Okay. Please. Home? What's that? Don't ask things you already know the answer to. I have no relation to you. What nonsense are you talking? Blood ties can't be severed just like that. Even if you hate me, it doesn't change the fact that you're a Lu family member. Fu Man's words reminded Lu Mian. His eyes flickered slightly. He changed his mind. Time and place. Fu Man was overjoyed. She quickly said, the Lu family. Come over tonight. I happen to have something to do. Lu Mian arrived at the Lu residence on time that evening. Stepping in again, his expression remained cold and indifferent, looking straight ahead. He nonchalantly made his way to the main building. Laughter and cheerful voices came from the grand, lively building. Pei Jinglan praised, Mom, Dad, Nuan has made it to the semi-finals of the physics competition. If she makes it to the finals and gets a good place, our Nuan could get a direct admission. As expected of our Lu family's good child. Quite impressive. Lu Chunwing looked pleased. Huang Yu nodded along. Nuan is promising. Are the semi-final results out yet? Speaking of this, Lu Xinwan pursed her lips modestly, smiling sweetly. The results are out already. I haven't checked yet. Then check quickly. Let your grandparents be happy. Lu Xinwan lowered her eyes. Then she looked towards Lu Mian with some difficulty, asking, Sis, do you want to check? This was absolutely the strongest reverse psychology. She clearly got full marks but acted like she didn't care. Sis, do you want to check your results? In Lu Xinwan's mind, Lu Mian's full marks last time was definitely just luck. Lu Mian could be lucky once, but could she keep being lucky? 6 pairs of eyes fell on Lu Mian. Lu Mian sat as steady as a mountain, her fingers quickly moving over her phone. She lazily responded during pauses, too lazy to check. Lu Xinwan immediately chimed in. Then I'll check for you later. After saying this, she took out her phone. Finding the website, she entered her own information. She checked her own results first. Fu Man leaned in nervously. How is it, Nuan? Lu Xinwan pretended to be oblivious as she pressed the query button. She said, if I didn't do well, don't scold me, okay? Our innocent Nuan. Pei Jinglan comforted her gently. The page slowly opened. Lu Xinwan covered her phone with her hand. She closed her eyes, not daring to look. Fu Man couldn't sit still. She took the phone from her hand and slowly opened it. Total score 9. When she saw the number 9, Fu Man's heart leapt to her throat. 91 points. Manhwa scored 91 points, and there was a national ranking of 8th place. Fu Man excited Liugid Luxinwan. Pei Jinglan and Lu Xingtong also came over. One patted Lu Xinwan's hand, the other repeatedly gave thumbs up. Improved so much after just a month of revision. Wan has unlimited potential. In fact, Lu Xinwan had already checked her results. Knowing the outcome in advance, she dared to check the results on the spot. This time, she didn't believe Lu Mian could score better than her. This is nothing. Last time, sister even scored 100 points, she said modestly. Fu Man's expression became uneasy. Lu Qingwing and Huang Yu were skeptical. The second branch couple was also incredulous. They had never heard of Lu Mian being so impressive before. I'll check for sister now. Lu Mian's expression remained indifferent. Lu Xinwan, why don't you ever learn? Lu Xinwan obliviously exited her own results page. Speaking nicely, maybe it's full marks again this time. The lively atmosphere immediately cooled down. It should have come out quickly, but why was there no sound from the younger daughter? He turned back suspiciously, only to see Lu Xinwan holding her phone, already stunned. What's wrong with Wan? Huang Yu asked concernedly. Lu Xinwan didn't respond, her eyes wide with shock. She kept repeating, how is this possible? This must be a mistake. It's impossible. Fu Man took the phone. Her brow furrowed. She looked once and suddenly stood up. Her expression was as shocked as Lu Xinwan's. The mother and daughter's reaction stunned Lu Qingwing and the others. How bad could the results be to make them look like this? Come on, good or bad, we're family. What's there to hide? Just say it. Lu Qingwing shook his head. Lu Xinwan stammered, unable to find her voice. Lu Mian glanced at Lu Xinwan. What? Afraid my score is too high and overshadows yours, so you can't say it. Lu Xinwan jolted. Using all her strength, she painfully uttered 3 words. 100 points. What? The other 4 elders were thunderstruck, unable to believe it. Fu Man opened her mouth, stiffly adding, national first place. Lu Mian mercilessly added, you guessed right. I got full marks again. Lu Xinwan's face turned the color of pig liver. She could barely stand. Even though Lu Mian hadn't lifted a finger, she felt like she'd been slapped dozens of times. It was so painful and burning. Pei Jinglan, however, knew how to smooth things over. She quickly urged everyone to calm down. Smiling, she said, sister-in-law Mian is now as excellent as Wan. You'll be blessed in the future. Lu Qingwing also nodded. With you too, the Lu family will only get better. Why don't we go eat? The servants have prepared everything, Pei Jinglan suggested. Everyone was about to move, but Lu Mian was unhurried. She took out a stack of papers from her backpack and handed them to Lu Qingwen. Wait a moment, there's a document. Please sign it. Lu Qingwen took it without doubt and held it at arm's length to read. After seeing the content clearly, his face instantly turned ashen. Transferring household registration? You actually want to transfer your household registration? Lu Mian, do you know what you're doing? Lu Mian raised her head, smiling slowly. Isn't it obvious? Fu Man almost fainted. Upon hearing those 3 words, all her dignity and face were mercilessly smashed to the ground. She finally understood why Lu Ming agreed to come back for dinner. She came to transfer her household registration. She was determined to leave the Lu family. Lu Qingweng tore the document to shreds. Lu Mian, don't be ridiculous. I won't sign it. Do you want to make the Lu family a laughingstock? What do I care if people laugh at your Lu family? Her words were cold and determined. Leisurely, she took out another stack from her backpack and held it in front of Lu Qingwen. I made several copies. I'm not afraid of tearing. Lu Xingtong and Pei Jinglan didn't dare to provoke further. They tried to persuade her. Mian, family issues can always be resolved. You did so well in physics, the whole family is proud of you. Huang Yu also held back her criticism. Yes, Mian. You still have to participate in the finals with Wan. Our Lu family's 2 golden flowers winning in the competition. What a joyous occasion. You, Lu Mian scoffed, then asked directly, what will it take for you to sign? If you want Grandpa to sign, you must agree to one condition. Lu Xinwan suddenly lost composure and rushed to Lu Qingwang's side, shouting at Lu Mian, withdraw from the physics competition. Oh ho, Lu Mian laughed. That's quite a shameless move. Lu Xinwan made up her mind, looking at Lu Qingweng and Huang Yu with tears. Grandpa, Grandma, this physics competition is very important to me. If I win, I can get direct admission. Even if I don't win, as long as I'm in the top 5 in the finals, there's a huge opportunity waiting for me. Fu Man, lost in thought, asked dryly, "What opportunity?" "Mom, don't you remember the teacher gave my award certificate to the Sufin Gaming Company? They said if I can get in the top 5 this competition, they'll not only buy my painting copyright, but also let me work at Sufin Company. They're in great need of physics-oriented game designers now." Fu Man nodded stiffly. Lu Chengwen and Huang Yu knew about that company. It was indeed a great opportunity. But Lu Xinwan continued pleading, "Grandpa, I'm in 12th grade. Lu Nian is only in 10th grade. He'll have plenty of chances in the future. Why can't he choose to withdraw this time? Do we really have to fight within the family?" Lu Xinwan decided to go all out. With an ugly posture, she gritted her teeth. "Lu Mian, if you're so eager to leave the Lu family, then do one last thing for the family." Just as everyone was pondering and speculating, they saw Lu Mian leisurely take out her phone. Holding the document in one hand, she typed with the other, seemingly sending a text message. She put it away quickly. "Fine, it's just one competition spot. Even if I give it up, I won't cry and make a scene." Lu Mian's light tone and slow pace were full of mockery. Lu Xinwan opened her mouth, finally regaining some sense. Realizing her previous behavior, she wanted to explain pitifully. At this moment, her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was from Mr. Lin, the person in charge at Sufin Gaming. She excitedly showed Fu Man, Lu Qingwing, and others. "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, it's Mr. Lin's call. He must be calling about my competition results." This call was like a lifesaver, pulling her back to reality from the awkward and agonizing situation. It rescued her from her predicament and perfectly covered up her previous behavior. Fu Man and Lu Qingwing's expressions relaxed. They had been struggling, but now the scales slowly tipped. "Wan, answer the phone quickly. Let us hear too," Pei Jinglan urged happily. Lu Xinwan nodded repeatedly, took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, answered, and put it on speaker. "Hello, Mr. Lin," she said in an obedient and respectful tone. "Is this Miss Lu Xinwan?" "Yes, it's me, Mr. Lin." After confirming her identity, the other party spoke formally. "Miss Lu, I regret to inform you that your work has not passed the review of our company's senior leadership. Please keep trying." "What?" Lu Xinwan's smile froze on her face. Doubting what she heard, she asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you say if I got into the top 5 in the physics competition, you would sign my work and let me work at the company?" "I understand your feelings, but this is the final result," the other party calmly explained. Xinwan wasn't calm at all. She gripped the phone tightly, unable to accept it. What was happening today? Unfortunate events kept coming one after another. She asked loudly, almost shouting at the other end. Why? You have to give me a reason." The other party seemed to laugh, calm with a hint of disdain. "Miss Lu, don't you know the reason yourself?" Fu Man couldn't help but rush over. "Mr. Lin, what kind of reason is this? Do you know how hard my daughter worked for this project? To meet your requirements, she studied physics day and night, revised her work. How can you destroy all my daughter's hard work with just one notification?" Hearing these words, the other party spoke like a robot, emotionless, in a steady voice through the receiver. "Miss Lu Xinwan's work is indeed excellent. Our company did plan to sign it, but I'm sorry. We just verified the situation. Miss Lu Xinwan's work has a 60% similarity with a set of works from 12 years ago." "What do you mean? Ma'am, do I need to be clearer? Your daughter's work is plagiarized." The other party paused. "Our company cannot sign plagiarized work, nor can we hire such employees. We will never handle any of Lu Xinwan's works or applications in the future. This is strictly prohibited. Goodbye." The call abruptly ended. Lu Xinwan's body froze, her face not knowing what expression to make. Fu Man shook her arms. "Wan, what's going on? Wasn't that what you painstakingly drew? How did it become? And it's plagiarized from a work 12 years ago? Wan was only 7 then. How could she know those things?" Lu Xinwan, shaken back and forth by Fu Man, seemed to have her thoughts jumbled. She turned blankly to look at Lu Mian. Her eyes were filled with hatred and realization. Everything became clear. "It was you." Lu Mian smiled calmly. "This way, you don't have to worry about the physics competition anymore." "Lu Mian, why are you doing this to me?" Lu Xinwan screamed with all her might. Why did she have to hurt her like this? Why couldn't things be like before? She could be the good girl, and Lu Mian could be the liar. Did she have to go against her? Lu Mian didn't even look at Lu Xinwan, annoyed by her, I'm the most innocent in the world face. I have to keep my word, she responded contemptuously. Keep my word. Lu Xinwan suddenly remembered the Go competition incident. Lu Mian had grabbed her neck and said she would make her lose everything she had, bit by bit. Lu Mian's expression was weary. She relaxed her neck and uncrossed her legs. Standing up, she handed the document back to Lu Qingwen and Huang Yu. The matter is resolved. Sign it. Lu Mian impatiently pinched the bridge of her nose. Sign it. It's good for everyone. Her words were casual but thought-provoking. Pei Jinglan, coming from a noble family, managed to stay composed. It was already evening, and she smiled gently at Lu Mian. Mian, changing your household registration isn't a big deal. You're still part of the Lu family, right? May I ask something? What's your relationship with the person in charge at Sufin Company? Did you just send them a text message? She had seen it clearly. Lu Mian had indeed sent a text message earlier, and then Sufin called Xinwan back. Even if Lu Xinwan's work was suspected of plagiarism, could a single text message from Lu Mian change their decision? Lu Xinwan's palms were almost bleeding from clenching them so tightly. She glared at Lu Mian with hatred but also fear, not knowing how to vent her anger. Just then, a servant unaware of the situation came to ask when dinner would be served. She lost her composure and viciously scolded the servant away, clearly misdirecting her anger. Pei Jinglan frowned in disappointment, ultimately returning to the question of whether to transfer or not. Lu Qingwen and Huang Yu exchanged long glances, their minds in complete disarray. Meeting Lu Mian's cold, sharp gaze, they finally took out their pens from their pockets. Trembling, they signed their names on the document. He barely dared to look at Lu Mian's face. Huang Yu followed suit. Lu Mian's mood finally improved. Satisfied, she took the document and put it in her school bag. Then, she leisurely took out another document and handed it to Fu Man. Mrs. Fu, please. Fu Man's heart sank. It was an agreement to sever family ties. Upon closer inspection, this mother finally realized the truth of the situation, filled with regret. Fu Man tremblingly took the document, her actions purely instinctive. She could still recall what Lu Mian had said last time, but when the black and white words were laid out before her, she couldn't accept it. She had thought Lu Mian was just angry for a while and would automatically return after suffering enough outside. She had thought there was no overnight grudge between parents and children, that no matter how much they fought or scolded, there would still be a blood connection. No matter how much hate, she'd still have to call her mom. She had thought Lu Mian had no earning ability and wasn't good at studying, so when she got into trouble, they would have to clean up the mess. All of her assumptions now crumbled on their own. Lu Mian was doing very well. Her Go skills were excellent. She donated money to the school. She scored perfect marks twice in the physics competition. Lu Mian wasn't in the miserable, troublemaking state she had imagined. She wasn't the uneducated person she thought. She wasn't the incompetent person in her memory. She was only the brilliant person she didn't know and had never seen. Mission accomplished. Lu Mian took back the document. The violent aura quickly dissipated. The corner of her mouth curled slightly. It was good because she was in a good mood, so she said one more thing, though her tone was still cold. Mrs. Fu, if you can't be fair, I hope you won't give birth to 2 children in your next life. Fu Man clutched her chest tightly, feeling as if stabbed by a knife. Having done what she wanted, Lu Mian didn't want to stay a second longer. She kept the documents, shouldered her bag, and turned to leave the living room. After a few steps, Lu Xinwan caught up. Her features were gloomy, and she asked Lu Mian in a sinister tone, "How many more secrets do you have that we don't know? Actually, I've long seen through you. You're very smart, much smarter than me. You're also pretty. When we were young, relatives all praised you. What you did might not have been lies, but I didn't want mom and dad to believe it. I didn't want them to think their eldest daughter was so smart while their younger daughter was just average. So I told many lies." Lu Mian tilted her head. She had known all this long ago. "So, you're good at physics? I suppose you're not bad at other subjects either." Li Weiqi is amazing. He became a prodigy at 4 years old. But there's one thing I don't understand. Lu Xinwan persisted in asking, regardless of whether Lu Mian was listening. "When you were 7, I spilled water on your sketchbook. You clearly threw the sketchbook in the trash. Why was it still published?" This time, Lu Mian didn't intend to mess with her. She was just an insignificant being. She smiled faintly. "So you relied on the fact that the work was destroyed and created a fake one. So you, taking taking advantage of my kidnapping and inability to testify, submitted it for the competition. This was indeed what Lu Xinwan thought. Who knew Lu Mian was still alive? Who knew she would come back? Did you redraw a set and submit it? Say what you want. Lu Xinwan clenched her fists, angry and unwilling to accept. You're always so high and mighty, looking down on everyone. You must be secretly laughing at all of us. Lu Mian, do you have any heart left at all? Lu Mian's ears were buzzing with annoyance. She pursed her thin lips, blew on the leaf in her hand, and flicked it lightly with her fingertip. The leaf seemed to grow eyes, flying past Lu Xinwan's cheek. Lu Xinwan couldn't react in time and stared wide-eyed. She no longer had the courage to stop her, watching Lu Mian's silhouette walk away. She covered her bleeding face and shouted at Lu Mian, "You demon!" No one responded. She walked back in a mess, but suddenly noticed a figure standing in the distance. The night was cool, darkness enveloping. Fu Man had been standing there for who knows how long. When you were 6, you broke your arm. Was it really Lu Mian who pushed you? You and I. Lu Xinwan seemed unable to bear it anymore, covering her wound and rushing back to the side building. Fu Man already knew the answer. The liar she had always accused wasn't a liar at all. The younger daughter she had always loved was the real liar. The news of Lu Mian scoring full marks again in the physics competition quickly spread throughout the school. Ding Kai called Lu Mian to the office. Student Lu Mian is a step ahead of us all. You've brought great honor to our school, and even to Wucheng. Your talent in physics is absolutely top-notch. If you train well for a while, there's no doubt you'll get a guaranteed admission spot in the next finals. I plan to move you to Class 1, under teacher Zhang Wenxiang. How about that? Ding Kai's innocent face suddenly froze. Transferring Lu Mian's class? Ding Kai's stiff lip corners slowly turned cold. Last competition, he discussed with her after the results came out. This time, they directly changed names and took her. Principal Ding, is this because of your young career? A student can jump from Class 25 to Class 1. This is her honor. No one would refuse. Zhang Hua briefly explained the situation to her. Lu Mian found it quite incredible. What's there to choose? She directly stood beside Ding Kan, not even looking at Zhang Wenxiang. I don't mind changing our Class 25 to Class 1. It's just a matter of changing the sign. Not much trouble. Everyone present was shocked to hear this. Want Lu Mian to go to Class 1? Just change Class 25 to Class 1, right? Zhang Wenxiang's face turned green. Not knowing to seize such a good opportunity, she really doesn't know her place. Zhang Hua persuaded Lu Mian. This is all for your own good. Not everyone can jump to Class 1. We knew before that she was hard to tame, but didn't expect her to be this difficult after interacting. The interaction is all for her future. The teachers have no ill intentions. Heh. Lu Mian sarcastically curled her lip, her gaze carelessly sweeping over those teachers. Don't speak so loftily. I know clearly who's good to me. Except for Teacher Ding, you're all just coveting my grades. Too arrogant, each sentence more arrogant than the last. Zhang Hua, Zhang Wenxiang, and the other teachers couldn't keep their composure. Their faces turned green, unable to speak. Only Ding Kai, like a young wife, was moved to tears by her student's defense. Lu Mian was never a cold-hearted student. In the depths of her soul, there was a light hotter and more scorching than anyone else's. Lu Mian turned back to look at Ding Kai, her emotions not quite right. She smiled helplessly and directly pulled Ding Kai's sleeve. Walking to the center of the office, she solemnly declared, Teacher Ding, I will become your one and only pride. Small person, big talk. Zhang Wenxiang smiled dismissively. Being good at physics is one thing, but other subjects are a complete mess. What's there to be proud of? Ding Kai looked at the tall, slender girl in front of her. Though just a student, her presence was no less than anyone else's. The teachers were just speaking out of anger. Don't take it to heart. Go back and prepare well for the exam. Lu Mian thought he was overthinking. Lu asked quite seriously, blushing slightly. Teacher Ding, what results do you hope Class 25 will achieve in this monthly exam? That's not for me to decide. Their class proudly occupies the bottom 3 spots in the grade. It's not easy to turn that around. Ding Kai muttered, then realized she was discussing this issue with the last-ranked student. It felt a bit strange. Lu Mian sighed. Your expectations are really not high. He raised his hand to check the date on his digital watch. Only 4 days left until this monthly exam. There's enough time. After Lu Mian returned to the classroom, he unprecedentedly took out his workbooks and textbooks. Shou Hao in the front row was dumbfounded. He stared at him, opening notebooks and flipping through textbooks. It was incredibly surreal. Mian Gu, did you grab the wrong books? Or did someone provoke you again? Lu Mian, seriously holding his pen and busy writing, didn't even look up, but he didn't forget to ask with concern. Where's Hao Hao? He took leave, said there was an emergency at home. Sigh, we don't know what's so important. The monthly exam is coming up soon. The 3 of us still need to make a comeback. Lu Mian pursed his lips, said good luck to him, and continued to bury his head in writing. Shou Hao got goosebumps all over. Mian Gu is too abnormal today. Lu Mian spent half a day summarizing the review notes for each subject. It had been a long time since he'd written so much. It was quite tiring. After class, he took the initiative to find Su Luo. Su Luo originally didn't have the face to see him, but upon seeing that thick stack of notes in his hand, he was dumbfounded. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened it. His heart suddenly churned. Being a top student himself, he naturally knew how important these notes were. Why don't you teach him yourself? The classmates have more or less opinions about Lu Ming. This is a good time for him to win people over. Why doesn't Lu Ming do it himself, but lets you do it instead? I'm just doing this for Teacher Ding. Other things have nothing to do with me. Su Ruo repeated his words, watching his receding figure, clutching the notes in a daze. A sourness suddenly welled up in his nose. He closed his eyes self-mockingly. He had been famous at a young age, thought highly of himself, and had been at odds with Lu Mian many times, looking down on him multiple times. Until last time when he was harshly slapped in the face. The winning, honor, and pride he cared about were nothing in Lu Mian's eyes. Light as a feather, Lu Mian only cared about the people he wanted to care about. He saw clearly, saw far ahead, and his vision far exceeded mine. Lu Mian belongs to you. I will return him to you sooner or later. Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent a text message to Suju. Brother, let's stop this. On the day of the monthly exam, Lu Mian saw that Fat Hao was still on leave. He sent him a message but got no reply. It was really not right. Lu Mian knew he couldn't go on like this. He threw his backpack directly to Shou Hao, leaving the classroom while instructing, send me Fat Hao's home address. I'll be back soon. Mian Gu, the exam starts in an hour. Don't worry. Lu Mian walked out of the school gate quickly. He was thinking whether to take a taxi or ride his motorcycle. Just in this moment of contemplation, a figure approached from behind him and suddenly grabbed his wrist. In an instant, Lu Mian's wrist quickly filled with strength. As he turned around, seeing that refined yet degenerate face, he quickly let down his guard. Director Chi's gaze fell on his own wrist. Slightly warm, he tried to shake it off, still in a hurry. Xiao Kino didn't care. In the moment of his struggle, he took the chance to directly intertwine their fingers. His tone was slightly quick, but he stated, I know what you're going to do. Come with me. Something happened to Guijia. These past few days, I haven't been to school because I've been investigating this matter. But don't worry, they're safe. That's good. Lu Mian nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. Then he looked up at him in surprise. You haven't been to school these past few days? Xiao Qima was speechless. Is Guijia's incident related to the rain party of the local thugs? If they're trying to find the so-called guardian of Wuqing through Guijia, if that's the case. The basement was dimly lit and somewhat damp. Guiju, we're doing this out of necessity. The guilty should be punished. We just want to know the whereabouts of the guardian of Wuqing. As long as you reveal his information, we won't trouble your family. At this moment, the speaker was a man with a mustache named Jingling Shouxian. The man was the leader of this revenge plan. Even Bao Liang called him Brother Bao. Shui Tian replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Bao Liang, no one knows the identity of the guardian of Wuqing. Even if you wear me out, I can't provide you with any information. Guizaheo on the other side was also very tough. Even though he might be crushed at any moment, he still protected the guardian with his neck strained. It's fine if you don't talk. Isn't the guardian of Wuqing known for his noble character and chivalrous deeds? If he knows you're in our hands, he probably won't stand idly by. I'll just wait for him to come. But just as he was thinking this, several footsteps were heard outside the basement. It seemed the guardian had really come. In the blink of an eye, two people were standing at the entrance of the basement, a man and a woman, both extremely good-looking. Guo Zihao stretched his neck and called out, "Brother Nyan, Director Qi, how did you come here?" Gao Yang stepped forward. "We are very reasonable people. Whoever harms us, we settle accounts with them. If that person is willing to step forward voluntarily, I can guarantee not to involve others." Before Lu Mian could speak, Xiao Qima first stretched out his arm, firmly protecting Lu Mian. "I am the guardian you're looking for. Let them go," Xiao Qima said to Bao Liang. Bao Liang suddenly laughed uproariously. "You chivalrous great god, now that you're on our turf, do you still expect to leave unscathed? I did say the guilty should be punished, but I don't keep my word, you know." After laughing, he looked at Lu Mian with regretful eyes. The elf's eyes also carried a hint of evil thoughts. "What a pity, such a pretty girl. You can't leave today." On Xiao Qima's side, before he could finish speaking, he had already made his move. He dealt with Bao Liang in 2 strikes. Meanwhile, Lu Mian had already gone to Guo Zihao's side on his own. It wasn't until he reached Guo Zihao that he realized there was a bomb on him. Lu Mian shook his head, smiled reassuringly at Guo Zihao, then took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on Guo Zihao's knees. "The first exam is Chinese. These are the key points. Take a quick look." Guo Zihao, tied to the chair, looked down at the material on his knees, then at the calm-as-ever brother Lin, with countless question marks popping up in his mind. On the other side, Bao Liang, resigned to his fate, shouted and pressed the timer with his eyes closed. Seconds ticked by, but there was no explosion as he had imagined. Bao Liang looked at the timer in panic, pressed it several more times frantically, but still no response. In his moment of panic and bewilderment, he saw Lu Mian calmly standing up from the chair, stretching lazily, and smiling slightly at Bao Liang and his men. He said, "Remember my face, because I'm the one you're looking for." Lu Mian's voice was calm and light. Bao Liang and his men were shocked and convulsing, but Xiao Qima looked as if he had known all along. "It's really you." On the way back, Lu Mian looked at him, rubbing his chin. "Why did I allow him to invade my alert zone? This has never happened before. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Days later, at Kunping Middle School, Teacher Ding was seen looking at the monthly exam results, thinking, "Please don't be last place again." At this moment, another homeroom teacher behind him suddenly shouted, "Our class is actually in last place." Looking at Teacher Ding again, he was already beaming with joy. "Our class is 13th. Finally, we're not last." But there was something even more surprising. Lu Mian achieved first place in the grade with full marks in all subjects. Then he quickly ran to share the good news with his classmates. "Classmates, our class ranked 13th in the monthly exam. Lu Mian got first place in the grade." In an instant, the teachers cheered and rejoiced. The scene changes. Sui Yuan is walking in the campus. Lu Mian behind her calls out, "Yuan, Yuan, come with me to buy something, to pick a gift for Director Xiao." Sui Yuan readily agrees. Both have their own thoughts. Sui Yuan thinks, Mian has finally come to her senses. Lu Mian thinks. Sure enough, when Xiao Qima is mentioned, Yuan agrees. Looks like she likes Xiao Qima. The next day at Jinqing number 1, Xiao Qima opens the door. Lu Mian hands over the chosen gift, saying, "This is for you." Xiao Qima takes the gift and eagerly opens it. It's a beautiful belt. He thinks to himself, stay calm. This girl's move shouldn't be so simple. Looking at Lu Mian again, she slowly says, "I just picked it randomly. I paid for it." Lu Mian continues, Yuan is my friend. She's very timid. If you don't have anything important, please don't bother her." Seeing Xiao Qima's confused face, Lu Mian says seriously, "You two are not suitable." Xiao Qima moves closer to Lu Mian. "Your mind is really strange. We don't have anything going on at all." Then he gets even closer to Lu Mian, saying, "After all this time, haven't you noticed anything?" Lu Mian seems to react a bit, stands up and says, "Director Xiao, you're not trying to say you like me, are you?" Then she decisively says 2 words, "Not possible. I'm still in school. I can't date early." Xiao Qima seizes on Lu Mian's loophole. "You mean you want me to wait until you're of age? All right then, it's settled." The mysterious lady's identity is revealed again. Season 1 ends. Looking forward to meeting again.